Welcome to my audio world, where every story comes alive. I'm so glad you're here. Get comfortable, close your eyes, and let yourself get lost in the mystery that's about to unfold. If you love a great story as much as I do, please hit that subscribe button, leave a thumbs up, and turn on notifications so you never miss a single chapter. Your support means everything to me. Now, let's get started. This first one is for me. 1. Essie. Essie hung a white frame in the middle of an empty wall and collapsed next to her husband, avoiding the stacks of half-open boxes that littered what would become their living room. The frame held a matchbook from a restaurant Essie and Sanjay had visited in Venice on their honeymoon. Even though it was more than 4 years old, it had never lived outside a box. The dinner was a long, leisurely affair, with countless bottles of wine and the most divine food Essie had ever tasted. It was their last night in Italy, but the allure of calling Sanjay her husband had yet to wear off. They had spent the evening talking about buying a house. Not this house specifically, but an old house they could renovate on the weekends. Essie gifted the framed matchbook to Sanjay on their first wedding anniversary. He had refused to hang it in the little apartment they shared. "We'll save it for that house we talked about. It'll be the first thing we hang on the walls," he promised her. Even though the house was already full of their belongings, boxes cluttering every corner, it hadn't felt official until this frame was hanging on the wall. It looked strange in the middle of the empty room. It would have to come down before long when the room was painted and the floors redone, but for now, it served as an official declaration that this place was theirs. When she closed her eyes, she could imagine the room decades earlier, the wallpaper bright and crisp, and the room swirling with laughing guests. She leaned against Sanjay and stole a swallow of beer from the bottle in his hand. He kissed her temple. "You have dirt in your hair," he said. His mouth was close enough to her ear that she could feel its low, familiar rumble in her spine. She let her head fall back against him. "I have dirt everywhere. I feel gross, and I stink." He laughed and buried his face in her shoulder. She relaxed into him, his body more familiar than her own. The line between the two of them felt blurry, as if over the years the paint had bled. And now, it was impossible to tell where she began and he ended. The house echoed. Most of their things hadn't made the move with them. Their last place, a little basement apartment, had been filled with mismatched furniture that fell apart before they could even finish putting it together. Sanjay had wanted to wait to buy real furniture until they bought a place of their own. It had sounded like a great idea at the time, but it meant that they were the proud owners of a very empty house. Despite the emptiness of these rooms, with their voices bouncing off the scratched wooden floors, it already felt like home to Essie. Sanjay leaned into Essie's ear again. His voice rose barely above a whisper as he pointed toward the big front window with its rippled glass, distorting the tree in the front yard into something from a fairy tale. "I think we should do built-ins around the window." And then he moved his hand to point to the other wall, and she shifted her body to follow without thinking. She could do this blind. "Follow him." "I think we should add a grand mantelpiece, something that makes sense with the house's style, but also feels a little more modern." He gestured toward the hulking fireplace that loomed on the other side of the room. The central section was in good shape. The green tiles were still intact, although quite dirty, but the surround and mantel were in disrepair. The wood had been painted countless times over the decades, and Sanjay didn't think it was salvageable. Essie had a strange fondness for the peeling paint, with its corners chipped off here and there to reveal layers of former families underneath. It wasn't something she'd usually gravitate toward. Typically, she wanted pristine lines and completed to-do lists, but here in her new home with her husband, she would allow her world to take on some unfinished edges. She liked the idea of Sanjay and her adding their layer, their time in this house, the next chapter in an ongoing story. Sanjay had a vision for this place, and she trusted him. She would have opinions on the details, the paint colors, the furniture, the curtains, but easily drifted along to whatever new version he imagined. Her eyes slipped closed as he continued to talk about his plans for the main floor. She was still listening, but she knew these plans by heart. He had been telling her about them, making sketches, and showing her pictures since they had seen this place weeks ago. He had known immediately that it was their house. Sanjay had begun to almost drool the minute he saw the original hardwood and the central staircase and, of course, that grand fireplace. Essie had known the moment she saw his face that it was going to be theirs. She hadn't thought she would care too much about the house. She just wanted 3 bedrooms and a yard. But even she had gotten swept up in the magic of this place. The moment they had gotten the keys, Essie saw herself 5 years from now, with a glass of wine in hand sitting at the kitchen counter while Sanjay cooked, jazz playing from some hidden speaker. She imagined herself poring over papers in the room that would be her office. The window shaded by an old oak tree, massive wooden bookcases behind her. Essie didn't believe in fate, but there was something about this house that felt right. It felt like their home. Sanjay shifted next to her, his neck cracking as he stretched his arms over his head. "I'm getting too old for this," he said. "Makes me wish we had kept our old couch." "We both know that our couch wasn't much more comfortable than this floor," Essie said as she stood. "Do you want to take the first shower? I'll wait for the food." She helped pull him up off the floor. "Or," he said, draping his arms around her neck as he stood at his full height, a few inches taller than her, "we could share the shower." And who would pay for the Thai food? It should be here soon. We'll tape an envelope to the door. Do you know which box the tape or envelopes are in? Go shower, as he said with a smile, flicking his arm. Sanjay kissed her quickly before trotting up the stairs. She listened as her husband's footsteps echoed across the bare floors into their bedroom, and waited for the sound of the water turning on. Wind swirled in through an open window, bringing with it the promise of an evening rainstorm, and raising goosebumps on her sweat-dampened arms. The house made noises, creaks, and whispers. She wasn't yet familiar with which noises were benign, and which sounds that echoed against the peeling walls were more sinister. To Isabel. The house felt quieter that night after we returned from Anna's wedding. Not that it had any real reason to feel quieter. This place had never been her home. It felt as if someone had snuck up behind me and cupped their hands over my ears. Perhaps it was less of a silence and more of a hollowness. It echoed. My sisters were chasing each other around the house, their shoes clattering against the floor, while my mother threatened to send them out into the barn if they didn't settle down. My father chuckled from the other side of the room, where he crouched, in front of the fireplace, stoking the flames to beat back the chill that had settled in as soon as the sun had begun to set. Summer was ending. He would need to begin the process of harvesting our small crop of vegetables. My mother would begin making the jams, just as she did every autumn. It would be the first autumn Anna and I wouldn't be helping. She would be missing from our corner of the table where we had sat every year, our hands sticky with juice as we helped my mother pit cherries. On a typical night, I would have been out there with them, rolling my eyes at my sisters while I worked on embroidery in front of the fire. Tonight, I went to the room I shared with Lucy and Rose and closed the door. I did not light a candle, even though the sun was already setting and the room was dim. It felt good to wallow in the dark. I had cried on the way home. As I walked with my mother, my sisters ran ahead of us, dipping their fingers in the tall grasses on the side of the road. They whispered to each other, imagining they were visiting a world far from ours. On another night, maybe I would have joined them, spinning stories of fairies and magic. But after tonight, it felt too childish. So, I walked between my parents, feeling more achingly grown than I had before. My parents talked about the wedding, but I walked in silence, mourning my loss and Anna's. My mother reached over and tugged on one of my braids. "Your wedding will be next," she said. She must have mistaken my silence and frowns for jealousy. Her words were meant to soothe my sour disposition, but instead they felt like a sharp reminder of a future I did not want to consider. I was crying before she had finished the last word. "Is he?" my mother cooed, wrapping an arm around my waist and tucking me against her side. "She's not too far. I'm sure you will see her all the time." I continued crying. My mother couldn't understand what I had lost in that church. It was more than just the loss of Anna's companionship, although I would miss that dearly. My life was inextricably twisted up in Anna's. Our friendship was not meant to keep us entertained as children, and then abandoned once we were old enough to get married and have families of our own. It wasn't the precursor to our real lives. It was the meat of my life, the marrow. And more than that, I didn't want to be married. The thought of marriage frightened me. I didn't want to be given away, to belong to a stranger. By the time we arrived home, I had stopped crying, but they still let me disappear into my room without saying a word. I stared out the window toward her house and watched as the night swept over the world, slowly leaching the color out of things as everything faded to black. It was impossible to know if I was looking at her window without the light of her candle flickering against the glass, but I think my eyes had long since memorized the way. Usually, I would have lit a candle as soon as the evening grew too dim to illuminate the papers in front of me. But I sat in the darkness for a long time as the muffled sounds of my family carried in through my door. There was something about the deep, impenetrable shadows that made me feel less alone in my hopelessness. "Dear Anna, today was your wedding. Tonight, you are a wife." I've heard the words of marriage vows before, but today they felt different as they echoed off the wooden pews. Usually they feel like the beginning of something new. Today they felt like an ending. My sisters and their friends were giggling all evening and whispering about what you were doing on your wedding night. I don't think they really know what they are talking about. All I know for sure is that I miss you. I should be grateful your new home is only a short walk away, but I miss seeing your face in the window. across from mine. I miss hearing you teasing your little sisters. Your voice carried to me on the wind. It won't ever be quite the same. Anna, your wedding has made me even more terrified for my own. I do not want to be married to some strange man. I don't want to cook and clean the house for a stranger. I don't want him to pet my hair and call me his beauty. I don't want to share his bed. I will miss my sisters. I will miss my bed and my room that looks over your house, even though it isn't yours anymore. Write soon, yours, Isabel. 3. Essie. After a shower of her own, Essie joined Sanjay in the kitchen, where he was dumping out their Thai takeout onto 2 plates. The room was dark, the deep wood cabinets eating up most of the light cast from the heavy iron chandelier. Music spilled out of his phone. He put down the fork the moment he saw her on the stairs and started swaying to the familiar melody. His hands were stretched out toward her before she reached the bottom step. She shook her head, but she couldn't completely hide the small smile that pulled at her lips as she recognized the first notes of their song. It had been the song they'd picked as theirs during prom, junior year of high school. They danced to it at their wedding, and whenever either of them did something big, Sanjay insisted they celebrate with that song. It was cheesy and silly and too slow for dancing, but it had been the background music for some of her favorite memories. One of her best had happened her senior year of college. Sanjay had been visiting her during his spring break, following her to classes, and sleeping with his body wrapped around hers in the full-size bed in the corner of her tiny studio apartment. Essie had been working on a paper at the little bistro table that served both as her desk and dining table when he got the email about his acceptance to architecture school. He had been nervously waiting to hear back for weeks, and it felt special that the email had come while he was with Essie. She jumped up to hug him, his laptop tossed aside on the bed. "Congratulations," she said with a wide smile, her arms wrapped around his neck as she kissed him. They ordered takeout and popped a bottle of cheap champagne from the back of Essie's fridge. And as had already become tradition, he insisted they dance to their song. They swayed back and forth, their feet barely moving, since if they shifted more than a foot in either direction, they would bump up against some item of furniture or another. As they danced, her head pressed against his shoulder, his heartbeat in her ear. He whispered, "I want you to come with me." They didn't stop swaying, but Essie looked up to find Sanjay watching her. "Okay," she said. She was planning on taking a gap year between undergrad and law school anyway. She could do that in New York. It was just a change in location, not a substantial change in her plans. "I want to marry you," he said. This time, Essie froze, her brain trying to process the words, but everything seemed to move in slow motion. "I don't want to wait another 4 or 5 years. I want to wake up with you every day. We'll figure out how to make law school work. I want to start our life together." "Okay," she repeated. That wasn't in the 10-year plan. Law school, get a job at a big corporate firm, make partner. She wasn't supposed to get married until she was at least 30, but she didn't want to wait to marry Sanjay. No matter which version of her life she imagined, he was included on every page. They kept swaying until the last note finished. And then Sanjay started the song again because there was something new to celebrate. He proposed for real a few months later with a ring and candles and roses. Still, Essie preferred that moment in her tiny studio apartment with the window facing a dumpster, and an oven 6 feet away from her bed when she had agreed to follow him anywhere. They moved to New York that summer. Essie took a job working in an attorney's office. It was only supposed to be for a year, but they decided it would be smarter if she waited to start law school until Sanjay's program was done. So the single year turned into 4, and they kept dancing for every law school acceptance, job promotion, and graduation. They danced in parking lots and in the kitchens of every apartment they had ever called home. Now Sanjay stood with his arms stretched toward her in the first kitchen that was entirely theirs. "Can I have this dance?" he said with a little bow that looked especially ridiculous, given his faded Cornell sweatpants with a hole in the knee. His hair was damp, and Essie's eyes followed a drop of water as it slid down his neck. She rolled her eyes but put her hand in his. He pulled her in close, one hand on the small of her back. "My food is going to get cold," she complained, even as she leaned into him, her cheek coming to rest against his shoulder. "Humor me," he said, his breath warm against her neck. They danced across the hardwood as he sang along so quietly that Essie could only hear the vague shape of the words he had been whispering in her ear for the last 14 years. Their dishes were stacked in the sink, and the takeout boxes had been loaded into the otherwise empty fridge when Essie's whole face stretched into a yawn. "I'm exhausted." "It was a long day," Sanjay said. He watched her as she took stock of the kitchen, making a mental list of all the things they needed. A playful smile peeled up the corners of his lips. "Last one to bed turns off the light." Essie didn't pause for a moment, spinning on her heel and racing toward the stairs. A laugh escaped her throat as Sanjay's feet slapped on the floors behind her. She had already made it up the first couple of stairs when Sanjay flicked off the kitchen light, plunging the entire downstairs into darkness. She tripped over the next step, stubbing her toes against the wood riser as her palms hit the stairs in front of her. "Fuck!" she shouted in the dark, rolling onto her butt so she could cradle her foot in her hand. Sanjay's phone lit up, and he bobbed up the stairs and sat next to her. "Sorry, baby. I didn't realize how dark it was going to be." "You didn't think it would be dark when you turned the lights off." Essie immediately regretted the amount of venom that bled into her voice. She had hoped that she would outgrow these moments of casual cruelty, leaving them behind in her teenage years like her braces, but she was brushing against the door to 30, and her impulse was still to strike first and ask questions later. Sanjay didn't pay it any mind. He was used to her sharp edges. He moved to cradle her injured toes in his lap, leaning over to kiss her shoulder. "I'm sorry. Are you okay?" he asked, gently prodding at her foot. The light from his phone shone up at him, distorting his familiar face with long shadows. "I think I'll make it," she said as she leaned forward, her hand coming down on top of his. The gesture, an unspoken apology. They sat for another moment on their stairs. Her eyes were starting to adjust to the lack of light. She looked over the main floor of their house, illuminated by the street light coming in from the uncovered windows. "Feels kind of spooky in here," Sanjay said, his thumbs kneading against the sole of her foot as he spoke. "No, it doesn't." Essie was almost offended at that suggestion. "It feels cozy." "Spooky," Sanjay said. Essie thought about protesting more, but decided against it. She didn't understand how this house could spook him. Even though it was their first night in the place, Essie felt like she had been here before. Like this house, with its peeling wallpaper and creaky stairs was a forgotten childhood memory. "Do you think this was the haunted house on the street before we moved in?" Sanjay asked. "What? Every street has a house. That's the spooky house. The kids in the neighborhood tell some story about it being home to like a coven of witches or something, and then dare each other to run up and touch the door. This house has certainly seen better days." "It's not haunted. It's just old," Essie said. That protective instinct kicking in again. "And I'm not the one who wanted to buy a fixer-upper." "I thought you loved a project," Sanjay said as he stood. He offered a hand down to help pull Essie to her feet. Her toes didn't hurt anymore, the sharp ache fading as quickly as it had arrived. "Law school is my current project. I don't have much time for another," she said. Sanjay's arms came to wrap loosely around her waist, fingers slipping under the hem of her t-shirt, to find the bare skin of her low back. "I wish you would have told me that before we bought this house." "Do you think there's a 30-day return policy?" he said. His lips brushed against her temple. "There is, but we already took off the tags," Essie said with a playful grimace that quickly broke into a smile, leaning back so she could see his face, gone silvery in the low light from the front window. He kissed the corner of her mouth as his palm spread wide under her shirt, his thumb sweeping against her waist while his fingers danced along her waistband. "I guess we'll keep it then." His lips brushed over her cheek as he spoke. She hummed an agreement, enjoying the feeling of his hands smoothing along her skin, the heat of his body pressed up against hers. He kissed her again, lips parting and urgent. Her teeth scraped along his lower lip as his hands dipped lower, pulling her hips to his. They moved toward their bedroom, pausing frequently along the 20-foot journey so their hands and mouths could find each other again, each hungry for a body they had tasted countless times. Essie flopped back on the mattress on the floor. "I'm glad. I love this house." "Do you know why?" she asked as Sanjay peeled off his shirt in one smooth motion, only his silhouette visible against the light coming in through the open bedroom door because of the claw foot tub. He crawled over to her, his mouth finding the place where her jaw met her neck, as his fingers slid reverently across her body, searching for the edges of her clothes in the dark. "Nope." She smiled into the dim room, eyes fixed up at a ceiling she couldn't see because it's ours. 4. Anna. Dear Isabel, my wedding night was neither as terrible nor as wonderful as anyone at home warned me it would be. It was strange and uncomfortable, but not altogether unpleasant. I won't scandalize you with too many details. He stroked my face and called me beautiful as he moved against me like a beast. His hands petted and squeezed along my body. I didn't feel beautiful. I felt as if he had forgotten that this body belonged to me. The worst part of sharing a bed with my husband. It still feels strange to write husband. I feel like a child playing house. I wonder when it will feel real. The worst part is the feeling of his breath across the back of my neck as he sleeps. It is hot and unfamiliar. It makes me want to slip from under the blankets and run through the night, dipping into the creek and the woods behind our houses. I think I miss the sounds of home the most. It's not that it's quieter here. In fact, it might even be louder. We're closer to town, so I can hear horses and carts bouncing over ruts in the road all day. But at night, I miss the sounds of my sisters in the other room bickering over something silly like which chicken is the best, and the sound of Bastian's little snores. He always complains that he isn't tired, but he ends up asleep minutes later, curled in front of the fire, his little chest rising and falling. I miss the sound of my parents' low voices in the other room as they repeat the same stories they've told each other countless times. I miss the sound of your laughter the most. Lucas is quiet. He does not laugh much, not like you. You punctuate every sentence with a laugh. Sometimes it's a tiny giggle escaping your lips so smoothly, I don't know if you even notice it's left. But my favorite laughs are the ones that roll through you like a wave, curling your toes, making your belly ache, and tears drip down your cheeks. I dream of that laugh. It rocks me to sleep in this unfamiliar place, in this unfamiliar bed, with this unfamiliar man. Yours, Anna. 5. Essie. Essie should have left the library 15 minutes ago. She watched another minute slip by in the corner of her laptop screen. They were only a few weeks into the semester, but her study group from the previous year had already reformed for this class on federal policymaking. Essie loved the class. Professor Cole was a brilliant lawyer and an even more engaging teacher whose classes always centered around lively, often vicious discussions. Essie was never the first to speak. She was patient. She'd leave that for the boys with their legs spread wide, their knees bumping against their neighbors. She waited, folded into her seat like a tiger in tall grass for her moment to pounce. Her mind was singularly focused as she pored over problems again and again, crafting a dozen solutions until she found the one that fit. When she did speak, she tore through things like a scalpel, her words more incisive for their precision, as he wouldn't have liked the comparison to a tiger. She wouldn't have wanted to be anything that soft, no matter how big its teeth were. Rather, she saw herself constructed of steel beams and welded edges, something designed to be impenetrable. Essie had known she was going to be a lawyer from the time she was 12. When asked why, she had the usual well-rehearsed response about justice and the complexity of the law. And while those weren't entirely lies, it wasn't the real reason she had been answering lawyer to the question, "What do you want to be when you grow up?" since she was in middle school. Law was a field for the people who had excelled in school, but didn't have the stomach for the world of medicine. She had briefly considered becoming an academic, but she wanted a bit more competition than the scholarly journals and research grants the world of universities provided. She enjoyed the puzzle of deconstructing contracts and precedents, but more than that, she liked winning. Even the work outside the courtroom felt in its own way like a boxing match of strategy and skill. "We should wrap things up," Chloe said from the other end of the table. Essie liked Chloe. She was soft-spoken and a little too amenable to the opinions of anyone louder than her, but she was smart and thoughtful. Maybe in another life they would have been friends. While Essie certainly wasn't the oldest in their class, the 3 or 4 year age gap between her and the majority of her classmates seemed to create an invisible divide between them that Essie had a hard time crossing. There was a difference between her classmates, who still celebrated the end of finals week by staying out drinking until early the next morning, and herself, whose last finals week had been celebrated with a movie on the couch where she had fallen asleep before the credits rolled. "We haven't even started on the 4th case," said Jack, the man sitting next to her. "If you hadn't needed to double-etch check every reference for the first 3 cases, maybe we could have gotten through all of them," Essie said, punctuating her sentence with a firm close of her laptop bag. The others at the table let out a low laugh. Jack had insisted on verifying every single reference that anyone else at the table had used, doubling how long it took to get through everything. Essie usually wouldn't have minded the delay. She enjoyed spending long evenings in the law library, checking over every detail until she was sure she was correct. She liked the frantic buzz of the students, eager to complete their papers and readings. It was one of her favorite things about law school, the feeling of being a part of something larger than herself. Everyone around her also working toward a similar goal. But now, as tempting as the libraries, wooden tables, and hushed rooms were, she was looking forward to being home. She hadn't imagined she would love their house as much as she did, but there was something about the old house and its slow shape shift into something new that made it hard for Essie to peel herself away for too long. "We can finish up Thursday night. Does the same time work for everyone?" Essie asked as she packed up her things. Jack still mumbling something under his breath. Her phone buzzed in her hand as she stepped out of the library and into the parking lot. The first of the streetlights just starting to turn on. "Still coming?" the message from her husband flashed across the screen. As he pushed the door open, the buzz of voices and music played too loud flooded out onto the street. The bar felt familiar. The smell of stale alcohol and warm bodies the same in every place she'd ever lived. She searched the room for only a moment before her eyes landed on Sanjay. His head was turned away from her, but she could see his hands gesturing over the back of the booth as he told one story or another. Sanjay was always at the center of things. He thrived with an audience. His hands moved wildly, and then the table burst into laughter. A few of their friends, mostly people from Sanjay's office, were situated across the table from him. Essie watched them for a moment before anyone noticed her. Kelsey, a woman who worked at the front desk in Sanjay's office, noticed Essie standing in the doorway and waved for her to come join them. Essie forced a smile and walked over to the table. Kelsey slid over and patted the booth next to her. "Essie," she said, her voice rising a few levels to be heard over the conversation at the bar. "How have you been? Sanjay's been telling us all about the new house. It sounds gorgeous. When you've settled in, you should have us all over for drinks." Kelsey made Essie nervous. It wasn't as if Kelsey had ever done anything wrong. In fact, Kelsey had always been nice to Essie, pulling her into conversations and asking her questions about her classes. But Essie never quite felt she knew how to reciprocate this kind of unearned friendship. She wasn't great at offering compliments and making small talk. So instead, she answered Kelsey's questions with what she hoped was a friendly smile until Kelsey got sucked back into the boisterous conversation at the other end of the table. It might be a while before that happens. Essie said, "There's a lot of work that needs doing before we'll be ready to host. We don't even have any furniture." As he had caught herself more than once this week, scrolling through home decor websites, looking at bed frames and bookshelves, instead of reading through her classwork. She had never cared much about the design of their other places. But now she found herself preoccupied by drawer pulls and grout colors, wanting each and every detail to match the vision she had for their home. Sanjay turned and flashed a smile at Essie before speaking to Kelsey. "We were thinking of having a painting party sometime in the next couple of weeks. Spend a couple hours painting, and then we'll treat you to pizza and beer." Although that sentence had started with a way, Essie had not heard this plan before, but it wasn't unexpected. Sanjay was the kind of guy who wanted to turn everything into a party, and she wasn't going to complain if they got some help with the painting. This past week, they'd had the floors of the downstairs refinished, a process that had sent them to a hotel for a night because of the fumes. They had started pulling down pieces of molding and peeling wallpaper. Their framed matchbook had been temporarily moved back to its box. The walls were already covered in swatches of paint in various shades of white. She was looking forward to the day when she wasn't picking any sort of construction materials from under her fingernails. "You're not going to trick me into painting your living room by sticking the word party after painting," Kelsey said across the table. A smile tilted in Sanjay's direction. Sanjay was good at getting people to go along with whatever he wanted to do. Essie was positive that he didn't even realize it most of the time, but he was the kind of guy you wanted to help. He would happily be the first one to help you paint your living room, even if you didn't include the word party after the word painting. He had always been that way as long as Essie had known him. She had first met Sanjay in her sophomore year of high school in her U.S. history class. According to Sanjay, they had met earlier, but U.S. history was the first time that Essie had taken note of him. She hadn't noticed, but his eyes had followed as she made notes on that first day, already in awe of her brain and her unabashed tenacity. Mr. Ambach had partnered them together for a project on Western expansion. Their project had been excellent. Essie wouldn't have had it any other way. Last she'd heard, Mr. Umbach was still using their project as an example. Sanjay was an above-average partner for the project. He worked diligently on the pieces she assigned to him, without complaint. He was easygoing and was far too kind to her, even though she didn't find much time to return that kindness. But that's not why she had fallen for him. The moment she had fallen for Sanjay was the day the projects were due. Their project was already tucked safely inside the classroom. Essie had dropped off the poster board, cut into the shape of a buffalo first thing in the morning. But at lunch, when she had gone to look for Sanjay so they could run through their presentation one more time, he was nowhere to be found. She finally spotted him in the library, bent over a table, cutting and taping little sheets of paper to a slightly beaten-up sheet of white poster board. Essie watched him for a while. He was sitting with another girl who Essie vaguely recognized from class. The girl passed sheets of paper to Sanjay as they spoke in hushed tones. She was clearly distressed. Her eyes were red. And when Essie looked closely, she noticed the girl's hands trembling. But if Essie was honest, she didn't have much sympathy for the girl. They had been given this project a week and a half ago. Sanjay looked up and his face broke into a broad smile when he spotted Essie a few yards away. He stepped back from the table and joined her where she stood in the doorway. "Why are you helping her?" Essie asked, when he was close enough that she could whisper without the possibility of being overheard. He shrugged. She needed help. Her partner isn't and didn't finish his part, so I helped her finish a few things. Ours is already done. "Do you know her?" she asked him. Essie hadn't ever seen them interact in class, but maybe she was missing something. Perhaps Sanjay knew her from somewhere else. "Not really, but she needed help, and I was here," Sanjay said. He smiled at Essie. Her arms were crossed, but at that moment she wanted to drop her hand and let her fingers brush against his. "We were supposed to practice our presentation again during lunch," she said. although the full force of her complaint was softened significantly by Sanjay's undeniable kindness. Essie would have never thought to help the girl. In fact, she probably would have relished a little less competition when it came to grades. I am pretty sure I could recite the presentation in my sleep. I've started having nightmares about the Louisiana Purchase, he said. Essie couldn't help the giggle that broke free from her lips. Sanjay smiled, a dimple popping up on his left cheek. Fine, she said. She tried to ignore the blush that had sprung up on her cheeks at the sight of that dimple. I'll see you in class then. And then she huffed out of the library. Soon enough, Sanjay and Essie were eating lunch together every day. And then he asked her to homecoming, and one thing led to another. Almost a decade later, they invited Mr. Umbach to their wedding. You know that Sanjay and I will be the first people to help paint your living room if you ever buy a house, Essie said, trying to adopt a tone similar to Kelsey's practiced cheer. She reached across the table to steal a swig from Sanjay's beer. He smiled at her as she slid the bottle across the table. The conversation shifted to a project at work. Essie recognized some of the names from Sanjay mentioning them at home, but most of it went over her head. She tried to follow the threads, clinging to names and places as they wowed through whatever they were talking about. She was so absorbed that when something brushed her hand, she flinched. Sanjay caught her eyes, sliding his hand over her fingers and giving them a little squeeze. "Love you," he mouthed from across the table. She returned the brief gesture before he slipped back into the conversation, as he wasn't quite sure what they were talking about. But Sanjay's musical voice carried the conversation for both of them, allowing her to relax into the vinyl booth and just listen. The evening ended before it got too late. Logan and Jessica had to get home to the kids. The rest of them slid out of the booth, mumbling a collective complaint about having to work the next day. They filed into the chilly night air. There were a few hugs, and the group started to break off. Sanjay was a few steps ahead of her, talking with Jason. He swayed a bit as they walked. A couple beers made his arms hang a little loose by his sides. The hem of his shirt had come untucked from his trousers. She smirked at the slight imperfection and caught up with him. He slung an arm around her waist and kissed the top of her head. "That was fun," he said low enough so only she could hear it. In that moment, she forgot about everything she had to do this week. She forgot about the walls that needed painting and the boxes that still needed unpacking. The house, even in its current state of chaos, felt like a safe haven. She let herself be swept into gratitude for the sweetness of their life together. She hummed in agreement. "Let's go home." 6. Isabel. Every time I left my house, I searched for Anna in the crowds, looking for the familiar sway of her step, or the voice that reminded me of summer rainstorms. But it wasn't until the Sunday, 2 weeks after she was married, that I finally saw Anna again. She and her new husband didn't live far. Their new home was in town, just down the road from his parents' butcher shop. It was only a 20-minute walk from my house, but my mother insisted I could not just show up on their doorstep uninvited, especially since they were newly married. My days were long, and my mother always seemed to find another chore for me to complete the moment I had finished the first, so I couldn't spare the hours to visit with Anna. There was so much to do around her own house. As the summer wound to a close, my father worked outside, coaxing one last harvest out of our plants, while I helped my mother with the jams. The edges of my fingernails stained a deep pink. The fruit seemed bitter this year without Anna to sweeten it. Missing her felt like a physical ache. Last year, I had badly sprained my ankle, and I hadn't been able to properly walk on it for weeks. Going 2 weeks without seeing Anna felt worse. 2 Sundays after her wedding, I spotted her across the church, her hair pinned back into a low twist. She was sitting next to Lucas, his arm pressed against hers in a way that felt too familiar for a man she had barely known a month ago. As my family settled into our usual pew, she turned, eyes finding mine, without needing to search. Her smile held a hint of relief, like she was worried I might not be here today. She should have known better. My family was always late. My sisters liked to stroll slowly, stopping frequently to pick flowers and ask questions that had no answer. Music started and everyone stood, blocking my view of her, but I could feel her on the other side of the room. It was comforting to have her so close. My mother leaned down and whispered in my ear as the priest passed our pew. "She looks well. I think marriage suits her." I don't think I've ever heard her mentioning singleness suiting someone well. From the time I was a child, old enough to understand that one day I would become an adult, I had always dreaded the prospect of getting married. I had never understood why I should have to leave everything I had known to tie my life to a stranger. I think my mother hoped that Anna's wedding would convince me that marriage wasn't such a horrible fate. But instead, it had only turned marriage from a misty, unknown future to something very real that loomed 2 steps behind me. The service felt like it took ages to come to its conclusion, but eventually we poured out of church and down the front steps. A flood of bodies, all eager to leave the stuffy room and be in the sunlight again. I lost Anna somewhere in the crowds, and I was beginning to worry that she had left when an arm wrapped around my waist. I didn't need to see her to know it was Anna, as she pulled me into an embrace. I would sooner have forgotten the sound of my own name before I forgot how it felt to be wrapped in her arms. "I missed you," she whispered, her lips next to my ear. I didn't have words to explain how deeply I had felt her absence, though I held her tighter. I'm not sure we would have ever let go of each other, except her mother's voice cut between us. "You girls act like you haven't seen each other in years," she said with a little laugh. Anna released me, taking a step back to where Lucas waited. It was clear that we weren't going to get a moment alone today. Maybe I was greedy to want to steal her away. I'm sure she was eager to see her family, but I wished I could speak to her without an audience. Instead, our families made polite conversation for a few minutes while Lucas's hand drifted to her back, and then it was over, and she was gone again. "Dear Anna, I wish I could send you the sounds from home, bottle them up for you, so at night when your house is too quiet, you could tiptoe out of bed and pull the bottle from some secret spot, crack the lid, just the smallest sliver, and let whispered conversation and laughter slip out. Things are quieter here without you around. Don't forget that you belong to yourself. He does not know all your body's secrets. Has he heard the soft pop in your shoulder when you stretch your arms over your head first thing in the morning? Has he memorized the way your nose wrinkles when you smile? Genuinely smile with 3 creases on the left and 4 on the right. Does he know how your lips swell and get softer when you cry? Do not give yourself over to him, so that you lose your soft places to his hard edges, as long as you don't forget that you belong to only yourself He cannot possess all of you. I miss you. I know you have more to miss than me, but I can't help the ache behind my breastbone. At least 15 times a day, I have the thought that I should run over to your house and tell you something mundane. I miss telling you the little things that feel too silly to write in these letters. I hope you are well. I want to see your new home. My mother says it would be rude to come over uninvited, so you should invite me to dinner. I promise to be on my best behavior. Love, Isabel. 7. Essie. Essie woke before her alarm, as she did most mornings. Sanjay was still asleep on the mattress next to her. His hand was tucked under his cheek, and a sliver of morning light slashed across his forehead. The mattress on the floor was a temporary solution, until they found a bed for their new room. But she found that she didn't mind it as much as she'd anticipated. It was strangely romantic to be camped out in their new home, building a world together from scratch. Essie made her way to the bathroom to assess her current state. She had turned 29 over the summer, and yesterday she had caught a stray gray hair in the sunlight of the car. Her body's lines had begun to curve and soften slightly with wear. She traced the faint creases around her mouth that she hoped spoke to her smiling more than she frowned in the bathroom mirror. She didn't mind getting older, but it was strange to watch her body change without her consent. She had showered last night, but hadn't been bothered to blow dry her hair. After a whole night of sleeping on it wet, it had dried into a mess. The left side was pressed flat against her head, while the right side frizzed away from her scalp in crazed tendrils. She scraped it back into a low bun and put on her usual minimal makeup before making her way to the closet. The light in their bedroom was a strange beige as it filtered through the papers they had taped up over their windows. The room was lined with boxes not yet unpacked. Essie's boxes were scattered across the far side of the room, the sleeves of sweaters and scraps of lace leaking over the sides. She riffled through one to find underwear, before pulling a navy suit out of the closet. She trotted down the stairs, her suit pants swishing over her bare feet, and headed into the kitchen to start the coffee machine. She added a few glasses that had been abandoned to the dishwasher while the coffee brewed. She glanced around the kitchen and over into the dining room, looking for any other dishes that might have been forgotten. The table and chairs were in a different spot than they had been when she went to bed last night. She had left her tote bag tucked into one of the chairs when they got home, and it was sitting on the same chair, but the whole set had been shifted 6 inches to the right. She wasn't sure what would have possessed Sanjay to move it, but she shoved it back into place with her hip, while she waited for the coffee pot to finish brewing. She was making herself a cup of coffee at the kitchen counter when Sanjay rounded the corner. "Good morning," he said. He was still dressed in flannel pajama bottoms and a t-shirt. He leaned against the counter and watched her. He liked watching her in these mundane moments as she repeated the same routine she did every morning with precision and care. He was the dreamer in their marriage, but she was his heartbeat, the UNFL flagging rhythm by which he lived his life. Morning. Essie returned. She didn't stop moving. Mornings had never been her favorite time of day. Sanjay was both a morning person and a night person. She could wake him from a dead sleep, and he would be smiling before his eyes even opened. Essie needed time for her brain's gears to click into place, relishing the quiet before her day started. She gave him a kiss on the cheek with her travel mug in hand as she headed toward the front door. Hey! Sanjay stopped her, grabbing her wrist. His fingers played with the bracelet she wore there. A gift he had gotten her on their second wedding anniversary. What time are you going to be home tonight? I'll be home before you. I'm skipping the legal clinic this afternoon because I have a doctor's appointment. She said Sanjay worked at an architecture firm downtown. His hours were regular, unless they had a major project to finish. Most nights, he was home by 6:30, except if he was on a particularly tight deadline. Essie's hours were a lot more irregular, often extended into the evening by study groups or late evenings at the law library. One of the reasons their relationship worked was their dual ambitions. Both were just as happy with 60-hour work weeks as they were with lazy Sundays stretched out in bed. Long past noon. "Doctor's appointment?" he asked, his brow furrowed. "Just a checkup," she said, pulling her wrist out of his hand. She gave him another goodbye kiss on the cheek and disappeared out the door. Essie left for her appointment straight from her afternoon lecture. She was missing clinic hours this afternoon. Even though she was scheduled to have more than enough hours to graduate in the spring, she hated missing it. She was always afraid that a big, exciting case would choose the day she was gone to walk in the clinic doors, and she would be overlooked. Even when nothing too exciting came across her desk, she enjoyed the simple work. Missing out, even for a few hours, always felt like a sacrifice. The wait wasn't long, and soon a nurse walked her back into a small exam room where she was greeted by a serene painting of a pond, surrounded by trees whose leaves were beginning to turn yellow. "I'm going to go through a few questions, the usual sort of stuff, and then the doctor will be back with you," the nurse said, pulling up a screen on the computer, while Essie situated herself on the crinkling paper of the exam table. Essie answered the questions without even thinking about them, until the nurse asked about the date of her last period. She couldn't quite remember. It was a week or two before they moved into the house, but she tracked those sorts of things in an app. So she pulled out her phone, and she froze as the calendar loaded, her finger hovering above the screen. "An estimation is fine if you aren't sure," the nurse assured her. Essie didn't respond. There was a red dot over today and the 5 days prior. She remembered getting the notification last week and tossing a few extra tampons in her bag. But her week had been busy, and she hadn't noticed that her period had never arrived. "Are you okay?" the nurse asked when Essie had said nothing, after another long moment. "I'm fine," Essie said, shaking her head and trying her best approximation of a smile. "My last period was July 25th through the 30th. I should have started my period this week." Essie thought about leaving out that final detail, but the pit in her stomach would have been there even if she hadn't said anything. "Okay, no worries," the nurse said, typing a few more things into the computer. "We'll go ahead and run a quick pregnancy test. You're only a few days late at this point. It could be caused by stress or any number of lifestyle changes." "I'm on the pill," Essie said. This was not new information. Essie had already mentioned this in the jumble of other questions, but she hoped the words would offer some level of protection. "We just want to rule it out." The nurse ran through a few more questions before pulling a plastic cup from one of the cabinets and directing Essie to the bathroom. Essie followed the instructions and left the cup on the counter before sitting back on the exam table. This had happened once before during her first year of law school around Christmas time. She had missed her period and sent Sanjay racing to the drugstore. He had sat with her in the bathroom as they both stared at the test, waiting for a second line to materialize. "It's going to be fine," he assured her. "You're careful." And she was careful. She took her birth control at 7:30 every morning. It was the last thing she did before she headed out the door. She would fill her water bottle and then take a swig to wash down the tiny pill. Even on the weekend, when she was blurry-eyed at 7:30, she would wander downstairs and place the pink dot on her tongue, then wash it down with a mouthful of water before returning to bed with a mug of coffee in each hand. One for her and one for Sanjay. But she knew it didn't matter how careful she was. There was always a chance. When the timer went off after 2 minutes, there was still only one pink line. She wasn't pregnant. She took another test every day that week, and all of them were negative. It wasn't until the 5th test that she felt like she could breathe again, assured that her body hadn't changed her life plans. A doctor knocked on the door and let herself in without waiting for a response. She washed her hands in the sink while making pleasant small talk about the weather starting to feel like fall before she settled into a stool across from Essie. The stool's wheels squeak-caked as they rolled across the linoleum floor of the office. "So, we did go ahead and run a quick pregnancy test." The doctor started as he pulled her gaze up from the bottom of the door, where nurses' laughter slipped in from the front office. She knew what the doctor's words would be. She knew she had made a mistake somehow. Maybe she had forgotten to take her pill, and then forgotten she'd forgotten. Everything had been so stressful with the move and the new semester starting. It would have been easy to forget for just one day. That was all it would take. One day where she was distracted by unpacking the cups in the kitchen, or noticing a chip in the paint that she could only see in the morning light. "Your pregnancy test came back positive," the doctor said. Even though Essie had predicted the words seconds before they had come out of the doctor's mouth, it was still shocking to hear them. She let them roll through her head, cutting their imprint on every part of her. She was in her last year of law school. But it wasn't only that. This wasn't an issue of poor timing. It was an issue of never. She never wanted kids. Not now. Not ever. All her focus went to her womb, where the little traitor had snuggled itself into a body that didn't belong to it. Womb. Even thinking the word made her stomach roll. She didn't know much about being pregnant. She never thought she would need to know. Did it have a heartbeat yet? She had seen those silly pregnancy apps that compared your fetus to fruit. Was it the size of a pomegranate seed? A grape? She wished she could feign disbelief, ask the doctor to explain herself. Pee on another stick and another until one of them told her what she wanted to hear. But Essie knew it was true. Little pieces of the last few weeks came back in flashes. She had been tired all the time, heading up to bed before 9. That headache that had bothered her all day Saturday. The smell of their trash had made her sick yesterday morning, even though Sanjay swore he couldn't smell a thing. It was impossible, but it was true. Essie had 10 fingers and 10 toes, and a tiny clump of cells inside her that would grow into a person if she let it. Essie hadn't spoken. She couldn't. "You have options," the doctor said, sliding over a handful of brochures. Essie was surprised that they still used these paper pamphlets. It seemed ridiculous that they were paper. Shouldn't there be an app for this? A nervous giggle escaped from her lips, and she finally met the doctor's eyes again. She recognized the expression as disinterested pity. It was the same look she gave to clients at the clinic whose cases were tragic, but not hopeful. The kind of look that put up a pane of glass between their tragedy and her life, as he smoothed her face into a serene smile. "Thank you. I'll need to discuss it with my husband." She spoke the word husband with crisp acidity as a reminder to the doctor. She was not some teenager getting pregnant from a romp between algebra and chemistry. She was not some woman alone wondering how she would feed the mouth growing inside her. She didn't require pity. She was married. They had a house. She would be a lawyer. Her husband was an architect. They would fix this. "Of course," the doctor said. The doctor talked through Essie's options for a few minutes, as Essie nodded and pretended to listen. "We can proceed with the exam, as planned, or reschedule." "I know that was a lot of information to process," the doctor said once she finished her explanations. Essie had completely forgotten that she had come in today for her yearly trip to the gynecologist. "I'd rather reschedule, if that's all right," Essie said. She was desperate to be back in her new house, regardless of its lack of furniture. Her skin felt too tight. She wanted to step out of her body and slip into the comfort of her bed and hide for a while. But this wasn't the sort of problem that she could slice away with rationality or ignore until she figured out the perfect solution. It was inescapable, growing inside of her and changing her already. 8. Anna. Dear Isabel, don't worry, Izzy. Only you know my secrets and edges, perhaps better than I do. I believe you are the only one who has bothered to count the wrinkles on my nose. I had never noticed they were lopsided. It made me think of all your little secret dots and marks. I thought of writing them down, but they seemed too precious to share, even with this sheet of paper. But if I were creating my own world, I would map the stars to match the freckles on your shoulders. I visited Lucas's parents this weekend. I had met them before, of course, but it was different being in their home. I was expected to be family, even though I don't know them. I don't know which of their smiles are real and which are warnings. I don't know whether to tease his little sister or feed her with praises. I don't know which chair should be mine at the table yet. They are already talking of grandchildren. You must come to dinner sometime soon, perhaps next week. Nothing would bring me more joy. Love, Anna. P.S. Please tell me the little things. I miss hearing them. 9. Essie. Essie pulled out her phone the moment she closed the car door. Her hand shook as she swiped away notifications and waited for the person on the other end to pick up. "Mom," Essie said, her voice cracking. She wasn't someone who called their mother any time something went wrong. As an only child to an essentially single mother, she had always been precocious, only turning to her mother for help when absolutely necessary. Sometimes, when she told people this, they assumed Essie had been left to raise herself. They imagined a child balanced precariously on a stepladder, stirring a pot that was bubbling over, hissing as it hit the stovetop, while the rest of the house lay in shambles around her. But Essie had been well cared for by her mother when she was home, and by her grandmother, June, when her mother was working at the hospital. She had more attention lavished on her than any child could have hoped to have. She was driven back and forth to piano lessons and sat on the counter licking the spatula while her grandmother made cookies on rainy afternoons. She had more than one memory of her mother, Kelly, helping her through her math homework, fresh from the hospital, smelling of antiseptic. She hadn't been forced to endure childhood alone. But still, Essie was careful. Kelly was a brilliant surgeon who was notoriously blunt and opinionated, but under it all, she was fragile. Essie had watched as grief melted over her mother, like a thin film, irrevocably changing every aspect of her. Kelly had lost Essie's father, her great love, when Essie was less than a year old. He had been a few years older than her, already done with his MBA, and a few years into his investment banking job when they met. She was enjoying her last summer before she started medical school. She hadn't been looking for anything serious. Really, she hadn't been looking for anything at all. But I knew on that very first night, her mother always told this part of the story exactly the same. That he belonged to me, that we belonged together. I couldn't imagine what my future would look like without him in it. They were married less than a year. After that, they stayed in Boston while Kelly finished medical school. And when she accepted a position in a residency program in Colorado, he went along. Less than 2 years after that, the man she had fallen in love with was gone. Kelly had never quite healed from that loss. Her mother's voice came through the phone with more evenness than he expected. She could imagine her mother's eyes closing in exasperation. What happened? Her mother wasn't one to panic. She never had been. She was a surgeon. Unflappable calm was necessary for her line of work. Panicking meant people died. "Mom," Essie repeated. Her voice sounded foreign as it bounced back to her inside the car, as if she had already become someone unrecognizable, even to herself. "I'm pregnant." It was different to hear those words coming out of her own mouth rather than being told by the doctor. She lost the distance she'd had in the doctor's office, the small chance that perhaps those results were meant for someone else. The words felt like an admission of guilt. She had claimed this fate for herself. Her fingers trailed their way across her stomach until her palm laid flat below her belly button, stroking the fabric of her blouse, sliding over her skin. She wasn't sure if it was a gesture meant to soothe herself or the thing growing inside her. The one maternal gesture she could share with this little bundle of cells that was part her and part Sanjay. Essie's fear felt out of place in the bright afternoon light of the parking lot. Other people went in and out of the office, completely ignorant to her life shifting below her feet. "Oh, honey," said her mother. Essie waited for her mother to say more. She wanted her mother to be prepared with solutions to fix this somehow, or at the very least, instructions on what came next. "Mom, what am I going to do?" Essie said. She wiped away the tears that threatened the mascara on her lower lash line with the sleeve of her jacket. She regretted the move immediately, already adding, "Take this jacket to the dry cleaners to her to-do list." "You know I can't tell you that," her mom said. The line went quiet. "I'm almost done with school." I waited while Sanjay finished his program, and it was supposed to be my turn, my time. I'm supposed to take the bar in July, not give birth. I didn't want kids. "It was never part of the plan," Essie said. Her breath caught again in her throat. She felt like she was going to be sick. "Are you trying to convince yourself or me?" asked her mom. "I don't know." It was the truest thing Essie had said all day. Essie, the girl with the intricately planned out strategies and next steps and solutions, had no idea what she was supposed to do next. She had a plan A and a plan B through F. But she didn't have a plan for this. It wasn't supposed to happen. She had done everything right. She had followed the rules. You're an adult. You know Sanjay will support you in whatever you decide. He's a good man. He'll be a good dad if you want him to be. As her mom said it, images flashed across Essie's mind. Sanjay cooping over a crib in the bedroom that was supposed to be a guest room. Sanjay holding the hand of a girl in a princess dress, their eyes the same shade of brown. Sanjay standing next to a little girl with a pink helmet and lopsided pigtails, holding on to the back of her bike seat until he wasn't anymore. I know he will, Essie said. She wasn't sure which part she was responding to. All of it was true. What are you thinking? Asked her mom. I don't know. I'm still in the parking lot of the doctor's office. I haven't decided anything yet. I need to talk to Sanjay and think about it, she said. But the weight of the decision was already settling into her body because it didn't feel like a choice. As soon as the doctor had told her the results of her test before that, even the moment she realized she had missed her period, she knew what the inevitable conclusion to her story would be. As he had tried to consider the other options as her doctor talked through them, but as soon as the option of ending this pregnancy was brought up, she felt a knowing pit of dread in her stomach. Something inside her whispered that this little thing belonged with her. She knew in that moment that she had already made the choice. She was going to have a baby. She would become a mother, no matter how ill-equipped she was for the role. That was why she had called her own mother. She'd wanted her mother to talk her out of it, to give her the clinical realism that would convince Essie to think about this decision rationally. She'd wanted her mother to remind her about her future and tell her to make a different choice. Okay. Her mom's voice was even and sure, but Essie wanted more, needed more from her. The line went quiet for a minute. Mom. Yeah, baby. I feel like I know her already, as he said, recognizing how ridiculous the words sounded as they slipped out. I know that's crazy, but I can already picture this little thing with Sanjay's dimples. Essie didn't know what to say next, and she trailed off. She couldn't shake the image of a smiling baby with dimples and a swirl of dark hair. It didn't feel as though she had conjured it herself. It was more like a forgotten memory, less malleable than something she imagined should have been. A breathy laugh came through the phone from her mother. You and Sanjay would make a cute baby. As he smiled, her fingers crawling across her stomach again, her mother continued, I know it isn't that simple, but you could do it if you wanted. I have faith in the two of you. When I found out I was pregnant with you, I was completely terrified. It was a bad time for me, too. I was in my second year of residency. I didn't know how we could possibly do it, but I loved you so fiercely from the moment I knew you existed. I didn't understand why or how, but I knew you belonged with me. It was the best choice I've ever made. I love medicine, and I'm so grateful I've gotten to spend so long practicing. But watching you grow up and getting to be your mom was better than all of that. Essie didn't speak for a moment. She listened to her mother's breathing on the other end of the phone, a reminder that she wasn't alone in this. Kelly had never even asked if they were planning on having children. She would have never wanted to pressure Essie one way or the other. I feel like it's a girl, Essie said. I know it's a girl, her mom said. There hasn't been a boy in one of our uteruses in generations since I don't know, since ever. I thought you didn't believe in all of Grandma's superstitions. Essie said her breathing had leveled back out and her tears had stopped. There's a difference between historical precedent and superstition. Her mom said, I'm not sure there is. Her mother laughed. I don't know, but I would be shocked if you're pregnant with a little boy. It seems impossible. We are a family of daughters. Fine. Not going to argue with you on semantics. This baby feels distinctly like a girl. As he said, if we're putting stock in historical precedent, should I worry about Sanjay? It was meant to be a silly question, to poke fun at the story she had been told by her grandmother since childhood. But as soon as the words left Essie's lips, she wished she could take them back. As if even by speaking them aloud, she gave them a little more power. Your dad isn't dead, so no historical precedent there. Her mom quickly responded. As he nodded, despite the fact her mother couldn't see her, she wanted to believe Kelly. She had never put stock in those superstitions before, but now she was pregnant. The thought of having to go through whatever came next without her husband. She wouldn't allow herself to finish whatever tragic story her mind wanted to spin. Nothing is going to happen to Sanjay, her mother said, assuring her as if able to read her mind. The conversation continued for a few more minutes, but the pit in her stomach wouldn't entirely fade. She could feel her world tilting on its axis as this thing grew inside her, cells multiplying even now. 10. Isabel. Even though I had suspected I was going to be engaged before the winter was over, I had retained a small slice of hope that my parents might not force me into a life that was sure to lead to unhappiness. I didn't blame them. They didn't have much choice. I was the eldest of 3 sisters. They could not afford to leave us unwed. They were at least kind when they told me. My father and mother waited until my sisters were in bed before sitting down next to me in front of the fire. Isabel, my father said. I knew then, in that single word, what they were going to tell me. I straightened my spine and fixed a smile on my face as they told me about the man I would marry in just a few weeks' time. That night, as I lay in bed, the darkness whispered my worst fears back to me, and I finally let the tears leak out of my eyes. I let myself mourn for the life I could have had, if only things had been a little different. In the morning, I wrote a letter to Anna. I was sure news of my engagement would reach her faster than my letter did, but I wanted her to hear the words from me. I didn't tell her about the weeping. She was married and bore it well. I didn't need to worry her with passing tears. Dear Anna, I'm certain you've heard by now, but I am engaged to be married. He is handsome and seems kind. He lives in the town over. We are to be married in 3 weeks in the church in his town. It was sudden, but not unexpected. I thought I would be sadder about it. I imagined myself crying so hard that the water would seep under the door of my bedroom, my slippers riding on the current. I thought I would be so heartbroken that I would be bedridden for weeks, my chest turning purple and blue with the pain of it. But when I was told, I just nodded and went to bed. And that's not to say I am excited about the prospect, but I know now that I will not forget for a moment that I am not a gift. I am not a thing that can be given. I can give parts of myself, and I'm sure I will, but I will not give all of myself. I will not let myself be reduced to a belonging. I am not a thing. I am not a pet. I cannot be owned. I will not be his. Please don't let me forget. If I were creating my own world, I don't know if I would let anyone else in. Can you imagine a world with just us? We could spend our days watching the sky change above us. your hand and mine as the clouds move across the endless blue. Your fingers tracing the creases in my palms as the first whispers of pink cut across the sky. My lips on each of your knuckles as the sky turns a deep blue and then black. And then we wouldn't have to worry about forgetting. Love, Isabel. 11. Essie. The whole neighborhood felt oddly empty when Essie returned to it. Her house seemed frozen in the stillness of early afternoon. She slipped off her shoes and padded through the living room barefoot. She had only been alone in the house a handful of times, and it felt as if she were an intruder in the quiet. There were cans of paint tucked into corners. The space was empty of furniture. She added items to her to-do list. The couch they had ordered would be arriving next week. They should have a rug down before then. She would ask Sanjay about it when he got home. For a moment, she forgot about the little thing inside her growing. It seemed impossible that she should be able to forget this thing that was a part of her. Almost as foolish as being surprised by the existence of her own kneecap. The rug would have to wait. They would have a more important topic to discuss tonight. She abandoned her things on a chair. This tiny bistro table and matching chairs had followed her from her first apartment in college, a small studio a few blocks from campus. When Sanjay had come into town on his fall break, she had served him a strange avocado pasta dish alongside a glass of cheap wine with a twist-off cap at that table. It was the first time she had attempted to make anything more complex than scrambled eggs or microwave popcorn in that kitchen. He later admitted he thought it was vile, but he ate every bite. The table had followed them to New York for Sanjay's graduate program, in the one-bedroom house tucked into the end of the street. Sanjay had taken over all the cooking at that point, claiming that Essie's cooking always turned out half-edible at best, but she would keep him company, sitting at the little table, running flashcards with him while he chopped. It had followed them to the basement apartment they had rented for 2 years while they saved up their down payment. There hadn't been room for Essie to have a real desk in that place. So she had spent long nights at the table working on homework until her eyes burned, and Sanjay convinced her it was time to come to bed. And now it was in their house, its spindly legs feeling entirely out of place against the dark woods of the outdated kitchen. A high chair wouldn't fit at this table. They had been planning on getting a new table anyway, so it wasn't like it mattered. This tiny thing with only 2 chairs was swallowed by the large dining room. They would need something that matched the scale of this space. It wasn't top of the list. And Essie smiled absent-mindedly as she thought of the house filling up with all the other things Sanjay had planned. The scene changing in fast motion in front of her, the cabinets changing color, the floor covered in patterned rugs, new appliances, a new light fixture. And all the while, this table sat in the corner, unchanging. As absurd as it looked in this space, she liked the idea of its continuity, the perseverance of something that had been bought to be temporary. But they wouldn't be able to keep it. They'd need something bigger than this table for 2. She looked down at the table and realized it had been moved again, shoved a foot closer to the wall than it had been when she left home. Sanjay must have shifted it, although she couldn't fathom why. It was so close to the wall on the left side that she couldn't pull out the chair all the way. She moved it back to its rightful place. After unloading her bag and promising to return quickly, to hopefully get through the bulk of her work before Sanjay got home, she headed upstairs. She had every intention of going straight to her bedroom and slipping on leggings before coming back down. But at the top of the stairs, she made a right turn instead of a left. She walked into the empty room they had intended to use as the guest room. The room was dim, the afternoon light mostly blocked by the house next door and their densely packed spruce tree. A chill shot up Essie's arm. It felt colder in here, the shadows seeming to creep toward her. She had only come in here a handful of times in the weeks since they had moved in. Maybe it was the lack of light, but this room felt creepier than the rest of the house. The closet was in the darkest corner, the door hanging open a few inches. The hairs on the back of her neck rose the moment she turned her back on the room. It felt like someone was watching her. She pulled open the door quickly, as if she might surprise whatever lay inside. The hinges moaned at the sharp movement, cutting through the silence and stillness of the afternoon. The closet was empty, but Essie's eyes didn't linger on the bare shelves, instead darting to the hallway, waiting for someone to appear and lecture her about disturbing the house. As he shook off the feeling and turned back toward the room. The wallpaper was dated and peeling in places. It had the same wood floors as their bedroom. She tried to imagine it as a baby's room, a fresh coat of paint, a crib in the corner, a rocking chair under the window, something soft for under their feet. She couldn't picture it. She tried imagining things a little differently. The walls a pale yellow instead of a pastel pink, a white painted crib instead of a wooden one. But as soon as she conjured the images in her head, they slipped away, replaced by that creeping cold and the deep shadows that plagued this room. A loud bang reverberated from the hallway. Essie jumped at the sound. "Sanjay!" she called out. She knew it wasn't him. He wasn't supposed to be home for at least a couple of hours. The only sound that bounced back to her was the sound of her own breath. Suddenly, too loud and too big for the quiet old house. She took 2 steps forward, the wood floors moaning. She leaned out into the hallway and waited for another sound. This house wasn't likely to keep secrets. The old wooden floors creaked and protested unless you knew exactly where to step, a code that Essie had yet to fully uncover. Her breath was shallow as she continued her slow, careful steps into the hallway, her toes kissing the floor silently before she shifted her weight. "No one else is in the house," Essie said to herself in the barest whisper. "No one is here." But still, she moved with caution. She listened for whoever might be lurking around the corner. She knew the doors were locked. The house was quiet. She started to breathe normally again, almost convinced she had imagined the whole thing. She turned back toward the empty room, trying again to imagine it as a baby's nursery. The sound came again, echoing even louder around the house. This time, Essie was sure she hadn't imagined it. She shrieked, curling down around herself, knees bent and back hunched, instinct telling her to protect the little thing growing at her core, no matter the cost. She froze for a moment in a half-crouch, bracing for another loud noise before turning her head to peer down the hall. This time, she could see what was causing the sound. The door to her future office bounced open, the doorknob banging against the wall behind it. "Hello?" Essie said, moving toward the door. She could see most of the room from where she was standing. It was empty. There was no way that anyone could have wrenched open the door and disappeared in that same instant. She crossed the last few feet of wooden floors that separated her from the bedroom. The moment she stepped into the room, she felt warmer. Sunlight streamed in from the window, and Essie stood in the square of afternoon light. She closed her eyes and let the light wash over her. Essie loved this part of the house. Sanjay had fallen in love with the house the moment he had walked in the front door, but Essie had fallen in love with the place here. This space, as empty and run down as the rest of the house, immediately transformed on that day. The realtor disappeared. Her loud exposition about the floors and the windows faded out. The room changed in Essie's head. Bookshelves lined the walls, and a big heavy wooden desk appeared in the center of the room. But today, standing in her home alone, when she imagined this room, she couldn't picture the big wooden desk and bookshelves lining the walls. Instead, there was a fluffy rug on the floor and a white crib. The walls were painted a shade of pink, so pale it almost looked white. All the air in her lungs left in a little puff, catching at the back of her throat, trying to hold on. This wasn't supposed to be her life. She had never imagined herself bent over a crib, smiling at a baby with her husband's dimples. She had different dreams. She imagined herself walking across the stage at her law school graduation, becoming a partner at a law firm, taking a ridiculously expensive, not at all child-friendly vacation to somewhere like the French Alps. She hadn't even realized she was doing it. But as she thought about the life she was no longer going to get to live, her hand slid across her stomach. A flash of anger hit her. She hadn't done anything to deserve this. There were people out there who wanted desperately to have children. She knew that there were couples who tried for years, injecting themselves with hormones and going through surgeries. And here she was, pregnant despite every effort not to be. It was a cruel fate to be betrayed by her own body. Her palm pressed into the not yet stretched skin as she imagined the little thing nestled inside of her. It wasn't its fault. Her daughter hadn't gotten to pick the mother she would grow inside. Even before her eyes opened again, she knew that this room was no longer hers. Maybe it had never been hers. She melted down onto the floor, lying flat, eyes staring up at the water-stained ceiling. She thought too late about the dirt on the floor, and how it was now likely covering her pants. Add those to the dry cleaning list, too. This little thing, this thing without eyes or fingernails or kneecaps, was already robbing her, stealing so subtly that to everyone else it would look like a gift. But Essie knew it was theft. A gift implies choice. She didn't have a choice. She was going to watch her life be slowly pulled from her fingers, one whisper at a time. And the worst part about it was Essie knew, even now, that someday soon she too would forget that distinction. 12. Anna. Dear Isabel, don't worry if you forget. You will never belong entirely to him because I already have so many pieces of you. I have the piece of you that is terrified of the mean old rooster. I know you pretend you aren't, but I've seen the way you run from him when you think you're alone. I keep that piece of you under my kneecap. I have the piece of you that sings along to the church bells under your breath every time you hear them. Your echo is a prayer of its own. I keep that piece of you tucked inside my popping shoulder. I have the piece of you that lies back in the grass and sighs like there is nothing better than sunlight on your skin and eyelashes fluttering against your cheek. I keep that piece of you slipped under my tongue. I will hold on to these little pieces of you. And if you forget, if you lose yourself to his hard edges, I will plant them under your skin and help them grow again until your body is covered in the ivy of who you are without him. And you, Isabel, have so many little pieces of me. Keep them safe. Keep them safe. Love, Anna, 13. Essie. The dark chill of the spare bedroom seemed to follow Essie downstairs as the sun set behind the mountains, rolling down the steps like fog, chasing away the warmth of the empty house. Essie turned on the dining room light when the evening had grown too blue to illuminate the papers in front of her. The light protested, flickering for a few moments before settling into a steady glow, barely beating back the shadows that lurked just outside the doorway. The darkness felt thick, like if Essie were to reach into it, she might be able to grab a handful, or perhaps it might grab her instead. Her phone buzzed as she sat hunched over the kitchen table, poring over the readings, car doors closing up and down the street as people arrived home. She ignored the glowing screen for a moment, pretending that she was too absorbed in her reading to be disturbed. The message was from Sanjay. He was on his way home and wanted to know if she wanted him to pick up dinner. It hit her again that he didn't know that she was pregnant. She had known for hours at this point. She had run through all the options again and again. She played out how this would look 10 years in the future and 50. And he didn't know. He was getting in his car and turning on the radio without something multiplying inside him as he buckled his seatbelt. Sanjay would be home soon. She didn't know how she was going to tell him. She had seen women gifting their husbands baby onesies or hiding their pregnancy tests in wrapped boxes, but she didn't even have a paper that said it was true. She would have to tell him. Her words would have to bear the weight of this new future. She responded to his message. "Just come home. I need to talk to you." She knew it sounded ominous. He would be worried for the 15-minute drive. Part of her relished that he would get to taste a little bit of anxiety. She didn't want to be alone in that, in the not knowing, even if they were feeling it for different reasons. She closed her books and watched the dark living room through the doorway, waiting to hear his key in the lock. Part of her wanted to practice the words to feel how they would sound rolling out of her mouth. "I'm pregnant." She couldn't make her lip shape the letters. She couldn't get past the little puff of the P. She had already told her mother, so this wouldn't be the first time she said it aloud. But saying it to Sanjay would change things. The words belonged to him, too. She had always had an issue with couples who said they were pregnant, as if the man's uterus, too, were stretched with the imprint of 10 tiny toes. But at this moment, it made sense to her. The necessity of the way, the little thing growing inside her, was half him. She hoped that it had the piece of him that gave him his dimples and easy smiles. But inside she was growing another little creature that might have its father's tan skin and fingers that fit perfectly between Essie's own. She jumped when Sanjay's key turned in the lock, but she didn't move from her chair in the kitchen. She didn't think she could, even if she had wanted to. "Babe." Sanjay's voice called into the dark hall before his feet were even inside the front door, as he let her eyes closed, comforted by the familiar sound of his voice, even if it was tinged with notes of concern. If he was here, everything would be all right. "I'm in the kitchen," she responded a breath later. He skirted around the corner and tossed his bag off his shoulder as he spotted her. "Es, are you okay?" he asked, walking the length of the room to the tiny table in the corner. "Sit." She gestured toward the other seat. He settled there immediately, not letting his eyes leave her face. His forehead was folded over on itself in worry, and the yellowy glow of the kitchen light cast strange shadows along his cheekbones. "Are you leaving me?" he asked. It was mostly a joke, but there was a ribbon of fear underneath that made Essie laugh aloud. She shook her head. "Don't be ridiculous. No one else would even begin to be able to tolerate me." She reached across the table and grabbed his hand, his fingers sliding home between her own. He waited, watching her. "You know how I had that doctor's appointment today?" Her other hand reached out, smoothing the skin over his knuckles. She couldn't meet his eyes, and instead watched her own fingers moving over his. He didn't say anything, but she heard him swallow, and he nodded. The lights chose then to flicker again above their heads, the room going dark for the briefest moment. As he squeezed Sanjay's hand, grateful for the anchor to something familiar in the dark. As the light flickered back on, both her eyes went to the ceiling. "That happened earlier too," as he said, eyes still investigating the chandelier. "You think it's a wiring issue?" As Sanjay interrupted, his voice pulled taut as he gripped her hand harder. His eyes couldn't stay in one place, scanning over the planes of her face as if he could find whatever was wrong printed into her skin. She took in a deep breath and braced herself to voice the words that would irrevocably change the rest of both of their lives. "I'm pregnant." He exhaled, and relief washed over him. Okay, he said. He leaned across the little table and grabbed her chin, pulling her into a quick kiss. "Oh, you scared the out of me. I thought you were sick or something." She watched him as he processed, eyes scanning the ceiling as he nodded again and again. "You're pregnant?" He looked over at her, and she nodded. "Wow, pregnant. A baby." He whispered the last word, as if there were people around them that shouldn't yet hear. She shrugged. "If we want. It's early. We have options." Sanjay focused on her again. He brought her fingers to his lips and kissed the knuckle on her thumb, and then pressed the hand to his cheek. She could feel the stubble from the day tickling against her skin. "You know, I will be okay with whatever you want to do. If you want to have a baby, I will paint a bedroom yellow and build a crib. If you don't, I will drive you to the hospital and hold your hand." She didn't understand how he could be indifferent to something as big as this. But he swore year after year, every time she mentioned it, that he didn't care. He wanted her, and whatever she wanted. It had come up for the first time when they were in high school. They had the house to themselves, while Essie's mom was at the hospital, and they were lying in bed together. Sanjay's fingers trailing over Essie's spine as she curled against him, her head resting on his shoulder. Sanjay. He tilted his head down to look at her, his fingers pausing on her back. "I don't think I want kids." She wasn't exactly sure why in this moment of quiet vulnerability she had felt the need to make the confession, only that it had been something that had been weighing on her for weeks now. She was a girl. This was something she was supposed to want. Happy endings to love stories always included marriage and babies. And he was in love with her. They had been exchanging those words for months now. The 3 words tacked onto every phone call and whispered as they moved against each other in the dark. "Like ever?" he asked. "I don't think so. What about you?" He sighed, his gaze drifting up toward the ceiling. "I don't know. I hadn't really thought about it. Even then, Essie had thought it was a little unfair that he was able to be neutral about this." She had thought about the possibility of getting pregnant from the very first time they had sex. The worry always lingering in a corner of her mind. Sanjay had always been wonderful about making sure they were careful. She could not have asked for more, but there was a different weight for her. They had stopped talking about the possibility of kids a few years ago, about a year after the wedding. The decision final. When Essie brought it up, Sanjay had responded with a version of his usual, "You are more than enough for me. I don't need more than this." They had sat together and dreamed up a life without diapers and college funds. She sat silent and watched him, searched his face for some whisper of preference. He spoke again. "You don't need to decide right now." Essie nodded, but she had already decided. She had decided in the moment she had found out. "We're going to be parents." As soon as the words were in the air in front of her, she knew they were true. Essie wished they weren't. She wanted to hate the clump of cells growing inside her. She wanted to believe they were cancerous, slowly spreading to kill her. But she didn't. The little thing growing inside her was half her and half Sanjay, and wholly a future she hadn't wanted. She saw it on his face immediately. He was overjoyed. She wondered, not for the first time, if he had always secretly wanted children, if that had been a sacrifice he had willingly made without complaint for her. "Really?" he said, a smile pulling at his lips. His hand moved toward her stomach, but he paused, fingers an inch away, and met Essie's eyes. She gave him a slight nod, and he pressed his hand against her body. His smile settled into his face. "I think so," she said. "Do you think it's a boy or a girl?" he asked. "Definitely a girl." "How do you know it's not a little boy in there?" He had dropped out of his chair and was crouched low in front of her. "I just do," Essie said with a shrug. Mother's intuition. It was the first time that that word had been used to describe her. Mother. The title sounded too formal, like it had been concocted in some university library. Whatever this was, whatever she was, felt much more organic. It was as fundamental and foundational as the air she was breathing. "Well, hello, little lady," Sanjay said, his face level with her belly button. He lifted her sweatshirt, as if he would be able to spot the baby moving under the surface of her skin. Or perhaps a little sheet of glass would have transformed her torso, turning her uterus into an aquarium for their new pet. The air hit her stomach and caused a ripple of goosebumps to move across her. He leaned forward and let his nose trail along the top of her pants. "We're going to be parents." Essie didn't let her mind linger on that word for too long. "How far along are you?" he asked, meeting her eyes. "Like 4 or 5 weeks," Essie said. She couldn't help but smile at him, even as her stomach turned with worry. "How big is she?" he asked, his fingers lightly skimming the skin under her belly button. Back and forth, back and forth. "I don't know. Like really, really tiny. She's like the size of a bug." His face lit up, and he leaned forward and gave Essie's stomach a gentle kiss. "My little ladybug." As he stared out at the room over his head, at the dark that pressed at every doorway and window, there was something almost solid about this darkness, as if it would take more than turning on a light to make it vanish. "I think we should make the bedroom that I was going to use as my office into the nursery," she said. Her hand rested on top of Sanjay's head, fingers hidden in his thick, dark hair. "That makes sense. It has the best light," as he blinked. She had wanted him to fight her over that, to protest, to tell her that she deserved the best light, that the baby would be just fine in the cold and dark bedroom next door. She wanted him to disagree, to insist that she should have that gorgeous, light-soaked room for her office. But he didn't. 14. Isabel, I hadn't anticipated how lonely marriage would make me feel. Jacob's family owned the mill, so he spent most of the day there, leaving me alone in this strange house. His family owned a large swath of property, half a day's journey from my family's home. There were acres of fields with the mill in one corner and several houses for the family in another corner. Jacob's house sat alone at the end of the little road where the only real noise that seemed to reach me was the wind which whipped between the hills. For the first few days, the quiet of the house felt like a luxury. Growing up, my house had always been loud. There were too many people and too many things that needed doing for the house to fall silent too often. I had treasured moments when I could slip away for an hour and find a quiet spot along the creek to sit. Some of my favorite afternoons with Anna were spent largely in silence. We loved to go to the meadow and lie back in the grass and watch clouds glide across the sky without speaking. That silence felt sweet and rich, like falling into a warm bed after a long day. There is a fullness and a silence that is shared. The silence in this house felt hollow. I shared it with nothing but shadows. Sometimes Jacob's older sister, Valeria, came by with her 2 children. She lived in a little house just up the road from Jacob's. We would sit and watch her children play while we talked about mundane things. I think she was lonely too. It wasn't the same sort of friendship I had shared with Anna, but it was something. Some nights when Jacob wasn't home before the sunset, this unfamiliar house seemed to grow hostile. The darkness here was different too. The shadows felt like they were hiding something dark and malicious. The creaks of the floorboards sounded like whispers, speaking in a tongue that I couldn't quite understand. But on the good nights, Jacob came home from his day at the mill, and I served dinner, and we would talk sometimes for hours in front of the roaring fireplace. I had so many words stored up from the days spent by myself. He laughed and kissed my face, and I let him. The other choice was to be alone, and that seemed worse than living a lie. He was the best kind of man I could have hoped for, and I could feel him falling in love with me. Perhaps in another life, he could have been enough. But it's hard to be content with dandelions when you used to live in a rose garden. Dear Anna, it's been far too long since I've had the chance to write. Things were hectic, as I'm sure you can imagine, in the week leading up to the wedding, and then it took me longer than I had expected to settle into my new house. I still don't feel settled. All my bragging about not crying before the wedding feels silly now. I've cried every night since I've been away from home. Jacob pretends not to notice, but I do not believe for a moment he is oblivious to the sniffling just inches away from him as we lie in bed together. I miss home so fervently that it sits on my chest, squeezing out the air so I have to gasp for breath. When does it get better? When will I be able to lay my head on this pillow without aching for the scent of my own? When will I wake up and not be flustered by this strange room? I've read over your letters at least 100 times since I've been here. I've unfolded and refolded them so many times, the creases have grown soft. I trace your words with my finger, following them home, if only for a brief moment. Love. Isabel. 15. Essie. 2 days later, Essie woke up to her stomach turning and had to run to the bathroom, as if finding out about the little thing had allowed it to twist her body to suit its needs. She made it to the toilet, immediately crumpling down beside the bowl. Her insides churned, and she could feel the warm, aching pressure of nausea at the back of her throat. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, hoping she could push away the feeling. One breath, and then another. She thought it might be working, but on the third breath, she felt the rise of bile in her throat. Essie let her cheek rest against the cool porcelain of the toilet bowl as she reached up and flushed. Her eyes closed. She could hear Sanjay in the bedroom. Essie wondered if he would leave without saying anything. Then there was a soft knock, and Essie pried her eyes open. His shadow moved in the crack between the door and the floor. "Hassie, are you okay?" Sanjay said. His voice was low and coated with the glaze of sleep. The door rattled slightly as he pressed against it and waited for the answer. "I'm fine. I'm just not feeling well," as he croaked. Her voice was raspy and cracked from the wisps of acid that had leached up into her vocal cords. Even the effort of saying those words made her stomach clench, and she leaned over the toilet, preparing to throw up again, her eyes scrunched closed. "Do you need anything?" he called. "I'm okay," she managed to whisper just loud enough for her husband to hear. She breathed in again, the cold porcelain feeling good against her face, despite the indignity of her position. Sanjay paused there for a moment, not saying anything. She felt as if she could hear his breathing behind her, watching her, waiting. Finally, his footsteps moved away and faded, but the feeling of someone just on the other side of the door lingered. "Sanj," Essie whispered. The need to throw up was fading into a twisting that seemed to somehow reside everywhere in her body all at once. But she didn't feel well enough to move from the toilet. No response came from the bedroom, and Essie exhaled, trying to convince herself she was feeling better. A floorboard creaked from their room. She recognized the sound. She stepped on that particular board every day. It was impossible to get in or out of her side of the bed without making that floorboard creak. "Sanjay," Essie whispered a little louder this time. Again, there was no response, but Essie could have sworn she heard someone in their bedroom. She leaned down so her head was almost touching the tile to peer through the inch-wide gap under the door. Her heart pounded a little faster as she imagined finding a face pressed against the floor on the other side, peering back at her. But as far as she could see, the room was empty. The shower turned on down the hall. She could hear the water pounding against the tile, only interrupted by Sanjay's body shifting the stream. She granted herself one more peek under the door before sitting up and shaking off the feeling of being watched. As he steeled herself with another long inhale and pulled herself to standing, clutching onto her new friend, the toilet. Her legs were a little shaky under her, perplexed by their sudden push out of bed and subsequent collapse onto the cold bathroom floor. She waited for a moment for another wave to crash over her, brought on by the sudden change in position, but the nausea stayed. A low-grade alarm bell as he cupped her hand under the faucet and scooped water into her mouth, swirling it around before spitting into the sink. She wanted to brush her teeth, but even the thought of sticking a toothbrush in her mouth made her stomach clench again. So instead, she reached for the mouthwash. The mint seemed to help, and she was finally able to stand completely upright. Essie was surprised by the person staring back at her from the mirror, but not because her face had contorted overnight into something she didn't recognize. There wasn't vomit clinging to her lips or heavy bags puddling under her eyes. She looked as she always did in the morning. Her hair was disheveled, her face was pale and a little puffy. But if she hadn't been present for the last 20 minutes, she would have thought that it was a regular morning. Her body didn't feel entirely familiar this morning, and she had anticipated that she would have been able to spot the difference in the mirror. Essie made it into the shower. She washed her body, trying to ignore the way the smell of her body wash in the warm water made her gag. She moved slowly, each action of the shower taking longer than it should have. She tried to urge her body on faster, but her limbs wouldn't listen. She almost tripped over the tray Sanjay had set up outside the bathroom door, with a tall glass of water and a box of crackers. The tray was a wicker thing they had used at Top and Ottoman as a coffee table in their old apartment. It usually held a stack of large books that no one ever read, a seasonal candle, and some coasters. They certainly wouldn't want to get rings on their $15 table from IKEA. Essie wasn't sure where Sanjay had found the tray in their half-unpacked house. A note was sitting flat on the tray, the corner tucked under the water glass. "I had an early meeting this morning. Eat something before you leave, and make sure to drink that water. I love you. Call me if you need anything. S." As he smiled and picked up the tray as she left the bathroom. She was strongly opposed to eating in bed. No one wants crumbs between the sheets, but she was willing to make an exception this morning. Not that she had much of a choice. She pulled a cracker out of the box. It was missing the left corner. The thought of putting it in her mouth made her stomach clench, but she bit off a little piece and grimaced. The cracker was softer than it should have been, gone stale since they had bought it. But it wasn't terrible. She nibbled at it again, closing her eyes and leaning back against the pillows. The bedroom door creaked open, as if it had been pushed. "Sanjay," Essie called. No one answered. The house was quiet. Sanjay had left for his meeting already. Essie listened for another moment, but there was only more silence. Still, she couldn't help but feel like someone was waiting in the hallway, just out of sight. After she had eaten 3 crackers and drank most of the glass of water, Essie was finally able to sit up. The rolling nausea in her stomach wasn't entirely gone, but it was manageable enough that she could move around without feeling as if she might throw up at any moment. She walked into the closet and pulled on the softest dress pants she owned, not wanting anything that would press too hard against her fragile insides. Back in the bedroom, she tried to comb her hair into something presentable and brace herself for the day ahead. Essie was back in bed before the sun had even fully set. She had once again beat Sanjay home and immediately changed out of her clothes and into pajamas. Her stomach had bloated over the day, the waistband of her pants cutting into her distended belly. She found it strange how quickly she didn't feel at home in her own body, like this thing inside her was already claiming her by inches. "Essie," Sanjay called, before he had even closed the front door behind him. "I'm upstairs." She knew he heard her, even if he didn't respond. She listened, soothed by the sound of him opening closets and cabinets, his bare feet soft against the hardwood. He muttered to himself. Or maybe he was singing something unrecognizable. It was in these little moments that Essie thought perhaps she loved him the most, in these spaces between interactions when he wasn't aware that she was listening to him. when he simply existed in the world, a man whose tenderness was his greatest strength. "Yes," Sanjay whispered as he came through the doorway. He walked over and set a glass of water on the nightstand next to the glass she had emptied that morning and then forgotten to take back downstairs. He leaned over and kissed her forehead. "How are you feeling?" "Better," she said. He crawled over her into bed and curled around her, his arms scooping her hips against his. He kissed the back of her neck as he sighed and let her eyes close, and her body settled against him. "I'm exhausted." Sanjay's nose traced back and forth across her shoulder. "You are growing a person. That's tiring work." Those words made her scoot away from her husband, needing distance from his reductions. She was not exhausted from the work of multiplying cells. That work could be done by a mouse or someone in a coma. Her day had been long and arduous. She was tired because she had woken up and had immediately poured the contents of her stomach into the toilet. Or maybe because she had to rush to get to class and was late anyway, and then had spent hours reading dense legal documents and answering belligerent questions from professors, while she waited with crackers shoved into her bag for her stomach to turn against her again. She hummed something non-committal. Sanjay settled against the pillow behind her, still in his jacket. His fingers trailed up and down her arm before curving around to cup her non-existent bump. Essie tightened her stomach out of habit and held her breath. His touch felt foreign, somehow invasive, even as they lay in their own bed. Essie wasn't a touchy-fey person. She loved a firm handshake and dreaded the moment someone announced they were a hugger. But it wasn't like that with Sanjay. She loved nothing more than coming home and tucking herself under his arm on the couch, or sliding her cold hands under his shirt. Touching Sanjay was a reminder that they had made their homes in each other. But this touch, his fingers sliding hesitantly along the skin under her belly button, felt different. This touch was assessing. He was learning the curves of her, looking for something unfamiliar. They lay there for a few minutes, Sanjay's breath on the back of her neck, his hand finally coming to rest on her hip. Essie had closed her eyes and started to drift off when she heard the soft sound of music. It sounded distant, like perhaps one of their neighbors was playing music with their windows open. She recognized the melody immediately and was humming along before Frank Sinatra began singing. The song skipped right before the bridge. Both of them froze. Strangers in the Night had been her parents' wedding song, and her mother had gifted them the record, along with a record player, as an engagement present. Their copy of that record had a scratch that caused it to skip in that spot every time they played that song. "Sanjay," Essie half whispered. "Let me go check." He kissed Essie on the cheek, offering her a slight smile before rolling out of bed. Essie sat up and listened as his footsteps climbed the stairs and then crossed through the attic above her. His footsteps paused, and then the music stopped before she heard him heading back downstairs. It was the record player, he confirmed as soon as he came back in the room, sitting on the bed next to Essie. "You think someone was up there?" Essie asked. She thought about the strange feeling of being watched this morning. He shook his head. "No, I must not have turned it off all the way when I was working up there last night." Essie wasn't entirely convinced. Their house was still a stranger. They had yet to learn all its secrets, but Essie couldn't shake the feeling that they were missing something. She tried not to imagine someone in their attic swaying along to the familiar melody. 16. Anna. Dear Isabel, I saw your mother today at the market, and she told me that you were coming home for 3 weeks next month. Tell me it's true. I'm a little surprised. It's so soon after your wedding, but I'm excited to see you. I have already arranged it with my family to stay with them for a week or so while you're in town. I think this is the longest we've ever been apart. No, that isn't true. I know this is the longest we've been apart. Even when you went to stay with your uncle, you were only gone a few weeks. It has been months. Have you changed much? I don't think I have changed. I thought being a wife might have changed me more noticeably than it has. That someone would be able to see me alone, without Lucas, and know that I was a wife by the way I held my shoulders, or by some secret authority in my greetings. But I don't think so. You'll have to tell me. I am so excited that you are coming soon. It's like a hymn, repeating again and again in my head. Isabel is coming. Isabel is coming. I miss you terribly. I miss the way your hair catches the sunlight and turns coppery. I miss your voice. The way the ends of words seem to catch along your lips before fluttering out. I miss the smell of you. Is that strange? Regardless, it's true. You smell like the edges of a stream where the earth grows soft and roots peer out from beneath the soil. I can't wait to hug you and breathe in the smell and tuck it away. I imagine I will see you again before you have the chance to write. I'm counting down the days. Love, Anna. 17. Essie. Essie sat on the toilet with the lid closed, her phone in her hand, Googling whether she could take a bath. Every day, there seemed to be another question about what the new rules were for how she lived her life. Could she drink coffee sparingly? What couldn't she eat? Unpasteurized milk, soft cheeses, some fish, most sushi, deli meat, and fresh fruit juice. Could she lay on her stomach? Maybe. How much cramping was normal? A little bit, but not too much. Sanjay was worse than her. He had immediately packed away all the paint in the house, insisting that she couldn't be anywhere near the fumes. The half-painted house mocked Essie, a constant annoyance that grew more urgent each day. She certainly didn't want to bring a baby home to a house in this state. Her stomach rolled, as it always did when she thought that word baby. The word didn't seem to match with the little thing growing inside her. She had never been around babies all that much, and the concept seemed abstract, like the unreality of seeing places she would never visit on TV. Yeah, there was a baby growing inside her body, like a bomb with 9 months on the timer. Every day that passed felt like another number closer to the moment the clock would tick to 0, forever changing every aspect of her carefully planned future. It made her feel claustrophobic, her skin feeling too small now that it had more than one occupant. She had downloaded one of the hundreds of pregnancy apps to her phone and found out that she had been wrong before. The little clump of cells wasn't as big as a bug. The little thing inside her was the size of a seed. Not even a big seed like a pumpkin seed, but like a sesame seed. She shook the thought away with a shiver, not quite able to fathom a sesame seed's ability to change her life. According to her internet research, a bath was fine if it wasn't above 100 degrees. Essie had no idea how hot a 100-degree bath was. She shifted the water between lukewarm and cold, trying to figure out what 100 degrees felt like. She certainly didn't want to boil the little thing, but there was no reason to take a cold bath if she didn't need to. After another few minutes, of letting the water run over her fingers and hoping she'd gain a sixth sense for accurate temperature, she decided that the best course of action would be to use the kitchen thermometer. She chuckled at herself as she trotted down the stairs in her bathrobe. It felt ridiculous to be using a thermometer on the bath water, but she wanted a 99-degree bath, as warm as she could get it without putting this pregnancy at risk. It was late afternoon, and the front of the house was dim. Sanjay was around somewhere, but she couldn't hear him. The house sat silent. She opened and closed drawers softly, looking for the thermometer, feeling as if banging around too aggressively would upset the house in some way. Finally, she located the thermometer tucked in the back of the drawer, and she headed up the stairs. She started to turn toward her bedroom, but footsteps from the attic stopped her. She pivoted toward the attic stairs instead, deciding that Sanjay needed to laugh along with her about her using a kitchen thermometer in their bathtub. Again, she crossed the upstairs hallway carefully, not wanting to disturb the hush that had fallen over the house. Her breathing echoed back to her as she started up the narrow staircase that led to the attic. The finish on the wooden steps was worn away, but the stairs didn't cack as she walked up them, the house helping her to stay quiet. Even her breathing felt too loud now. She waited for a moment on the stairs. The footsteps in the attic had stopped. It seemed too quiet. In fact, Sanjay had a habit of muttering to himself while he worked, talking through the plans in front of him in a low tone. It was one of the reasons they had decided his office needed to be in the attic, so his talking would be contained. The attic had been the last room they had seen when they were touring the house. Essie hadn't expected much, but as soon as she climbed the last step and walked through the archway that led to the main space in the attic, she knew Sanjay would love it. The room had low sloping ceilings and exposed wooden beams that felt cozy without being too dark. Light poured into the little room from the triangular window that took up most of the back wall, mirroring the slopes on either side. As Sanjay had said when she joined him at his side, and he slung an arm around her waist, he didn't need to say more than that. They had been together long enough for her to hear the words inside the words. He was head over heels in love with this place. "We're buying a house," she said, the sound echoing in the empty room. Sanjay smiled at her, fingers giving her a squeeze where they rested on her waist. "We're buying a house." The house felt different today than it had on the day they had toured it with their realtor. Even in the bright afternoon sunlight, she could feel cold seeping out of the shadows, as if something dark had sunken into the pores of the house. It sent a chill up her spine. She was getting close to the top of the stairs. She should have been able to hear something at this point. Even if Sanjay wasn't talking to himself, there should have been something. The shuffling of papers or the click of laptop keys. A laugh trickled down the stairs. Essie's breath caught in her throat. It was so soft that it could have easily been a branch brushing along the roof, or a neighbor calling out through an open window. All she knew for sure was the laugh wasn't Sanjay's. This laugh was feminine, higher, and somehow musical, as he couldn't deny her curiosity, despite the chill that swept over her entire body. The stairs didn't creak as she took another step forward. Her breath was shallow, and she clutched the thermometer like it might serve as a weapon. Essie lurched as she heard the front door open and had to cling on to the handrail to keep herself from sliding down the stairs. Her other hand moved to her stomach. "See," Sanjay called. His voice was warm and pushed away the chill instantly. Essie took a final look at the open attic door and jogged back down the stairs, trying to ignore the feeling of eyes on the back of her head. Sanjay was waiting for her in the hallway. His gaze flicked down to where her hand was cradling the future baby bump. "I snuck out to pick up a present," he said, both of his hands tucked behind his back, and he was fighting a grin. "Close your eyes," Essie obliged, scrunching her eyes closed and sticking out her hands. A flutter of fabric landed in her outstretched palms. "Open," he said. In her hands was a white baby onesie with a ladybug printed on the front. Essie swallowed back tears, overwhelmed by it all, the smallness of the onesie. How much this felt like it wasn't supposed to be her life. This tangible reminder that in 8 months, chubby legs and chubby arms would occupy this tiny rectangle of fabric. That she would be responsible for keeping this impossibly small and important thing alive. She swallowed, unable to find words. "For our little ladybug," Sanjay said. He ran his finger over the seam on the sleeve. She wondered if he was thinking about the same thing she was. If he imagined the tiny limbs that would be here at some point. He looked up at her and waited for her to say something. "I love it," she said, even though she wasn't sure she did. Objectively, she knew that this was a sweet gesture, but she was also afraid of this impending future where the two of them would become 3. This thing was their baby's first possession, but she knew that soon enough, their house would be littered with diapers and bottles and tiny outfits. She wasn't ready for that future to arrive. Not when she was still dressed in black, mourning the life she had imagined for herself. She swallowed it all down, pushing the swirl of emotions deeper as she leaned forward and kissed her husband. "And I also got you a little something," he said. He pulled a box of chocolate from behind his back. "I know you've had a hard week, and I'm so proud of you." That was enough to send the tears Essie had been holding back over the rim of her lashes. It had been a tough week. Every day she seemed to feel a bit worse. She had grown up more days than not. Nausea, stealing whole hours, when she was so queasy she could barely think. If she kept something in her stomach, she was usually fine, unless she encountered a particularly horrid smell. But it was hard to suddenly shove crackers in her mouth in class, and she would sometimes forget when she got immersed in her reading. Sanjay tried his best to make things easier for her, always making sure dinner was ready early, making sure she was drinking enough water and bringing her snacks while she studied. But he hated the throwing up. So he made himself scarce when nausea made her hug the toilet. When she woke up already gagging, which had happened twice this week, he would leap from the bed and dash downstairs, mumbling about making her some breakfast. "Thank you," Essie said, wiping at the tears that had fallen and taking the chocolate from between his fingers. "You're the best." He smiled and reached up to squeeze her arm. "What were you doing in the attic?" "Oh, I thought you were in your office," she said. Her forehead scrunched as she thought about the strange noises she had heard from upstairs. It sounded like someone was up there. The wind makes some spooky noises. Had startled me a couple times when I've been working at night, he said. Essie must have looked concerned because then he flashed her a wide grin and a shrug. "That's what you get with old houses. 18. Isabel." The moment I stepped back into my house, I felt a bit lighter. It had only been a few months since I was here last, but things felt different. My family had filled in the hole that I had previously occupied in their life, but I did my best to find the cracks where I still fit. It was good to be back among the noise. My sisters greeted me with wide smiles and hugs, but quickly grew bored of me. My father had made the journey to the house I shared with Jacob to bring me home, and now was back in the garden, finishing up the chores he had skipped during the morning. I was left with my mother. "How was your husband?" she asked. I wondered if, saying that phrase, "your husband," in reference to me, felt strange for her. It felt strange to hear. "He's well. It's a busy season for the mill right now," I answered. She was working on making loaves of bread for dinner, and I came to stand next to her at the table. She passed me a lump of dough without looking up. "Is he treating you well?" I had overheard the whispering between my father and her in the nights leading up to the wedding. She'd been worried over the possibility that I would never find happiness in this new life as a wife. I had lost a bit of myself when Anna had married, and a bit more when I had found out I was engaged. I could still feel the hollow place in my chest, where those pieces of me had resided, like an old broken bone that ached when the weather changed. I wondered if she could see it. "He is all I could have asked for." I said it wasn't true. I asked for more in whispers to the dark when I was alone, but it was all I could have asked from her. My mother had done the best she could with what she was given. I didn't want her to feel she had failed me. As we kneaded and folded the bread, we slowly remembered how we used to be together. The conversation flowed easier, and within minutes, we were laughing. Anna came over for dinner. Her knee pressed against mine under the table, and I felt like I could finally breathe. We talked about my life and hers for hours, long after the rest of the house had gone to bed. I wasn't sure how I had gone so long without speaking to her. Sometimes it felt as if talking with her was the only way I could make sense of the thoughts in my head. We would unspool them together, combing through the tangled strands until the world made sense again. I was already dreading leaving her. It wasn't until the third day that we were finally able to be truly alone. We slipped out after dinner. The sun was already setting, the sky purple and pink. "Don't stay out too long," my mother called as we dashed out the door. I didn't bother calling back. My mother knew that I would stay out with Anna far later than I should. The air was hot and sticky, but a cool breeze cut through the humidity as the summer day peeled away into falling twilight. Still, sweat stuck my hair to the back of my neck. "We should go for a swim," I said. I skipped a few feet ahead of Anna and turned to look at her. She didn't answer my request, but instead took off running toward the creek through the field behind our houses. I followed. The grass tickled my ankles as I held my skirt in my fist. A shriek of laughter drifted up into the night. I couldn't tell if it had come from me or from her. I wasn't sure there was a difference. We didn't stop running until we were hidden in the line of trees. She was panting, hand on her chest. I had forgotten how beautiful she was over the months we had spent apart. It was darker under the trees, and I couldn't make out the details in her face, but I knew the shape by heart. The juts of her cheekbones, the soft point of her chin, and the line of her nose. I held her face in both of my hands and kissed her. My mouth was hard on hers, even as I tried to catch my breath. "I missed you every day. I miss you," she said when I pulled away. A tear slipped down her cheek, and I wiped it away with my thumb. I kissed her again. The first kiss had been hungry, impatient. This kiss was slow, lingering, the sort of kiss we could carry with us when we left this place. We peeled off our clothes, puddling them under a tree. This place had always been ours. When we were here alone, it felt like the world on the other side of the trees didn't really exist, like time itself stood still. I glanced toward Anna. She was bent over, unlacing her boots. I expected to see the smooth expanse of her back, the familiar knobs of her spine that I had seen on countless summer nights. She had her back half turned toward me, and even in the low light, I could see the bruises on her skin, like ink poured over parchment. Her back looked like a map. Purple and brown countries I wished she had never visited. "Anna," I breathed, my eyes already running over with tears. "It's not as bad as it looks," she said, already offering excuses. "Anna," I repeated. I didn't have any other words. She pulled me into a hug and petted my hair. I should have been the one comforting her. I knew that, but I couldn't stop crying. I felt as if someone had just ripped my heart out of my chest. I don't know how long I stood there half-dressed and crying in her arms, but eventually I gathered myself and pulled away. "How long has this been happening?" I asked. She shrugged. "Not long, just a few times over the last month." I knew she was lying, and she knew I could always tell when she wasn't being honest. But her eyes begged me not to push, to let this lie soften the blow for both of us. "Why did you not tell me?" I thought back through all the letters and tried to remember some hint that something was happening. Anna shrugged again. "What could you have done?" I didn't have an answer. I took another step back so I could see her. It was dim, but the moon was bright tonight. She stood motionless, her eyes slipping closed, as I traced a finger over the edges of her bruises. She took in a shaky inhale, the memory of pain so strong that even my touch made her tremble. I traced long fingerprints wrapped around her arm, so clear I was afraid his hand would reappear like a ghost and wrench the limb from her body. I traced the blooms of purple on her thigh like flowers from a distant land. And then, if tracing the map of her suffering wasn't enough, her voice shook as she whispered, "I'm sorry." Tears clung to her lashes and slipped down her cheeks. She did not owe me apologies. She did not owe anyone apologies. But I couldn't say it then, my voice stolen by the tremendous weight of her hurt. So instead, I held her. I didn't see Anna again before I returned to the quiet house I shared with my husband. She left the next morning without saying goodbye. I was more like a ghost than a girl for the rest of the week. I barely slept, but when I did, I dreamt about killing Lucas. Not in a ladylike way either. I didn't dream about poison slipped into a glass of wine so he would fall asleep and never wake up. I dreamt about circling his neck with my hands and squeezing as his fingers clawed at my arms, leaving rivers of blood. I dreamt of finding the sharpest knife in Anna's kitchen and digging it into his flesh again and again until he slumped over and my hand was sticky with him. Every night I dreamt up a new way to kill him, each night more bloody and violent than the last. They were not nightmares. I didn't wake up in fear, trembling over what I had witnessed. I woke up with a smile on my face, because for a moment each morning I would believe that I had done it, that he was gone, that Anna was safe. 19. Essie. Essie closed her eyes and let the sun pour over her face as she sat on the patio of one of her favorite lunch places with her mother and grandmother. The air was already taking on the crisp bite of fall, and Essie wanted to stock up on as much warmth as she could before she was trapped in the seemingly endless months of cold and snow. Summer was over. While she was enjoying margaritas under twinkle lights and impromptu weekend trips, she hadn't realized that it would be the last summer she ever spent without a child. Visions of diapers, applesauce packets, and splash parks with screaming children seemed to block out the sun. She sat up and looked across the table at her mother and her grandmother, the two women who had raised her. If you looked quickly, they might look like clones. The only difference, the passage of decades between one woman and the next. They had the same green eyes and wry smile. But if you looked a little closer, you could spot the whispers of the men who had fathered them. The cleft in her mother's chin, absent from her grandmother. The smattering of freckles across Essie's nose stolen straight from her father's face. "How are you feeling?" Kelly asked. She had told Essie's grandmother, June, about the pregnancy on the car ride into town. Other women might have been bothered by this, wanting to share the exciting news themselves. But not Essie. She was glad to miss her grandmother's initial reaction. June had greeted her with a hug, but there was worry behind her eyes. "I am sick and tired all the time, every day. I've thrown up at least 5 times this week alone, and it's not like I'm telling anyone at school, so they probably think I'm hungover all the time," Essie complained. The day before, a wave of nausea had hit her hard, only a couple of hours into her study session. She had only made it around the corner, just out of sight of the main library floor, before she emptied the contents of her stomach into a trash can. After she left the building, carefully avoiding eye contact with everyone in the library, she spent the next hour in her car, in the parking lot, her seat tilted all the way back and her eyes closed with her air conditioner on full blast while she ate slivers of the bananas Sanjay had packed for her, hoping that she would feel a bit better by the time her clinic hours started that afternoon. The nausea should only last another month or so. The second trimester is usually better, her mom said, squeezing her hand across the table. Essie groaned and let her head fall back. She wasn't sure she could handle another month of this. "Is Sanjay's family excited?" Kelly asked. "We haven't told them yet," Essie said. "We have the first ultrasound on Wednesday, and we're planning on telling them after that. He wanted to wait until we're at a safer point in the pregnancy. She will be just fine," her grandmother said, giving a pointed look at Essie's stomach. "It could be a boy. We don't know yet," Essie said with a teasing grin. Both her mother and grandmother laughed at that. These women had daughters. "How's Sanjay?" June asked. "He's fine," Essie said with a smile, pretending she didn't know what her grandmother was really asking. "He's really excited about the baby." June was about to open her mouth to say more when Kelly cut in. "We are not going to spend our lunch talking about curses. Essie doesn't need that, and I don't want to hear it." Kelly always hated when June started talking about the family curse. Essie remembered one night in high school, on a rare evening, that the 3 of them got to have dinner together when her grandmother brought it up. "Essie, are you being careful?" June had asked her from across her plate of chicken. "Careful with what?" Essie asked, cutting off another bite. She had only been half listening to the conversation between her mother and grandmother, more concerned with the stack of homework she had waiting for her upstairs with Sanjay. "He's a very nice boy, and I've noticed that the 2 of you have been spending more time in your bedroom with your door closed. I know your mother is fine with it, but I just want to make sure you're using protection," June explained. in the same way she would have if she were talking about the new photography class she was taking at the community college. Essie had been dating Sanjay for a little over a year at that point, and she had been on the pill for almost as long. Her mother had insisted the moment she caught wind of a serious boyfriend, more concerned about a teen pregnancy than a family curse. Still, at the questions from her grandmother, Essie turned beet red. She stared down at her plate, chewing slowly and hoping she might melt into the floor. "They're being careful," Kelly chimed in, saving Essie from the embarrassment of explaining to her grandmother what method of birth control she was using. "I've already talked with Essie, and I've taken care of it." "Good, good," June said. "You need to be careful, not only for your sake, but Sanjay's as well. It would be dangerous for him if you were to get pregnant." "Don't start with this," Kelly said, shaking her head. "I think Essie should know what she's getting into." June shifted so she was facing Essie when she spoke the next words. "When you get pregnant, whenever that happens, you might get another year, maybe 2. "Stop, we aren't doing this," Kelly interrupted, tossing her silverware down on the table. "Look, Mom, I'm sorry your husband died, but you don't need to scare the out of Essie, who for one is not going to be getting pregnant anytime soon because she's 17. But even if she did, there's no such thing as a family curse." There was silence at the table for a long moment as Essie tried to take another bite without making a sound and drawing any attention to herself. "It doesn't matter if you don't believe in it, Kelly," June said, not flustered by her daughter's outburst. "It's been happening for as long as anyone can remember, and Essie deserves to know about it." Bessie had heard stories of the curse before. It was one of her grandmother's favorite topics of conversation when her mother wasn't around. The women in their family would fall in love, have one daughter, and then the person they loved would die within the year. June's husband had died when she was pregnant with Essie's mother. Theirs had been the kind of romance they write books about, until it wasn't. They had met when she was 20, and he was 23. She had been on a date with another boy when he walked in and smiled at her. 8 months later, they were married, and a year after that, he was gone. He had left the house on a sunny Thursday morning and had never come home again. Less than 5 miles from the home he shared with June, he had lost control of his car and died instantly. When the police had investigated the accident, it appeared as though the brake lines had been slashed. They didn't understand how he had even made it out of the neighborhood with that level of damage. Police suspected foul play, but were never able to make any headway on the case. Essie's grandmother had never dated again. Why bother? She had explained. She wasn't going to get a second chance for a love like that. It was a once-in-a-lifetime sort of love. He had taken her heart with him, ripped it right out of her chest. The rational part of Essie's brain dismissed there being any reality behind her grandmother's claims, but a small part of her had always whispered, "What if it's true?" She had long ago shoved that possibility into a back corner of her mind and refused to look at it. She hadn't allowed herself to consider what that would mean for her own future. Instead, she had mapped out a life for herself, free from children, and the impending threat of any sort of curse. There wasn't much reason to worry about a curse that killed the love of your life when you hadn't been in love before. But now, there was Sanjay. She felt silly admitting it, but Sanjay was the love of her life. She knew everyone said that when they were 17, that first loves felt big and forever, even when they were fleeting. It wasn't like she had much to compare it to. But she was so in love with him that she couldn't imagine anything bigger than what they shared. "I think that's just how life works. People die," Kelly said, the words forcefully ending the conversation. At the time, Essie hadn't quite understood why this topic made her mother so angry. It seemed like the sort of silly superstition that would do no harm to let her grandmother continue believing. But now, Essie realized that the idea of a curse made her mother feel guilty. Because if Kelly believed that her husband's accident was the result of her family curse, then she was responsible for his fate. When Essie got back into her car after seeing her mother and grandmother off, she reached for her phone. Lunch had left her feeling nervous. She wanted to side with her mother on the issue of the family curse. All rational avenues of thought pointed toward tragic coincidences. Curses weren't something that happened in real life. And besides, there were too many exceptions. Essie's father was still alive, and her great-grandfather had lived until the ripe age of 87, although her grandmother swore that was only because the curse had taken June's mother's best friend instead. Even so, her fingers shook as she swiped through her phone. Sanjay picked up on the second ring, and Essie let out a shaky exhale of relief. Her life revolved around two things. She had never needed more than that. She had her work, and she had Sanjay. If he was gone, she didn't know what she would do. And now, with the baby, she couldn't raise a child without him. She would be terrible at it. "Hey, babe," he said. "All done with lunch? Are you headed home?" She hummed in agreement. He started talking about dinner, but Essie didn't listen to the words he was saying. She simply drank in the sound of his voice. "Sanjay," she interrupted him. "What?" "S, will you promise me something?" she said. Her voice was steady, demanding, even though her hands were shaking. "What?" "Promise me that you won't go do something stupid. That if you aren't okay, you'll tell me. But you can't leave me. You cannot leave me. Promise me," she said. Her voice cracked at the end, and she used her other hand to wipe away tears. She scanned the street, hoping that the passers-by wouldn't notice a woman crying in her car. "Essie," he said, her name like a balm, syrupy and soothing. "I'm fine. We are fine. I have never been happier than I am right now. Don't let your grandmother get in your head. Her story is not our story." But his confidence was not enough to shake off the worry that had always lurked in the back of her mind. What if it was their story? What if it would one day be her daughter's story? What if her love story, too, was doomed to end in tragedy? "I know it's stupid, but I just started thinking about what I would do without you, and I don't think I could do it," Essie said into the phone. She felt undone, exposed. Sanjay was the only person she ever let herself crumble in front of. And even this felt like too much, like she had revealed too big of a weakness to the universe. All they needed to do was pull him away, and it would be the end of her. How embarrassing that Essie, who pictured herself made of sharp teeth and steel, was brought to tears by the mere thought of her husband leaving her. It hadn't always been like this. It had happened slowly. So slowly, she didn't even realize it was happening. At first, it was small, not being able to go more than a day, without talking to him, without hearing his voice. And then she couldn't sleep, without the weight of him pressing down the other side of the mattress. And now her life was so twisted up in his that if he were gone, it would surely kill her. Theirs was a once-in-a-lifetime. rip your heart out of your chest kind of love. I promise you I will not leave you. He said death will have to pry my gnarled fingers from yours in another 70 years or so. I love you, she whispered. I love you. I love our life. I love our future, he said. Now come home. I miss you. 20. Anna. Dear Isabel, I'm sorry I slipped away before saying goodbye. You had been so upset, and I didn't want you to say anything in front of anyone. It was such a gift to see you. I didn't want to ruin your smiles or the comfort of holding your hand in mine with my troubles. I am grateful for a new memory of you to tuck under my pillow. I don't want you to worry. I hate that it upset you. I had hoped foolishly that you wouldn't be able to see the marks in the moonlight. It's not as bad as it looks. My skin is soft and pale. I bruise so easily. My sisters have left the same fingerprints around my arms. And beyond that, there's nothing you can do. Lucas is not altogether terrible. He is mostly kind and quiet. But when he gets upset, he grabs and pulls and shakes. He loses himself only for a moment before returning before he sinks to his knees, and we both apologize. He rocks his forehead over my stomach back and forth, whispering promises we both know he won't keep. There is no use complaining. Who would I tell? What would I do without a husband? Return to my parents? They are getting old. They don't need another mouth to feed. Live on the streets. That seems a worse fate than these bruises. For as much as I like to play pretend, to keep chunks of myself safe and tucked away, I am his. Some days I feel I belong more to him than to me. The only thing I can do is be better. I must fold and press myself into the shape of a wife, ironing out the creases that are too Anna-shaped. I must learn how he likes his dinner cooked and his floor washed. I will learn when to be quiet and when to speak. But I will learn, and it will get better. Promise me you will not worry. Promise me. I love you, Anna. 21. Essie. Essie was stretched out across an exam table, shirt tucked up to her bra, and pants rolled down low, so the entire swath of her belly was bared to the fluorescence in the room. Sanjay sat on her left side, his hand wrapped around hers. But he wasn't watching her. He was watching a machine where black and white ripples shifted across the screen as a woman in scrubs ran a wand over Essie's stomach. It reminded Essie of the radar ships used in old movies. She felt as if a little battleship might start blipping its way across the screen. But the screen stayed empty, the waves shifting as the woman continued to move the wand. I'm sorry, she apologized, digging the wand a little deeper into Essie's belly. I'm having a hard time finding anything. Sanjay's hand tightened on Essie's. What do you mean? Essie considered that she might not be pregnant after all. Maybe the doctor had been mistaken and mixed up her pregnancy test with the woman's in the room next door. Perhaps these past few weeks had just been a misunderstanding between her and her body, some sort of stomach flu exacerbated by stress. The woman set the wand back on the stand and pulled off her gloves. Essie tried to sit up, but the tech put a hand on her stomach. I just need a closer look. Stay put. Essie lay back down, the paper wrinkling underneath her body, her eyes tracing the water stain on the ceiling. As he screamed, as something sharp sliced across her stomach, unzipping the skin of her abdomen. Careful, baby, Sanjay warned, one hand smoothing hair away from her forehead as the other held her to the table. Don't move. Let the tech do her job. Essie craned her neck, peering over Sanjay's arm to where the woman was digging one hand inside of Essie's belly, the skin and muscles parting around her fingers. Blood puddled from the opening, moving in ribbons across the plane of her stomach, some of it pooling in her belly button. Essie could feel the tech's fingers jostling up against her intestines, rearranging the organs in her lower abdomen. "Are you finding anything?" Sanjay asked. "Not yet," the woman said. "Let me get a better look." She pulled her hand out from Essie's stomach, blood dripping from her fingers, but Essie could make out her pale blue fingernail polish. She tugged at the original opening with both hands, ripping it open wider, Essie's skin tearing like tissue paper. Now the woman had both hands inside of Essie, fingers combing through muscles and organs. "She's in there somewhere," Sanjay insisted. He dropped Essie's hand and joined the woman at the foot of the bed, dipping his hands inside of Essie too. Essie watched in horror as her insides protested with another gurgle of blood as his fingers began to dig alongside the other woman's. Essie woke up to her stomach churning, the metallic tang of blood lingering in her nose. She tried to shove down a few crackers, but she had thrown those up before she even had a chance to brush her teeth. She could already hear Sanjay downstairs, humming and banging around in the kitchen. The smell of pancakes hit her as she left the bedroom, and she almost had to turn around and throw up one more time. Essie suspected Sanjay was making a celebratory breakfast in honor of their first ultrasound later this morning. "Babe," Sanjay called as he heard her footsteps on the stairs. "I made pancakes." "I can smell that," she said, trying to hide her disgust. She knew if she could manage a few bites, she would feel better. Any other options sounded even more horrendous. Oatmeal's texture had her thinking of snot, and even the briefest thought of eggs made her gag. She sank into one of the leather bar stools that had arrived last week. Their house was slowly being furnished, even as the walls remained half-painted over Sanjay's fear of toxic fumes. Sanjay slid a full glass of water over to her, along with her prenatal vitamins. "How many pancakes do you want?" he said. His humming had escalated, and now he was whistling a melody that sounded like a mix of at least 3 different songs from the top 40. "Just one," she said. She ignored the glass of water out of a suspicion that anything sloshing around in her empty stomach might make her throw up again. She rested her elbows on the table and leaned into her hands, covering her eyes with her palms. "You've got to drink that." Sanjay gestured to the glass. "You're supposed to drink at least 32 ounces of water before the appointment this morning." Essie glared at him from between her fingers. The receptionist had given her the instruction over the phone when the doctor's office had called to confirm her appointment the day prior, but she could have gone without Sanjay's chipper reminder. She heard Sanjay move behind her, and he wrapped an arm around her waist, leaning down to kiss her cheek. "Not feeling well this morning." "When am I ever feeling well?" she said, letting out a huff as her arms fell limply at her sides. "I feel like it's just getting worse and worse. I don't know how women do this." Sanjay was back to the stove and flipped a pancake onto a plate. "I'm sorry." "You're doing great." These constant vague affirmations were his new thing. She knew he meant well, but the placations were empty and did nothing except remind her that she felt like she was enduring an endless flu. While the only change to Sanjay's life was dealing with her complaints, Essie didn't feel much like talking, so she picked at her pancake in silence, cutting the pieces so small she hoped her body wouldn't notice that she'd eaten anything. She sipped at her water but made no more than an inch of progress. Sanjay moved around the kitchen, tidying up around her. Each time he walked past her, he'd reach over and squeeze her arm or kiss the top of her head. Finally, after the third time, she shoved him away. "Stop," she said. "I know you're trying to be sweet, but I'm trying to choke down a pancake and not throw up again, so I need you to stop touching me." He turned away silently and started on the dishes. As he could tell, she had hurt his feelings, but she couldn't deal with him this morning. Her stomach turned again, and she headed for the stairs, leaving half of the small pancake on her plate. The car ride was tense. She hadn't broken the silence that had loomed over them while they were getting ready, but if she was honest, she was enjoying the break from Sanjay's humming and chatter. She cradled a reusable bottle full of ice water in her lap and tried to take slow sips. There was no way she was going to drink all 32 ounces, but she hoped that something was better than nothing. Her knee bounced in the passenger seat as Sanjay drove. She thought through every possibility of what the ultrasound might reveal. Her nightmare had rattled her. What if they couldn't find anything? He reached over and squeezed her knee. She set her hand on top of his, interlaced their fingers, and squeezed back. "You okay?" he asked, glancing over at her. He was chewing on his lip, his other hand so tight on the steering wheel. His knuckles were going white, his nervous energy transforming into something more toxic without the humming. "I'm nervous," she admitted. She stopped the words that wanted to follow, but she could feel them in her throat, trying to claw their way up to the top. Fears about her body being empty, the pregnancy test a mistake, the nausea self-induced. More frightening than that was the tiny glimmer of comfort that the idea provided. Sanjay would be crushed if it turned out she wasn't pregnant. But Essie wasn't sure how she would feel. She had spent the last 2 weeks rearranging her future to fit this baby. But there was a little part of her that rejoiced in the idea that she might be able to go home and drink a glass of wine in a scalding hot bath, that she could donate the ladybug onesie and start measuring for the bookshelves in her light-soaked office. She didn't want that to happen. She wanted this. She wanted her. She repeated the thoughts over and over again, trying to drown out the doubt. "I'm sure everything will be fine," Sanjay said. He pulled her hand against his mouth and kissed it on the smooth place just behind her thumb. Then he turned her hand and, opening his mouth, put her thumb between his teeth and bit down. Not hard, just enough so she could feel the ridge of his teeth along her fingers, pressing against the bone. She had heard once that biting off a finger took as much force as biting a baby carrot. He could crunch down, and her thumb would be gone, a bloody stump in its place. It somehow seemed fitting, the idea of him biting off her thumb. His child was consuming her from the inside, snagging the best pieces of nutrients from her bloodstream, making her ill when she didn't eat the way the little thing wanted. He should consume her from the outside. They could meet somewhere in the middle. But of course, her sweet husband removed her thumb from between his teeth and placed it back in her lap. He didn't let go of her hand as they walked across the parking lot or sat in the waiting room. He released her for a moment while they weighed her, but he took her hand again as they led her back to an exam room and while she perched atop the crinkling paper. She was glad for his hand as the ultrasound wand pressed against her belly. She squeezed tight as the woman searched for a fluttering heartbeat. And then there it was. It sounded like it was underwater. The sound of water sloshing in a metal bowl. The tech commented on something and pointed at the screen. Sanjay watched her fingers closely, nodding along to her commentary, but Essie couldn't hear the tech or anything other than the rapid underwater heartbeat. This heartbeat wasn't hers, but it was inside her. Was a little thing with tiny arms and tiny legs and a tiny heart that was beating. In that single moment, something shifted inside of Essie. The fetus, her daughter, was no longer an abstract concept, but instead this real thing that was living inside of her, growing inside of her. She was building a person from scratch. There was an incomprehensible level of power in that. It was the closest Essie had ever felt to divine. Up until this point, Essie had felt like a prisoner of this pregnancy. She watched the fluttering heartbeat on the screen as big fat tears leaked down her cheeks. Sanjay had dropped her hand at some point, and she pressed the heels of her hands over her eyes. It was likely something hormonal, some biological imperative that forced pregnant women to fall in love with their parasites. But it didn't seem to matter to Essie. She loved her daughter. Sanjay and the tech continued to watch the screen. The tech pointing out the spine and brain. Essie's stomach. Finally, the fish tank she had imagined weeks ago. It felt invasive that these people got to see her daughter. She was so tiny, 27 millimeters long, the length of a paper clip. Essie measured the distance between her index finger and thumb. Her daughter. The words bounced around her head and echoed again and again. 22? Isabel? Something changed in me that day by the creek. Just like our marriages, first hers and then mine, had changed me in a way that was impossible to return from. I had once believed that the world was full of light and hope, that even if something terrible happened, there would always be some good that came from it. But that moment in the woods, those fingerprints wrapped around Anna's arms, had shattered that illusion. I could not trust the world to be kind to her because she was good. If I wanted her to be safe, I would need to make her safe. All my focus was on getting her out of that house and away from that man. Every moment of my day was spent thinking of options. While I cooked and cleaned, my mind was focused on coming up with plans to get her somewhere else. It was a new sort of loneliness to be trapped in my head, cycling through different versions of my worst nightmare. Even when Jacob came home and talked to me about his day, I was not listening because I was dreaming up ways to get rid of Anna's husband. Because if I wasn't consumed by thoughts of how I would rescue her, I was consumed by the thought of new bruises, or worse. On the nights when Jacob did not come home before sunset, I'd let the fire turn to embers as the world fell dark and the shadows would creep out of the corners. It frightened me how alluring I found the slippery pull of their whispers, but still I let them come. Dear Anna, I will not promise you that. I will worry about you just as I am certain you worry about me. That is what friendship is. Sometimes I struggle to call us that word, friends. Not that you aren't my friend. You are my very best friend, my favorite person in this world. But the word seems too small for whatever we are. You are more to me. You are the person I love most. I think you may be the only one who really sees me. My parents love me as a daughter, a symbol of what their marriage has created, the future for their family. Jacob loves me as a wife, his woman to keep his house and warm his bed. That kind of love seems less important somehow to love only because you want the other person for something. But you love me as me, and I love you because you are Anna. I love your letters, and the way your words make me feel like I am home. But I would love you, even if you never wrote to me again. I love the way your fingers feel in my hair, as you comb through the knots, and then twist the hair into braids, your breath hot on my neck. But I would love you even if we never touched again. I love the way your eyes light up when you see me, and the way you hold me close. Like if we hold on tight enough, we won't be parted. But I would love you, even if you hated me. So I will worry. I will spend sleepless nights tossing and turning, trying to figure out how to get you out of that house and away from that man. I know you would do the same for me. I love you. Stay safe, Isabel. 23, Essie. Every day, Essie was a bit queasier than the day before. The slightest whiff of any smell would have her racing to the nearest toilet. She could only handle the blandest foods, and she couldn't even stomach the thought of a vegetable. Sanjay constantly reminded her to stay hydrated, but if she drank too much water, it would come back up. Sleep had become increasingly difficult, too. Essie's nights were plagued with nightmares. She would jolt awake, feeling like someone was watching her, only to find her bed empty, Sanjay's footsteps pacing above her in the attic. Essie hadn't managed to shove down more than a few crackers all day, and had crawled into bed that night before Sanjay had even gotten home. She had fallen asleep not long after that, immediately sucked into a dream where she was searching the house for her husband. The house was theirs, but it had changed. The hallways had stretched until they were so long she couldn't quite make out the ends. The bedrooms multiplied, a new room showing up behind every new door, filled to the brim with piles of old furniture. She raced through all of them, flinging open doors and tearing through piles of dust-covered books and coats. Her panic increased each time she left a room without him in it. She needed to find him before. Before what? She wasn't sure. All she knew was she needed to find him. She woke up gasping for breath, heart racing, as if she had actually been running through the house. While she was sleeping, the room had sunken into complete darkness. The shadows around her felt thick and claustrophobic, pressing against her nose and mouth, making it impossible for her to catch her breath. She had the strange feeling that she was still in the house with the endless hallways. She felt for the lamp in the dark, worried that at any moment fingers might reach up and grab her, as her hand stumbled over books and the bottle of lotion on her bedside table. She found the switch and exhaled, her room looking just as she'd left it. But the light didn't completely erase the dread that had pulled in her stomach. It felt as if the shadows were hiding, waiting for her to close her eyes again. The ceiling creaked above her. She didn't want to be alone anymore. So she wrapped a blanket around her shoulders and hurried up the steps, refusing to look behind her. Sanjay was at his desk in the attic, a lamp glowing next to him, and the strange, unreadable map of blueprints pulled up on his computer screen. "Hey," he said when he spotted her in the doorway. "How are you? You were sleeping when I got home, and I didn't want to bother you." Essie leaned over the back of his chair until her face rested against his shoulder, the blanket draping over both of them. "I'm so tired." Sanjay turned his head, his kiss catching the side of her mouth. "Did you eat something? I can make you dinner if you want." "I ate before I went to bed," Essie lied. She didn't think she could stomach food right now, but she didn't want him to worry. "I've got another hour or so of work to finish up," Sanjay said, trailing his hand along the inside of her arm. "Okay, I'll stay up here if you don't mind," Essie said, standing and making her way over to the armchair Sanjay had set up in the corner of the room. "I will never complain about the improvement to my view," he said with a little chuckle, turning back to his computer. Sanjay had added this armchair to his office a week prior, so that Essie could sit with him while he was working. She had already spent a few hours up here on Saturday, going through readings for class while he worked, both silently absorbed in their own projects. Today, however, Essie let her head rest against the side of the chair and watched him for a few minutes before her eyes drifted closed and she fell asleep. Eventually, Sanjay woke her up and walked them both to bed. But the dreams of her lost husband continued, even as she slept with his body curled up behind hers. The next morning, her empty stomach screamed at her as soon as she opened her eyes, and she crashed to the bathroom floor, knees banging against the tile as she poured bile and stomach acid into the toilet. She kicked the door closed behind her as soon as the worst of it was over. Sanjay would never say anything about it, but she knew waking up to the sound of her hurling into the toilet probably wasn't his favorite way to start the day. It wasn't her favorite way to start the day, either. Essie's stomach rolled again, and she gave another unproductive dry heave into the toilet. She let her head rest on the wall behind her as she flushed. Her head felt light and woozy. She needed to get something into her stomach. Sanjay moved on the other side of the door. "Babe," Essie called. Her voice sounded monstrous and small, her vocal cords burning with stomach acid. She waited for a response with her eyes closed. "What?" he responded. He didn't open the door, but he was just on the other side, waiting to burst in if she called again. "Can you grab the crackers off of my nightstand and my water bottle?" she said. His shadow disappeared from under the door, and the door cracked open a moment later. He slid between the door and frame carefully, as if there might be some danger in the room that he'd need to pull his hand back to avoid. "You're safe," Essie grumbled. She reached out her hands for the box and the water bottle. He passed them to her, and then gave her arm a little squeeze. "You okay?" he asked. He eyed her with worry. She wasn't sure what she looked like, but she couldn't imagine it was good. Every day, the circles under her eyes seemed to grow darker, and the hormones had added a whole host of acne to her chin. She was losing weight, a fact she refused to validate by stepping on the scale, but she could see it in her cheeks as they lost their roundness. The face that looked back at her in the mirror was a pale imitation of the woman she knew, as a bit more color was leached away every day. Essie nodded and closed her eyes again as she took a tentative sip of water from the bottle. The smell of metal permeated her nose, and her stomach clenched again. She gagged, and Sanjay slipped back through the door. She listened to him moving about his morning routine. He now got ready in the guest bathroom every morning. His slew of products moved down the hall, since she spent so many mornings occupying their bathroom. She was still on the floor when Sanjay knocked again. "Is he?" said, peering in through the crack. "I'm fine," she said, giving him a smile. "Did you get a couple crackers in you? Do you need me to get you more water?" He reached an arm in toward her. "I'm okay," she said to the second part, ignoring the question about the crackers. She hadn't managed to stomach any. "I'm feeling better. I'll be up and about in a minute." She lied, offering him a smile. He returned it. His obligation for the morning completed. He was headed into his office building, where he would spend 8 blissful hours, free from his wife vomiting in the next room, or crying or complaining. "I love you. Have a good day," she said. "Love you too. I'll see you tonight," he said, leaving the door jar behind him. As he returned her head to its place on the wall, she listened as his footsteps descended the stairs, and then the front door opened and closed. She was alone in the house. Only part of what she had said earlier had been a lie. She didn't feel better, but she was going to get up soon. She had to if she wanted to make it to school on time. The last several weeks had stripped her of her before-class study hours, replaced instead with a few more minutes in bed if she was lucky. But more often than not, she spent that hour hunched over a toilet, shoveling tasteless crackers into her mouth. She needed to get up now. She would do it quickly, like ripping off a Band-Aid, not giving her body a chance to protest. Her knees wobbled underneath her as she took a moment to steady herself against the bathroom counter. Whispers slipped in through the cracked bathroom door. Not one voice, but many, speaking too low for Essie to make out any words. She whipped around, her head still woozy from standing. A mistake. She had moved too quickly, her body running on not enough sleep and barely any food. A quick flash of dark hair was visible in the crack of the bathroom door. A woman was standing on the other side, her long hair tangling in a breeze twisted with thick black smoke. Essie would have screamed, but she didn't have the time. Her vision tunneled, her knees buckled, and everything went black. 24. Anna. Dear Isabel, next week I will have been married for 1 year. It's hard to believe that I have spent 1 year sharing a bed with this man. Is it really only been a year? I can hardly remember the girl I was before I was bound to him. We went to his family's house for dinner this week. His parents desperately want us to have a baby. They teased us about it over dinner, but I caught his mother glaring at me more than once when she thought I wasn't looking. The thought of a baby frightens me as much as it thrills me. You know, I have wanted to be a mother for as long as I can remember, but I fear the treacherous place our home has become. I can endure his occasional brutality, but a child should not be brought into a home they have to endure. Did I tell you my mother saw the bruises? Not all of them, only one on my back. My dress must have slipped in just the right way. She didn't say anything, but she pulled me into her and whispered apologies into my ear and then left the room. Later, she took me aside and showed me how to make tea to prevent me from growing a child. She whispered instructions on how to make it and pressed the ingredients into my hand while brushing away my sister and turning her back to my father. I have been drinking it every morning now, even as it breaks my heart. Thank you for your words in your last letter. They comforted me more than you can ever know. Perhaps I cannot convince you not to worry, but I hope you believe me when I tell you that I am well. Things have not been perfect, but they are better. Good even. I am happy more often than I am not. How are you? How was your journey home? How did you enjoy your first summer away? I love you, Anna. 25. Essie. Essie's eyes fluttered open. Her forehead ached, and her fingers followed the pain to a gash, blood sliding across her face. She lay there for another moment, her cheek pressed flat against the cool tile. Something dark and viscous slithered along the floorboards, wisps of it breaking off and reaching for her. She stretched her fingers toward it, curious about the slithering smoke. but in the next slow blink, it was gone. The bathroom was washed in the morning sun that poured in through the frosted window, casting the room in a strange bluish green, like it was underwater. She sat up slowly, her head bounding in protest, a drum beat that demanded she lie back down. There was a puddle of blood on the floor where her head had been, spilling over the tile and into the grout. The trickle was moving like it had some place to be. She wanted to scoop it up and press it back into the gash on her forehead, to run her fingers through the thick red liquid, gathering as much up as she could in the palm of her hand, and then pour it back into the wound where blood continued to dribble out. She sat for another minute before panic began to rise in her throat. There was a lot of blood. She dry heaved over the floor, unable to pull herself all the way up to the toilet. She closed her eyes and rested for a moment, head lulled back against the wall. The bathroom door was all the way open now, as he was sure that it had only been cracked open before. She remembered the whispers and the dark hair she had glimpsed just before she had passed out. She wasn't sure if it was a memory or something her brain had conjured in the moment before she fell. She listened, holding her breath for a moment as she waited for any sounds from the other room. The house was silent. Only the gentle chirping of birds floated in through the glass. She didn't trust herself to stand without falling, so she crawled through her bedroom to reach her phone on her nightstand, then back to the bathroom. Her forehead leaving a trail of blood drips on the hardwood. She pressed Sanjay's name, leaving bloody fingerprints on the glass screen. "What's up?" he said. His voice was too bright and full of his morning energy. It felt out of place in this blue bathroom, where blood was already staining their grout. She could picture him in his car, drinking coffee from his travel tumbler. This call would have interrupted the soothing tones of some man as he narrated his morning podcast. "I need you to come home." She said, "I passed out, and I think I need to go to the hospital. I'm bleeding. Head wounds always bled a lot, but seeing the small puddle on the tile next to her was different than knowing that fact. She could feel the warm liquid dribbling down the side of her face and dripping onto her shirt. The collar was already stained with red blotches. Okay. He repeated the words for his benefit as much as hers. She started crying, her shaky breaths carried to him through the phone. "It's going to be okay," he promised her. "I'm on the highway, but I'm going to get off at the next exit, and I'll be home in 5 minutes." "Okay," Essie agreed. She leaned back against the wall. Sanjay talked on the other end of the phone about where he was and how close he was to the exit. The words didn't matter. They both knew that, but he was going to keep talking until he was home. She needed to hear the rumbling cadence of his voice, the minute it seemed to stretch. The taste of blood had gotten into her mouth, sharp and metallic. "Okay, baby. I'm parking in front of the house right now," Sanjay said. Essie nodded, even though he couldn't see her. "Where are you?" She heard his car door slam. "I'm in the bathroom. I'm coming." The front door crashed open, and she heard Sanjay's footsteps fast and hard on the wood stairs. And then he was standing in the bathroom door, the bright light from their bedroom hiding his features as he stood in silhouette. "Your head is bleeding?" Sanjay said it sounded somewhere between a question and a statement. I thought it was the baby." He stood there for a moment, arms hanging loose at his sides. "I hit my head when I fainted." As he said, Hurt that didn't come from the gash in her head flashed through her eyes for a moment. He looked relieved. She was crumpled up on the bathroom floor, blood running down her face, and he looked relieved. He squatted down in front of her and reached out a tentative hand before grabbing a towel off the rack as he winced as he pressed it to her forehead. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" he asked. He scanned her body, looking for any other signs of injury, lingering a little too long on her stomach. He meant, "Is the baby okay?" She heard the unspoken question inside of the words. Essie couldn't help but feel that, when he looked at her, he wasn't seeing the person he had married and loved for half his life, but instead saw a woman carrying his child. The sharp stab of betrayal brought another round of tears to her eyes. "I don't think so," Essie said with a shaky voice. Sanjay leaned forward and pressed a long kiss to the cheek that was free from blood. "Let's get you up and in the car." Essie nodded. He dropped the towel for a moment, wrapping an arm around her waist. She clung to his neck with one hand and pressed the other against the bathroom wall. She realized her mistake immediately. Her hand was sticky with blood, and she left 3 long red fingerprints on the wallpaper. The print was an overly busy floral against a pale blue. Her red fingers streaked across a yellow daffodil. The flowers seemed to wilt at her touch, angry that she had stained them. The movement made her head swim, but the tunnels held off. Her stomach clenched again, and she gagged against the feeling. "Sorry," she mumbled, prying herself off of Sanjay and bracing her hands on her knees as she dry-heaved again over the toilet. There was nothing left for her to vomit up, but her body wanted to try again. Sanjay stayed next to her, his arm looped around her back, holding her waist. "It's okay. I'll manage," he said. They stood there for a moment as he hunched over, Sanjay still holding her as he rubbed circles on her back. She took a couple deep inhales, and once she was sure she wouldn't throw up again, she stood up straight. "You okay?" Sanjay asked. The gash on her forehead was still dripping, and there was a trail of blood spots on the floor as he nodded. Sanjay disappeared from the bathroom for a moment, explaining that he would get her clothes to wear to the hospital. She looked up and something monstrous stared back at her from the mirror. She had blood all over the left side of her face. There was a glistening pool of it in her eyebrow, and she had even managed to catch a droplet on an eyelash. Her hair was clumped together in stringy chunks, so dark it almost looked black. The blood continued down the left side of her shirt, staining the white t-shirt across her collar and shoulder. This version of her face felt more fitting than the one she usually saw in the mirror. Her mouth hung slightly open, eyes blank as she watched herself, the blood trickling down her cheek. Sanjay moved into the bathroom behind her, and she watched him in the mirror. He looked absurd next to her, dressed in a pale pink button-down. It was one of Essie's favorites. His jacket had been discarded somewhere between the car and the bathroom. Essie was quiet on the ride to the hospital as she listened to her husband call into work and explain the situation. He kept one eye on her as he drove. She was dressed in a pair of his black sweatpants. The drawstring was cutting into her waist as she sat, pulled too tight in Sanjay's haste to get out the door. Essie searched the pale fabric of his shirt for a spot of blood, but she couldn't find a single drop. 26. Isabel. I ripped up Anna's letter the moment I finished reading it, although I regretted my decision a moment after that. The letter was a lie. There were sprinkles of the truth. I believed the bit about her mother seeing the bruises, although I could not imagine her mother acting so calmly. But most of it felt too stiff, too formal to be the Anna I knew. She was holding me at a distance to keep me safe. It was too late for that. Even this letter, stripped of the worst details of her life, brought tears to my eyes. Anna had wanted to be a mother since we were old enough to understand what that meant. She was always the first to hold the new babies when they made their debut in town. Nothing made her happier than cooing over their little fingers and brushing her hand over their noses. So small, they seemed impossible. I remembered one Sunday after church, a year or two before Anna was married, Cecilia had brought her new baby. Anna's whole face lit up when she held the little squirming blanket. She traced her nose along his head, brushing against the near invisible wisps of hair, and then she whispered something in his ear. We had wandered off shortly after, happy to steal a few hours alone on one of the first truly warm days of spring. "I think I want at least 7 children," Anna announced. She was stretched out in the grass, eyes closed, face soaking in the sun. I watched her, propped up on my elbow. 7, I said. It sounded like too many, but the moment she said it, I could imagine her surrounded by children, a baby in her arms, a few toddling around on the floor, and more outside, their laughter streaming in through an open window. "How many do you want?" She opened one eye and turned her head toward me. "I don't know." "1?" I said. In all honesty, I had never really imagined myself as a mother. I knew that was where life would likely take me, but I just couldn't picture it. "1? Don't you want your baby to have a brother or sister?" Anna said. She scooted a little closer to me so she could brush her fingers against mine. "2, then?" She nodded, approving of my change. She closed her eyes again, and we fell into silence, letting the breeze whisper around us. "What were you telling Cecilia's baby?" I asked after a few minutes. "What?" She asked me, eyes opening. She rolled toward me and propped herself up on her elbow. I reached out and brushed a few strands of hair behind her ear. "You whispered something in that baby's ear," I said. "What did you say?" She turned pink, her eyes darting down to where she picked a blade of grass. I was certain I had never seen anyone look as lovely as she did in that moment. "It's silly," she said, not meeting my eyes. "Tell me," I insisted. She looked up and her brown eyes met mine. "I was just telling him about how beautiful and wonderful the world is, and how lucky we are to have him in it." She said, her cheeks turned even more pink, and she looked away. Anna didn't deserve a life that she had to endure. She deserved something perfect, something worthy of her optimism. She deserved to be a mother, to kiss tiny toes and let tiny fingers wrap around her own, to whisper stories of princesses and dragons next to a crackling fire, to shower a little round belly with so many kisses that their laughter is heard halfway across town. I spent weeks thinking about all the ways I could save her from that house. I tried to find ways to have her live with me or go back home, but there was nothing. She belonged to her husband now. There wasn't anything I could do to override that claim. Even if she was able to flee from Lucas, I couldn't imagine her trying to survive in the world alone without anyone else. A life alone on the streets would likely be worse than what she had to endure now. So I would make sure she was not alone. We would go together. "Dear Anna, don't start to lie to me. I know you well enough to know when you are pretending. We owe each other more than pretty lies, meant to comfort the other. It breaks my heart to know that you are hurting. But it breaks my heart more to imagine you hiding your sorrows from me. I can only think about you in that dreadful house. I can think of little else except to wonder if he has hurt you again. Maybe this time broken a bone, or perhaps something even worse. I wonder if you are frightened, or if he is being kind this evening. My days are consumed by thoughts of you. We should run away. Perhaps this is a wildly reckless solution. No, it is certainly a reckless solution, but it is the only solution I have found. I imagine you will find hundreds of faults with this, but Anna, you cannot live in that house for the rest of your days. Do you have a plan for something better? I cannot, will not allow you to spend the rest of your life in fear and misery. A life on the streets, a life shared with me, would be better. Not that I propose we live on the streets. We can board a ship and sail to a new country, or travel to a city and find a bakery or a tailor shop to work in. Or maybe we could join a monastery. I'm not sure about the details yet, but I'm confident we could make it work. I would go anywhere with you if it meant keeping us safe, if it meant keeping us together. I love you, Isabel. 27. Essie. Essie braced herself on Sanjay's shoulder as she changed back into the sweatpants and bloody t-shirt. A pale purple curtain was closed around their side of the hospital room, but they could hear the beeping of machines and people rushing back and forth on the other side. She had 9 stitches on her forehead, the little line extending across her temple into her scalp. Even though she had a minor concussion, she was feeling better than she had in days. The nausea was gone, thanks to the medication they had pumped into her IV, alongside a couple bags of fluids. Her head pounded in time with her heartbeat, but that was better than the usual ache that seemed to permeate her whole body. The baby was fine, too. They had heard her whooshing heartbeat and been told everything looked as it should. A nurse swept into their room and started typing something into the computer. "You're lucky you've got such a good husband," the nurse said without looking up from the screen. As he hummed something that she hoped passed as an agreement, she had been hearing iterations of the same thing all morning. The entire hospital staff had immediately become enamored with Sanjay the moment they had arrived. It wasn't that she disagreed. She adored her husband. She felt lucky to have him, but this seemed like the bare minimum. He hadn't carried her here on his back through miles of frozen tundra, fighting off bears as they went. He had driven her to the ER and held her hand while they stitched up her forehead. But while Sanjay was getting praised, Essie had spent the morning being lectured by the doctors and nurses. She was reminded no less than a dozen times that she needed to be drinking more water and eating something first thing in the morning. "You need to be more careful," the doctor told her as he stitched up her face. "Dehydration is very dangerous for the baby." Another doctor warned her as she dug an ultrasound wand against Essie's belly. Even now, as the nurse finished their discharge papers, Essie was scolded again. "Make sure you're taking care of yourself," she said to Essie as she was wheeled out to her car. "We don't want to see you back here after another fall." Sanjay walked behind her on the front steps when they arrived home, his arm hovering along her back to catch her if she stumbled. He tossed his keys on the entry table and took off his shoes, tucking them into the front closet as he walked ahead of him, scooping her bag off the kitchen table and heading for the stairs. Sanjay didn't catch up to her until she was already in the bedroom, pulling off the blood-stained t-shirt. "Do you want to rest a bit now? Or do you want to try to wash your hair before you get some sleep? Sanjay asked. His eyes followed along the trail of dried blood on the floor that marked her passage from the bathroom to the nightstand. Essie didn't stop moving, tossing the t-shirt in the trash can in the corner of the bathroom and slipping a tank top over her head. She picked out a spot of blood that had dried onto her shoulder. "I'm going to do some work for a bit while I'm feeling okay," she said. She had dictated an email explaining her absence this afternoon while they were in the hospital, but she was already behind on her readings and studying for the week. It was unclear how long this bout of energy would last, and she certainly wasn't going to waste it on a shower, despite the blood clumped in her hair. "Babe," Sanjay started moving toward her, "you should rest for a bit. I don't think you should be reading right now." "I feel fine," Essie said, replacing Sanjay's sweatpants with a pair of her own yoga pants. "Honestly, I feel better than I have in days, and I'm not going to waste it on a nap." As he scooped up her bag again and headed toward the room that would be the baby's nursery. It was completely empty, but she was going to enjoy the early afternoon sunlight in this room before it was overrun with baby things. Sanjay grabbed her arm as she passed him. "You're pushing yourself too hard. You should rest," he said firmly. She tugged herself away. His fingers dropped immediately, but she could still feel his fingerprints on her arm, like a ghost. "I'm fine," she said. Each word got its own moment, fine stretching out to last several seconds, as if that would be long enough to hide the blood in her hair and the line of stitches in her forehead. "You should rest," he said again. "You need to take care of yourself." "Take care of myself or take care of the baby," as he said, the words coming out sharp. They had been festering all day. Every time Sanjay's eyes lingered on her belly, or he asked if something was safe for the baby. Sanjay paused for a moment, his brow furrowing. "Both." "I don't understand the question you're asking." "Taking care of yourself is taking care of the baby." "Sure, but it seems like I'm not your priority right now." "What the hell are you talking about, Essie?" Sanjay threw his hands in the air. "All I am trying to say is you need more rest right now. You can't push yourself to function while you're dehydrated with no sleep or food in your system. That's how we ended up in the emergency room this morning." "Excuse me." Essie took a step toward him, her voice getting louder. "What would you like me to do differently? Should I be spending my days in bed watching television? Or maybe that would be too much mental stimulation. Should I just lie there and stare at the ceiling while I nibble on crackers?" "That's not what I'm saying," he said. "But I don't understand why you haven't been asking for help. You could have told the doctor how bad your nausea has gotten. Or, at the very least this morning when I asked if you were fine, you could have said no. I felt the same as I always do this morning. I feel terrible all the time. I didn't mention it to the doctor because it's morning sicknesses. It's just part of pregnancy." "It's only part of pregnancy because you're pushing yourself too hard," Sanjay said. His words weren't shouted, but instead spoken with a calm authority that starkly contrasted with her shrieking. "Essie, if you don't start taking better care of yourself, we are going to end up at the hospital again. Do you know how terrifying it was to get that call this morning? To come home and find you covered in blood? I'm sure it was horrible to have your whole morning ruined by your stupid pregnant wife, who is so negligent that she can't even manage to drink enough water to prevent her from splitting her head open on the bathroom floor. You know that's not what I meant. It wasn't my favorite way to start my morning, either." Essie said, "I am trying my best. I'm trying to drink water and sleep more. But I'm not going to just roll over and let my life revolve around being a human incubator. I'm not asking you to, but maybe it's time to reprioritize a bit. We're going to have to make some sacrifices to make this work," Sanjay said. She could tell he was trying to calm her down, his voice lowering. He reached out to touch her, but dropped his hand when she flinched away. Essie couldn't breathe. She was so angry. Her mouth hung open and she gawked at him still in his pink button-D down with the top buttons undone. A humorless laugh slipped from between her lips. "Some sacrifices. I have sacrificed Sanjay, and not just for this baby. I waited for you to go to grad school, and then we moved back here for you. Was it the best law school I got into? No, but it was where you got a job offer. You wanted a house that you could fix up. So, I'm living in a construction zone. I'm pregnant, so I'm not drinking or staying out late, or taking hot baths, or eating deli meat. And there's the looming question of what is going to happen when I pop this child out. When is it my turn to be selfish? I get it. You're the saint, and I'm your cold, heartless of a wife." He tried to interrupt her, but she held out a hand. "It's not true, Sanjay. You are just as ambitious as me, and I am just as thoughtful as you. But for some reason, you get to do the bare minimum, and people want to throw you a goddamn parade. Did you hear how many nurses were cooping over you being such a sweet husband for what? Because you drove your pregnant wife to the hospital. I want one thing, the one thing I have been working toward for most of my life, and I'm the one who is being selfish. Essie." Sanjay's voice was patronizingly sweet. He tilted his head, his arms hanging loosely at his sides as he watched her. She rolled her eyes and turned back toward the hall. She walked into the spare bedroom and closed the door sharply behind her. Sanjay called her name, but she knew he wouldn't come in. She was crying as soon as the door closed. Fighting with Sanjay always made her cry. She could hold a grudge with anyone else. There were people from elementary school whose offenses could still make her fume. Usually, there was a little thrill in the argument, too. She wasn't someone who avoided conflict. She embraced it. But with Sanjay, as soon as she was done yelling, she wanted to be next to him again. She wanted to put her head against his chest and have him stroke her hair and tell her everything was going to be okay. Fighting with Sanjay made her feel untethered, like she didn't have a place to land, as he continued crying as she settled herself down in the middle of the floor in a patch of sunlight. She scattered papers and books around her in a semicircle, mentally making a list of what she wanted to get done before she pulled out her laptop and got to work. She had only been working for about 45 minutes before the headache started. She tried to ignore it for a few minutes, frustrated that she had only gotten through a few pages of notes, but the throbbing got worse until she could only look at the screen through a squint. She sighed, abandoning the room in the chaos of papers. She stuck her head into the hallway and listened for Sanjay, hoping he wasn't in the bedroom. She wasn't quite ready to admit that he may have been right. The faint sound of women talking in hushed voices came through her open bedroom door. She took another step into the hallway to try to hear a little clearer. Maybe Sanjay was on a call or watching something. But then she heard the telltale sound of his footsteps in his office in the attic. She hesitated for a moment before quietly padding to her bedroom. It was empty. She wasn't sure what she was expecting to find. Her head hurt too much to investigate further. She should have showered before she climbed into her bed, but she was too tired, and the line of stitches in her forehead échouait every time her heart beat. So she pulled the curtains closed and slid under the covers, pretending she didn't notice the dried blood flaking onto her pillowcase. Essie woke up as the bed shifted behind her. Sanjay's body pressed up against her back, and an arm reached around to circle her waist. He leaned in close and traced a line along her shoulder with his nose. "Hi," she whispered. The room was darker than it had been when she had fallen asleep, but she could see the orange glow of late afternoon through her curtains. "Hi," he whispered back. "How are you feeling?" She rolled facing him and then scooted in closer. She tucked her head under his chin. His arms settled around her. He had changed at some point, and the soft gray t-shirt he wore smelled like him. She was suddenly all too aware of how dirty she was. Her hair was still crusted with blood, and the inside of her elbow was sticky with the adhesive from the bandage they'd used for the IV. Her skin crawled with discomfort as a few flakes of dried blood broke free from her hair and landed on Sanjay's clean shirt. She'd need to change the sheets before they went to bed tonight. "I'm okay," she mumbled. She tried to run a brief inventory over her body, checking for aches and pains. She was hungry and needed a shower, but for now, the nausea was absent. The throbbing in her head had subsided, but it was clear to her that if she tried to start reading, it would begin again. They lay in silence, her hands fisted against his chest as he rubbed her back. "Would you tell me if you weren't okay?" Sanjay asked. Essie didn't say anything. She wasn't sure of the answer. He continued, "Essie, I know this has been really hard. I know you are doing your best. I'm sorry if I made you feel like it wasn't enough." Essie felt tears welling in her eyes, and she snuggled deeper against Sanjay's warmth. He pulled her closer as she sniffed, and his arm squeezed protectively around her. "You are brilliant and ambitious," he whispered against her hair, "and maybe some people don't see it, but you are all so kind and good. And I love all the pieces of you." "I love you," she said into the fabric of his shirt. The words were muffled almost to the point of being unintelligible, but his lips curled up at the corners. Perhaps the nurses in the hospital had been wrong about the specifics, but she did indeed have a good husband. It wasn't because he drove her to the hospital and held her hand, but because even now, when she felt monstrous, dirty, and crusted in blood, looking like something out of a horror movie, leaving rust flakes in their clean sheets, he loved her. He saw her as good and kind, even when she was difficult and stubborn, and for that she felt incredibly lucky. He sighed. "I love you too." But as he leaned back and she looked up, her eyes meeting his in the dim light. "You've got to talk to me. Let me help you." She nodded, her green eyes bright in the dimly lit bedroom. He smiled at her and kissed her head. "So, what can I do to help right now?" "Will you lie with me for a while?" she said, tucking herself closer into his side. "Any time. 28. Anna Isabel." "No, absolutely not." "Surely you cannot think leaving everything behind would be a good idea? You have a happy marriage. It is not perfect, but it is good. I refuse to take you from that for my sake. You would really leave your family. You would never see your mother again, never see your sisters get married. I cannot let you leave behind your entire world for a chance at a better life for me. And you realize that is all it would be. A chance of a better life, not a promise of one. I think we would have a better chance of sprouting wings. Are you so naive to not understand what happens to women who live in the streets? My body may not belong to me anymore, but I will not reclaim it just for it to be consumed by faceless strangers with hungry hands. I am not simply rolling my eyes at you. I am angry to even write about this is dangerous, and not just for me, but for you as well. If Jacob or Lucas had gotten a hold of these letters, you are a fool. This is my life, and I will bear its burdens as well as I can manage. I don't need your pity or your rescue. We will not speak of it again. You will put the idea out of your mind. Tell me about your garden and your perfect loaves of bread, and I will tell you about my new quilt and the gossip about my neighbor. We will sink into our lives as wives, grateful for the little joys in them. Anna 29. Essie. Essie's eyes flew open, breath catching in her throat. Something had startled her awake, but the house was quiet. She felt like it was ringing with that particular hollowness that followed a loud noise. Her heart was pounding in her chest, still recovering from the jolt, even though she couldn't place what had scared her. The bed was empty next to her. She patted the covers with her hand, as if Sanjay might have shrunk down to miniature and was lost somewhere among the blankets. She even lifted the pillow, an action that she recognized was ridiculous, even as she was doing it. They had ordered pizza last night, and Sanjay had washed her hair in the kitchen sink so she didn't get her stitches wet. He combed through it, careful not to tug, slowly, working through each knot he encountered. She could have done it herself, but she let him take care of her. Her eyes drifted closed, and she saw the same scene playing out years in the future. Sanjay combing through the damp hair of their daughter, teasing her while he slowly worked through each and every knot. When he was done, he tried to sweep Essie's hair into a braid, but his fingers got lost in the strands, and he gave up after his third attempt. It felt ridiculous, and they laughed about Sanjay's struggles while they ate pizza on the kitchen floor, her hair soaking the back of her t-shirt. Essie pulled herself out of bed, unnerved both by Sanjay's absence and whatever unknown thing had woken her. She moved quietly, feeling as though disturbing the silence of the house would be a crime. Her legs were covered in goosebumps the moment they were out from under the covers. The bathroom light was off, the door hanging ajar, but she decided to check it anyway. She imagined Sanjay crumpled in the same corner she had been this morning, reenacting her fall as some sort of punishment. She leaned her head in through the door and searched the bathroom. It was empty. The relief only lasted for a moment. Where was he? As he went back into their bedroom, not exhaling until her toes touched the rug next to their bed, she felt like if she looked away from the bathroom for a moment, the floor might reach up and grab her ankle, pull her down until her cheek again rested against the cool tile. She remembered the wordless whispers that had poured out of her dark bedroom before she had fainted. Now the house was silent, but she searched the empty air, listening for even one of those hushed voices, eyes scanning for a glimpse of that moving darkness. Then she heard it. Not a whisper, but a creak from the attic. Someone shifting their weight from one foot to the other. She walked as quickly as she could while staying quiet and stepped into the hallway, heading straight for the door to the attic stairs. Light was visible along the bottom of the door. She pushed it open and waited for it to announce her presence, but it swung silently, like even it had gotten the memo that whatever was hiding in the dark house was not supposed to be disturbed tonight. as he slowly put her foot on the first step, silently pleading with the house to prevent the stairs from creaking. She could hear Sanjay now at the top of the stairs. He was shuffling paper, and she could hear the scratch of his pen against the page. He was mumbling something. She froze as his voice lifted, the words becoming more distinct as they drifted toward her. "No, I wouldn't do that." The words didn't make sense. It sounded like he was talking to someone, or really pleading with someone. Perhaps he was on the phone with a colleague, though who he would be talking to at this hour was beyond Essie. She moved up to the next step, but maybe she wasn't careful enough. Or perhaps the house was tired of helping, but this step groaned loudly as she put her foot down. She froze for a moment on the stairs, even her breath coming to a halt as she waited. "Hello," Sanjay called out. Essie gave up on moving quietly and walked up the last few steps in a usual manner. The steps groaned and creaked as she passed. "It's me," she said before turning into the doorway. Sanjay was standing behind his drafting table. The only light was the lamp clipped to the top, casting his face and the rest of the room in distorted, stretched shadows. It looked like something out of a children's cartoon, a dark forest filled with glowing yellow eyes and twisted trees. Sanjay stood in the center of it all. He looked tense, dressed in an old t-shirt and sweatpants, the same thing he had worn to bed. "Hey," she said, "I worried when I woke up and you weren't there. Sorry, I had this idea. I couldn't get out of my head." He looked at her, his brow furrowed, as if he didn't know quite what she was talking about, and then shook his head. "I can't quite figure out how to get all the pieces to work." Essie took another couple steps toward him. "Can I see?" She loved looking over his shoulder while he worked. She didn't understand any of it. It was another language of lines and symbols and numbers, but Sanjay acted as her translator. He would drag his finger across the page or the screen and tell her his favorite parts or explain the issues that he was attempting to solve. She didn't really care about the specifics. She just liked watching him in his element, creating something out of nothing. He chuckled, shuffling a few papers on his desk. Not much to see yet. Essie peered over the pages anyway, and was surprised to see lines of scribbled notes. Sanjay's notes were usually meticulously organized in a blocky print with subheadings and bullet points, but what lay in front of him now wound around the page without caring where the lines were. She wanted to ask about it, but he slipped the page into a folder and stood. "Let's go back to bed. I'm done up here." He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. He walked out from behind the drafting table and came toward her. He flicked off the light, and as they were both plunged into the dark, panic gripped her chest. It was that same thick darkness that seemed to press in on her when she woke from a nightmare. It was oppressive and violating, like it coated every inch of her skin in a thick layer of tar. She scrabbled for Sanjay in the dark, hands fluttering around uselessly, trying to find him. But a moment later, Sanjay flicked on the light in the staircase, and her fear felt foolish. Her face was soft as he reached her, resting his hand on her back and leading her out of his office. They walked back to their bedroom, the stairs and floorboards creaking in their usual symphony. As he slipped under the covers and snuggled into Sanjay's side, he wrapped an arm around her and within a few minutes was snoring softly. Essie couldn't fall asleep as easily. The strangeness of the night's events played again in her head. It wasn't out of the ordinary that Sanjay had gotten an idea in the middle of the night and tiptoed upstairs to write it down. He used to do it frequently in their old apartment, but his desk had been visible from the bed. But he hadn't looked like himself up there. She was used to his face when he was half asleep, his jaw loose, and his blinks slower than usual. Tonight, his face had been taut, anxiety visible in every muscle. Even now, as the room was filled with the soft sound of his slow, relaxed breaths, worry still sat in the pit of her stomach. The house was quiet when Essie woke. The memory of finding Sanjay in the attic last night was already fading in the morning light. She recalled his incomprehensible notes and the suffocating dark that had coated her in the attic, but it disappeared into the ripples of sunlight streaming in the windows. Her stomach was quiet this morning, on its best behavior after the incident yesterday, but she didn't trust it to last. She shoved a few crackers in her mouth and washed them down with a swig of water. She slid on tall socks and one of Sanjay's sweatshirts. It was still oversized, although she was sure that wouldn't be the case for much longer. Her stomach was starting to dome a bit. It was impossible to tell what was bloating and what was baby, but she was sure things would only be getting bigger from here. Sanjay beamed up at her as she came down the steps. "Good morning. How you feeling?" he asked. He pulled a mug from the cabinet and got to work on her one solitary cup of coffee that she was allowed each morning. "Good," she said. He watched her over his shoulder, trying to spot the lie. "I promise, I'm feeling surprisingly good. My forehead hurts when I move it too much, but beyond that, I'm feeling okay, and I don't want to throw up this morning, so I think that's a win." He added the requisite amount of cream and sugar to her coffee before sliding it across the counter. He waited until she had taken her first long sip before he spoke. "Hey, S." Essie hummed an acknowledgement. "I have my call with my mom this afternoon." Each Saturday, Sanjay spent at least an hour on FaceTime with his mom. She lived in California, where she had moved when Sanjay went to college. Sanjay was the oldest of three. His younger sisters lived in California near his mom, but Sanjay was her favorite. Essie usually made a brief appearance, but the calls primarily consisted of Sanjay's mom, filling him in on the week's family drama. "Can we tell her you're pregnant today?" They had been waiting until Essie was out of her first trimester to tell his family, or anyone really. Of course, Essie's mother and grandmother both knew, but it was a secret beyond that. It was strange to think that Essie's whole world revolved around this thing that no one knew. It was stranger to think that it wouldn't be a secret for much longer. The thought of people knowing made her anxious. Her life at home already centered around the pregnancy, and she wasn't looking forward to extending that focus. "Of course," as he said. She forced a smile. He returned her smile with one so wide it nearly knocked her from her stool. "She's going to be so excited," he said. He moved to her side of the counter and kissed her cheek. "Can we skip the part where I fainted yesterday?" Essie asked. "Sure," he agreed. Essie finished her breakfast while Sanjay talked rapidly about how they would tell his mom, and then listing all the other people in their life that they would need to tell. His sisters, his co-workers, her law school friends. The list went on. It had been over a month since Essie had discovered she was pregnant, but she hadn't allowed herself space to think more than a few days ahead. With how sick she had been, getting through the day, sometimes even the next hour, took all she had. Once they told people There would be questions about a future she hadn't yet had time to consider. She was due in May. Would she be able to make it through the last of her classes before she gave birth? Would she even fit into those tiny desks in May when her belly would swell out so far she wouldn't be able to see her toes? Would she be ready in July to take the bar? How many hours of studying would she lose from morning sickness with a newborn? She didn't know, but people would ask. She would need to give them answers. As he pushed away from the counter and slipped upstairs to take a shower, she promised she would keep her stitches dry, and Sanjay turned back to the dishes he was washing. The bathroom looked the same as it had yesterday morning, bathed in the same pale blue light. Sanjay had cleaned the blood, scrubbing at the tiles while she had worked, locked in her former future office. He'd done a good job, but she could still see the print of 3 fingers on the wallpaper where her bloody hand had tried to push herself up. She thought back to the fight she had had with Sanjay the day before, where he had told her they both needed to make sacrifices. That seemed to imply that she had any choice in the matter. She hadn't chosen to be sick. She hadn't chosen to be so tired she could barely keep up with her classes. She hadn't chosen to faint in the bathroom instead of heading to class the morning before. She didn't feel like she was making sacrifices. She felt as if she were being sacrificed. Not the person bringing their firstborn lamb to slaughter, but the lamb itself. She laid her hand over the fingerprints, lining up her index, middle, and ring finger with the marks. It reminded her a bit of prehistoric art. The handprints and crudely drawn animals that covered cave walls that testified to the human desire to be seen and remembered. Part of her was grateful for the stain, a little reminder that she had existed in this place. She had bled here, the rust-cold fingerprints, a witness to her sacrifice. 30. Isabel. The nightmares had started as soon as I'd returned home, but they grew worse in the weeks since Anna last wrote. They were all the same. I watched as Anna's husband hit her. I could hear her screaming. I could see the tears slipping down her cheeks as her skin bruised and split. But there was nothing I could do. No matter how hard I tried to reach her, something pulled me back into the shadows, cloying and dark. I woke in cold sweats, my heart racing. Jacob began to worry. He wanted me to see a doctor, but there wasn't anything wrong. Not really. Nothing that a doctor would be able to fix. I would not be able to sleep until I knew she was safe. Dearest Anna, perhaps I am foolish for dreaming of something better for myself. But you are foolish too, for thinking that you can be grateful for a life that makes you miserable. Gratitude will not cure me of my hunger for something more, something better. I have tasted a good life with you. I don't long for something outlandish. I'm not dreaming of castles and gold jewelry, or a secret prince to fly me away to a faraway land. I just want to fall asleep at night and know that you are safe. I think I could endure anything if I knew that. Do you know that I have nightmares that he has killed you? That sometimes I wake from sleep and can still feel his fingers wrapped too tight around your neck. And I can't breathe for days until your next letter comes, convinced that it wasn't a nightmare, but a premonition. Love, Isabel. 31. Essie. Essie was back in that endless hallway. Her heart started thrumming faster, the anxiety already making her palms sweat. She needed to find Sanjay. Time was running out. She opened the first door. The knob turned easily, the door swinging without a protest. The only sound was her frantic breathing as she climbed over the upended floral couch that blocked the entryway. A plume of dust shot out of the cushions. She ignored the dirt covering her arms, climbing deeper into the room. She peered underneath a glossy wooden table. One of the legs had broken off, splinters the only thing holding the left corner off the ground. A display case lay on its side. The glass fractured in a series of spider webs. The contents inside shattered, as he wasn't sure how long she searched the room. Time didn't quite make sense here, but she had to keep moving, keep searching. She could never be sure she hadn't missed him, that he had been hidden in some corner she had skipped over in her hunt. But she went to the next room anyway. This door was different from the others. It wasn't the same wooden door with the brass knobs that matched the doors in her own home. This door was white. A turquoise sign with Essie's name hung from a nail in the center. She hesitated for a moment, hand on the knob, and opened the door into her childhood bedroom. The walls were pale pink and covered with butterfly decals. There was a white crib tucked into the corner and a mobile of clouds hanging above a changing table. This room wasn't a mess. It looked as if any moment Kelly could stroll through the door with a baby Essie on her hip. But that wasn't what stopped Essie in the doorway. There was a man in a white rocking chair in the center of the room. His hair hadn't yet gone gray. His face was younger than it should have been, covered in a layer of freckles, as thick as the layer on Essie's own face at the end of a summer spent in the sun. As he moved to the rocking chair and braced both her hands on the arms of the chair, she leaned forward so her face was just inches from the man's, but he didn't move. He stared through her. "Dad," she said, her voice barely louder than a whisper. "Where is Sanjay?" There wasn't even a ripple on the man's face to indicate that he had heard her. But as he waited, she was accustomed to asking her father questions that he never answered. She ran the back of her knuckles over his cheek, his stubble rough against her fingers, a gesture of affection she wouldn't have offered him in the real world. A woman's laugh echoed behind her, carried to Essie on a warm breeze. She whipped her head around, but wasn't fast enough to catch whatever had been on the other side of the room. "You can't save him." The whispers came from every corner. "I will," Essie said, head turning wildly, searching for the source of the words. She sensed movement in the shadows, but couldn't quite make out what lurked within them. The laughter sounded again. This time, the first woman's laugh was joined by a second feminine giggle. Essie whipped her head around and saw strands of dark hair fade into the shadows. "I will save him," she repeated. As he woke, still tired after her nap, but the thought of falling into another dream felt worse than allowing the exhaustion to dig its claws into her head. She pulled herself out of bed, back and hips aching worse than they had been when she had fallen asleep. She had already slept through half of the afternoon. There was a paper that she needed to work on, but she wanted to check on Sanjay first. He had tucked her into bed after lunch, still glowing from the phone call with his mother. She had been elated when they shared the news, and most of the morning had been spent talking with her about the pregnancy and the baby as he climbed the last couple steps to the attic. "Hey, babe," Sanjay said. He was finishing something on the computer, his fingers flying over the keys even as he greeted her. "How was your nap?" "Fine," Essie said with a yawn, taking a couple more steps into the room. Then a smell hit her. It was mossy and damp, like a forest floor, after it's rained, a smell that felt out of place on this sunny afternoon. It smells weird in here. Her hand instinctively came up to pinch her nose. While the smell wasn't anything particularly awful, it still turned her stomach. "I don't smell anything," he said, finally looking in her direction. "Well, I do," Essie said. "Do you think it's the paint?" Sanjay asked. He had been testing little squares of colors on the walls, so they could pick the ones they liked for the house. He was still worried about the fumes, so he would only paint on mornings when Essie left the house before him. His office had a trio of colors painted on the far wall that he had put up earlier in the week. "No," Essie said. "It's a damp sort of smell. Do you think there's mold somewhere?" The smell was giving her a headache, a low pulse starting deep in her skull. Sanjay shrugged. "I mean, it's possible." He seemed unconvinced. The lamp in the room flickered, and Essie groaned. The previous week, they'd had an electrician come out and check the wiring. He hadn't been able to find a cause for the flickering. In fact, he said that most of the house's wiring looked like it had been redone in the past 10 years. Despite that, they continued to have issues with the lights flickering throughout the house. "Well, whatever it is, the smell is making me nauseous." Essie said, "I'm going downstairs. I have a paper to work on. I just wanted to check on you." "I'm still here." He said, 32 Isabel. No letter came the next week, or the week after, or the week after that. After a month, I wrote to my mother, asking about Anna. She wrote back telling me that Anna was fine. "It's a busy time of year, Isabel," she said. "I'm sure she'll write soon. 33. Essie." The weeks started blurring together as the rest of the first trimester passed. To say they flew by or even passed quickly wouldn't be entirely the truth. The days bled together. They announced the news to a few friends at their favorite bar. This time, Essie arrived hand in hand with Sanjay. The same smell of stale alcohol hit her nose like it always did. But this time, it turned her stomach as she slid into the booth. Today had been a hard day. The morning had started with Essie waking from another nightmare. At this point, the dreams, usually some iteration of searching for Sanjay in a distorted version of her house, happened most nights. The dream wasn't ever exactly the same. Essie would open new doors and search through different rooms, but she had yet to find her husband. Nausea had greeted her, as it usually did, as soon as her eyes peeled open. She could immediately tell that it wasn't going to be satisfied with vague discomfort while she choked down saltines. She spent her morning throwing up with the door open now, a thing that Sanjay both hated and insisted upon. He made sure she had eaten before he left, and they texted back and forth all day. He pressed his worry over her like a blanket, sometimes comforting and sometimes stifling. Essie lied a bit to him, when she could get away with it, texting him that she was doing fine, when she was crouched over the library toilet after the mere sight of her lunch had sent her running, putting her prenatal vitamins in her mouth in front of him, only to tuck them under her tongue and spit them out when he wasn't looking. It wasn't that she wanted to deceive him, but him knowing how terrible she felt did nothing to make her feel any better, and made him feel guilty. Additionally, offering him total honesty felt like giving him some level of control that she wasn't willing to give up. She would continue her little lies, so at the very least she could control some semblance of the narrative, even if she couldn't control her own body. Sanjay slung an arm over her shoulder and slid her a few inches closer to him in the booth. He had been looking forward to this all week. Essie wished she were at home. The exhaustion was hitting her hard, and her body ached with the desire to crawl into bed. Her head was throbbing. She had only eaten a few bites of oatmeal and half of a croissant today. She sipped on soda water, so exhausted she had to keep pinching her thigh under the table to keep her eyes from closing, while everyone else made small talk. "Are you feeling okay, Essie?" Kelsey asked. The conversation had shifted to something else. Essie hadn't been bothered to pay attention. Essie sat up a little straighter, not realizing how low she had slumped in the booth. "I'm just tired," Essie said, giving Kelsey a little smile. "Long week," Kelsey nodded. "Me too. I'm so ready for the weekend." Essie wished that the weekend would make things better. She wished that a few extra hours of sleep on Saturday would have had her ready to go on Monday, but she knew that even if she spent the entire weekend in bed, she would still be just as miserable come Monday morning. Sanjay cleared his throat. "We have an announcement," he said. He looked down at Essie, but she knew he could feel all the eyes at the table pointed in his direction. "We're having a baby." He looked up as he announced those last words, squeezing Essie tight to his side, while she softly smiled. A mix of congratulations floated up from the group. The guys clinked beer bottles with Sanjay, while Kelsey and Jessica turned to Essie with squeals and awkward hugs over the table. Soon, the congratulations turned to questions about due dates and baby names. She wanted to be home. "Can you let me out?" she whispered to Sanjay. "I need to use the bathroom." He scooted out of the booth. Essie followed, but Sanjay caught her hand before he slid back in. "You okay?" he asked in a low voice. All eyes were on them. "Fine," she said with another little smile. She was grateful that it was one of those single-stall situations because she feared otherwise Kelsey might have followed her. She didn't actually need to use the bathroom, nor was her nausea so bad this evening that she thought she might throw up. In fact, if they were at home, it might have been one of the few nights she was able to choke down a full meal. But she needed a minute away from the chatter of the table. The bathroom was quiet. The sound of music and conversations from the main bar, muffled by the door. She was so tired. The only thing she had been looking forward to about telling everyone that she was pregnant was that she would no longer need to pretend to be fine. She had spent the last 2 months having to lie about why she felt sick, and she had looked forward to being able to tell people the truth. She hadn't considered that being publicly pregnant would require a new kind of performance. Already, she felt the weight of their expectations on her. She should be glowing, joyful, and excited. She had traded one performance for another. She camped out in the bathroom for longer than she reasonably should have, but eventually she returned to the table. "Sanjay mentioned that you've had terrible morning sickness." "You poor thing." Jessica said, "You're almost through the worst of it. I felt so much better in my second trimester. Well, until I started getting huge. Then everything starts to hurt. My feet were so swollen by the end. All I can tell you is, enjoy your sleep now because you won't be getting any once the baby comes," Logan said. Jessica smacked his shoulder. "Don't scare them. The newborn stage is like a fever dream. It's so hard, but it goes by so fast." Jessica said, "Get ready for your whole world to change. They're born, and it makes everything else feel pointless. You might not even want to go back to work after you have the baby." Sanjay swooped in, saving her from having to offer a response. I don't think that'll be Essie. She doesn't know what to do without a project. I wouldn't be surprised if she makes a stop at the law library on her way home from the hospital. You never know, Jessica said in Essie's direction. Essie tried to force an expression that she hoped looked like a smile. Even the thought of being a stay-at-home mom made her skin crawl. There was nothing wrong with it, but it wasn't for her. She would be horrifically bored. She craved a high-pressure environment where she was asked to perform at peak level, competing with the people around her. She would be miserable if she were forced to stay home. Sanjay would have been content to stay there chatting all night. But after almost an hour of Essie's yawns, Jessica said, "You better get your wife home before she falls asleep at the table." That was all that was needed to break things up for the night. Hugs and more congratulations were offered to both Essie and Sanjay as they made their way to the door. "Congratulations again," Kelsey said as she leaned in to hug Essie. "I didn't know you guys were trying." "We weren't," Essie said. She knew she shouldn't say the words, that she should pretend that this was all part of some plan, instead of a result of a forgotten birth control pill. Kelsey seemed a little uncomfortable at the comment. "It was a happy accident," Sanjay offered from behind Essie, placing a hand on her shoulder and giving it a squeeze. Kelsey smiled, seemingly placated by Sanjay's words. "You both will be great parents." Sanjay was annoyed with Essie when they got in the car. He was quiet, the turn signal feeling too loud as they pulled out of their space. "You could have at least pretended to be excited," he said. Essie didn't respond. She noted on the inside of her cheeks, willing the tears to stay in her eyes. But they didn't listen. She held in sniffles and let the water flow silently down her face. She looked for her knives, the words she would have usually used to slice him to shreds, for even suggesting that she should have been something else. She wanted to tell him that she was exhausted and had to sip on soda water while he drank a beer, that she had spent the day trying to think over the waves of nausea, that her pants were cutting into her stomach and would soon no longer fit at all, that she was terrified about their questions about due dates and maternity leave. Their stories of sleepless nights and life covered in baby poop and breast milk made her want to cry. Even though she loved the little thing growing inside her, she was also sad and terrified and had so many other huge feelings that she couldn't deal with because she felt so sick. She looked for the sharp razors that would hurt him like he had hurt her, but she was too tired to dig them out from under it all. The rest of the car ride home was quiet. The radio was off. Sanjay parked and got out of the car, the echo of the car door reverberating through Essie's body. She didn't open her door. She didn't even unbuckle her seatbelt. Instead, she pulled her knees up to her chest and wrapped herself around them in the empty car and wept. The silent streams of tears from the car ride turning into great heaving sobs. She was already failing her daughter, even now with her baby tucked inside her. She had suspected it from those first moments in the doctor's office parking lot. She was going to be a terrible mother. She was too selfish, too particular, too cold, both too much and not enough at the same time. She didn't want to have to change herself to become the kind of woman who would make a good mother. But she had fallen in love with her daughter. This little thing that was snuggled inside of her, oblivious to the world outside of Essie's own body, even though Essie had yet to meet her. Her daughter deserved the kind of mother who had planned for her, the kind of woman who didn't need to slice away bits of herself to fit the job description, as he didn't know how to reconcile those two things. The terror at being asked to reorient her entire life around something she hadn't wanted, and the desire to be good enough to deserve it. Her car door opened, and Sanjay reached across her, unbuckling her seatbelt and pulling her against his body. He rubbed circles on her back. "See, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to make you upset," he said. His voice was soft and familiar. He continued speaking to her in a low tone, his breath hot on her ear as he whispered apologies and promises. The words didn't matter as much as his face next to hers, his hand on her back, his voice in her ear. After a moment, she looked up, catching a glimpse of his worried expression before burying herself in her favorite spot on the left side of his neck. His skin smelled warm and familiar. She remembered the first time she had cried, really cried, in front of Sanjay. It was their first summer together, filled with the kind of hot summer days that are only possible when you were 16 and driving your first car and working part-time at some slightly sticky store in the mall. Her dad had gotten sick. Some minor complication had spun into an infection and had landed him in the hospital. She and Sanjay had been sprawled out in a park, their faces turned toward the sun as grass tickled their ankles, and she had started crying, the clouds passing by in the blue sky. Without speaking, Sanjay had shifted, tucking her against his body, her head resting on the same place against his neck. She had cried and blubbered explanations, soaking the collar of his shirt. He had been bonier then, his muscles still learning their way around his long limbs. But he had held her as she cried and had run his fingers up and down her spine, as he promised she would be okay. She would look back on that day, on that moment in the grass, as the time she had really fallen in love with him in a forever sort of way. They hadn't slept together yet. She still felt nervous when she leaned in to kiss him, but this had felt more important, more intimate, sweeter than that. Now, as she sat sideways, halfway out the car door, her fingers interlocked behind Sanjay's neck. Her face was pressed against him in the same way it had been countless times since she had been 16. His body was no longer foreign to her. She knew his long lines and soft spots better than she knew her own. But this letting him hold her as she cried still felt more intimate than sharing his bed and his body. She wanted to make a confession about why she was crying, about how she knew she would be a terrible mother. But he would offer her absolution that she didn't deserve. He would tell her it wasn't true, that she would be a great mother because she was thoughtful and responsible. She could almost recite the script he would use as if she had slipped the speech out of his jacket pocket and memorized it while he was in the shower. So she didn't confess. Instead, she whispered, her voice getting muffled by the collar of his jacket, that she was sorry, and let his body remind her that everything would be okay. She looked up at their house over Sanjay's shoulder. It was slowly but surely turning into a home. A lamp flickered in their bedroom window. They'd had another electrician come out to check the wiring, and again, they couldn't find anything wrong. Out of the corner of her eye, Essie thought she saw something move in the living room. It looked as if someone had pushed aside the curtains and was watching them. She stared at the glass as it reflected the streetlights back to her, waiting for something to move again, but the house was still. Sanjay was almost sweeter than she could endure for the next several days, trying to make up for making her cry in the car. She tried to put on a brave face and pretend that she loved the sweet notes he left her, and the kisses on her forehead, and the takeout from her favorite restaurants. It wasn't that she didn't appreciate the gestures, but she didn't like being made to feel so fragile, as if one mean word would send her spiraling into a well of despair. She wanted to and moan about the nausea that was not getting better, and about her clothes, which no longer fit, and her body, which was becoming a stranger. She didn't look irrefutably pregnant, but her stomach was beginning to fill out. Sometimes she felt as if Sanjay was more comfortable with this new body than she was. He had taken to talking to her belly at night, crawling over to her and lifting the blankets and her shirt so her skin was bare. Then he would lean down and rest his ear against the slight curve of her so gently that the weight of his head didn't even settle onto her. He would listen for something inaudible, and then he would talk to their daughter. Every evening it was a little different. Sometimes he talked about his day, explaining the big buildings he was designing for other families. Other times he talked about their own families, naming their daughters, aunts, and grandmas and cousins. Some nights he reprimanded his daughter so softly. It certainly didn't count for making Essie sick. But he always ended it the same way. He would say, "Good night, my ladybug. I love you," before turning to kiss Essie's rounding stomach and smoothing a hand over her belly button. It was sweet, but Essie often felt like an intruder in the moment between him and her growing belly, a piece of her body seized by her daughter. Tonight, after he finished his cooing, Sanjay climbed up to their pillows, leaning over to give Essie a long, slow kiss before cupping her cheek. "You are truly amazing. I am more impressed with you every day. I love you," he said. The words changed slightly each night, and Essie was no longer bothered by the sentiment that the most impressive thing that she had ever done was grow this little human. Maybe it was true that her body's ability to create life, something that her body did without any input from her, was more impressive than everything that she had accomplished through hard work in her brain. Every day, it felt a little more that way. Maybe she had wasted her time in school because her body's most impressive asset was her uterus. Then they lay down, Sanjay's body curving around her back. Even though she was always exhausted, actually falling asleep was another matter entirely. Essie's body ached and her mind raced, but she tried not to toss and turn until either she fell asleep or she could hear Sanjay's low breathing shift to something soft and even. He had been sleeping restlessly too. She often woke to an empty bed in the middle of the night and could hear his footsteps pacing in the office upstairs. Sometimes she went upstairs to check on him, but he seemed increasingly more annoyed with her presence in the attic. He would quickly sweep up the papers he was working on and shuffle her back down the stairs, saying she needed a rest. So most nights, when she woke from strange dreams to an empty bed, she just rolled over and closed her eyes until she fell asleep to the sound of Sanjay pacing in the attic above her. 34 Isabel Anna didn't write soon. It had been 2 months since I'd heard a word from her. I sent her a letter each week, hoping this would be the one she answered. I worried constantly. It made me sick. My stomach was in constant twists, nausea clawing at my insides as I imagined every possible thing Anna's husband could have done to her. My mother assured me that Anna was fine, but she didn't understand why I was so worried. I couldn't tell her about the bruises. It wasn't my story to share. Anna had so rarely been angry with me before. I was much more likely to get cross with her and storm off or shout over something she did or didn't do. But I found it impossible to stay upset with Anna for very long. I could count on one hand the number of times Anna had truly been upset with me. The worst of it was likely when we were 15. We had spent the day with a gaggle of other girls our age at the market in town. One of them, I can't even remember which one, bet me her sage green hair ribbon that I wouldn't be brave enough to steal a cake from the bakery. The ribbon was gorgeous, a buttery silk in the most beautiful shade of green that would have matched my eyes perfectly. I wanted it desperately, so I agreed. Before I could go into the bakery, Anna grabbed me. "Izzy, you can't," she said, holding on to the sleeve of my dress. "What if you get caught?" "I won't get caught," I assured her with a laugh. I was already dreaming of all the ways I was going to twist the ribbon into my hair. Anna wasn't swayed. "It's stealing. It's not right," she insisted. The other girls were watching us, waiting to see if I would be talked out of it. I rolled my eyes and pulled away in a dramatic attempt to impress them. "It's one cake, Anna." It had been easier to steal than I could have imagined. The other girls crowded into the shop with me and distracted the baker while I swiped a cake frosted with pink rosettes off the counter. It was over in less than a minute, and we were back outside. All of us giddy with our little crime. We scurried away around a corner to eat our spoils. The green ribbon was passed to me while we shared the cake, licking icing off our fingers. Anna was quiet the rest of the day, refusing to speak to me or the other girls. Even when we were alone again, walking home, the sun dipping low in the sky, she didn't say a word. When she was angry, she closed up like her body was a house, with the shutters drawn and the door locked tight. Anna had given me so much of herself over the years. I was used to having all of her. So when she closed up like this, it felt as if something had been stolen from me. It took her a week and at least half a dozen apologies from me before she relented and started speaking to me again. I burned the green ribbon after that. I would have never been able to wear it without feeling Anna's disappointment. But this time, I didn't really think the lack of letters came from a place of anger. I think she was afraid. Afraid of someone reading our letters and getting caught, perhaps. But more than that, I think she was frightened of the hope I offered her. Because if she let herself, even just a little corner of herself, hope for a life where we could be together and safe, if it was taken away, it would shatter her. Dear Anna, I cannot believe that after I confessed my worry to you that you would just stop writing. My mother is growing tired of the little notes I send her several times a week asking after you. But I cannot help myself. I must make sure that you are well. From what I have gathered, you are fine. You are just cruel. Would you really let our friendship end like that? I can't imagine it ending in any way. I've imagined us both dying in bed next to each other, our knuckles swollen and knurled with age, wrapped around each other. But to let it end because you are afraid of me telling you the truth, that you would end it without apology or goodbye, that crushed me more than I am willing to admit. You've won. We can talk about loaves of bread and quilts and neighbors instead of the things that haunt us in the dark. I would rather have a lie with you than nothing at all. I will pretend to be grateful for my hollow life and pretend I am not afraid of whatever is happening in yours. Is that sad? Perhaps. I don't care. I'm coming to town at the end of the month for 2 weeks. Please come home and see me. Even if you are angry and you don't want to speak to me, let me see your face silhouetted in the glow of your window. Let me overhear the sound of your laugh carried to me on a stray breeze. I'll take a morsel of you if that's all you want to give me. Please, Isabel. 35. Essie Sanjay parked in the driveway of Kelly's house. He looked tired as he watched him for a moment, lingering on the creases on his forehead, the little lines around his mouth, and the purple crescent that pulled under his eyes. Sometimes it surprised her when she really looked at him and didn't see the teenage boy she had fallen in love with when she was 16. He always seemed tired lately. He had been quieter than usual for the past few weeks, and she was starting to worry about it. The car would have usually been filled with the sound of his humming or his terrible singing as they made the drive down to her mom's. But today, the car had been mostly silent, only interrupted by the occasional comment about the scenery. He reached for the car door, but as he held out a hand, "Wait," she said, "don't listen to Graham's, okay? I think me being pregnant is bringing up stuff for her. Of course, she means well. But don't worry, Es. Your grandmother warned me about the family curse before I married you. And I'll tell her again what I told her back then. I am not going to let a little curse stop me from marrying the love of my life." He winked at her, and then they both got out of the car. Sanjay walked around the front and slung an arm around Essie's waist, leaning in close to whisper in her ear, "And if the curse is going to take me out, at least we had a good run." Essie smacked his arm. "Don't say that," she said. Something heavy pressed against her lungs at those words, her mind immediately slipping into those endless hallways where she could never find her husband. Sanjay smiled, the first genuine smile of the day, and squeezed her to him again. "Are we feeling a little superstitious today?" he teased. Essie rolled her eyes and ignored his ribbing as they walked the short journey to the front door. He started to say something else, but he was cut off when the front door opened, and Kelly ushered them inside. They spent a few minutes chatting, Essie's mother and grandmother both taking turns to pat the little bump that seemed to be growing every day. Sanjay stuck close, holding on to her hand, his thumb moving in half circles against her skin. "Do you want to talk to your dad? He's outside enjoying some sunshine with Jillian," Kelly said. She asked it as if it were a question, but Essie had heard it enough times to know that it wasn't a question so much as a command. Sanjay asked, with a tilt of his head, if she wanted him to go with her. She shook her head the slightest bit and headed for the back door. Her mother's back deck overlooked a mountainside full of trees. The sun was just starting to peek between the clouds. It wasn't the house Essie had grown up in. That house had been in the city, close enough to the hospital that her mom could easily dart back and forth when she was on call. When her mother had started working less, she had moved to this house in the mountains, with its picture book trees and massive back deck. Essie took a deep breath of the crisp mountain air and turned toward where her dad was sitting. Jillian, dressed in her usual pale blue scrubs, her blonde hair pulled back in a low ponytail, stood up from where she had been next to Essie's father. "Good morning," she said. "How are you doing?" "I'm well," Essie said pleasantly. Her eyes darted between her father's head and Jillian's, not sure where she was supposed to look. She thought it would have become easier over the years, but she never really got used to the nurses. "I hear congratulations are in order," Jillian said with a pointed look toward Essie's stomach. Essie crossed her arms over her chest. It was freezing out here. Your mom is just so excited to be a grandmother. Thank you, Essie said politely. Again, not sure what the proper protocol was. Jillian had been with their family for nearly a decade at this point, but Essie had gone to college soon after Jillian and started working with her dad. Essie didn't let many people into this aspect of her life. She rarely spoke about her father, and when she did, she tried to keep things vague. It had seldom been an issue in high school. Most of those kids had gone to school with her since she was young and had seen her dad in his wheelchair at various school functions. But once Essie got to college, everyone assumed that her father likely looked like their own. Sometimes she told the truth, explaining her dad's accident. But that led to pitying stares and assumptions about Essie's life that she'd rather avoid. So she often lied. She told stories of the father she could have had, a man who bought his wife flowers once a week and made his daughter chocolate chip pancakes every Saturday morning. Her mother had gifted her enough stories about her father that Essie could easily imagine what she had missed out on. I'll leave you two alone for a moment, Jillian said, with a warm smile before she walked into the house, sliding the door closed behind her. These days, her father looked a few years younger than her mother, his face smooth and unwrinkled from the decades of life he spent motionless. His hair had slowly gone gray, but Essie thought it suited him. Hey, Dad, Essie said, sliding into the chair that Jillian had just vacated. Her dad didn't move, didn't react in the slightest to her presence next to him. Not that she expected him to. She didn't know how to do this part. She had only ever known her father as this unresponsive body that was wheeled from room to room and fed and changed by nurses. She had never known her father as a person who could tell jokes or push her on the swings or go to parent-teacher conferences. Kelly never talked about the accident. Even as a child, Essie knew not to ask her mother about it. Instead, Essie directed her questions to June. Her grandmother gave her little scraps of the story each time she asked. Essie didn't mind. It seemed like the sort of story that would make you sick if you heard the whole thing all at once. According to June, Essie's father had always been a swimmer. He was part fish. Kelly had always joked. It didn't matter if it was a pool, a lake, the ocean, or a tiny backyard creek. He wasn't picky. If the sun was shining, he wanted to be in the water. So when they both had the day off on one of the last warm days of summer, it wasn't surprising that he wanted to spend it at one of their favorite spots, a lake up in the mountains. They packed lunch and slathered Essie, only a few months old at the time, in baby sunscreen. Kelly was reading a book on the shore while he had gone swimming. As a child, sometimes Essie would lie in bed at night and stop the story there. She would imagine this perfect summer day at the lake where the worst thing that happened was maybe her mom got a sunburn because she fell asleep against her book. But something happened on the water. No one really knew what. Her father was a strong swimmer. He had swam in that same lake at least a dozen times, but by the time he was pulled back onto shore, he wasn't breathing. Kelly had heard several men shouting for help from the water, a limp body slung between them. She didn't realize the body was her husband until he was dragged onto the sand. She had given him CPR until the ambulance came, tears streaming down her cheeks. He never regained much cognitive function. His body going through the most basic motions of being alive without him really being there. Her mother played pretend, talking to her father as if he were there, telling him about her day, asking him questions about his opinions on politics, even though he hadn't been able to answer since Clinton had been elected, as he had also pretended when she was younger. In elementary school, she would climb into bed next to him and read to him, sounding out sentences and pointing at the pictures. But at some point, she got tired of pretending, and then she got angry. Her teenage years had been spent screaming at her mother and shouting at the unmoving face of her father that she hated in him. She had often thought it would have been easier on her mother if he had died that day on the lake. Maybe, if he were really gone, Kelly would have been able to move on and stop living a life around the shell of the man she had loved. Lately, when Essie thought about her dad, it just made her sad. He was always present, but never there, a constant reminder of what she had missed for her entire life. "Did Mom tell you that I'm pregnant?" Essie said. She wiped the tears that had begun to fall, her face growing cold under the streaks of them. "I'm due in May. We don't know for sure yet, but I think it's going to be a girl." She watched him. Even after all these years, a tiny part of her waited for a reaction, some sort of movement, a little squeeze of his hand, or a smile that meant he heard her. But he sat staring straight ahead, blinking against the cold breeze. "I think I'm going to be a terrible mother." She whispered the words to the one person who wouldn't ever tell her secret. She leaned her head against his shoulder and stared straight ahead with him, both watching the wind move the snow through the trees, the little bit of sunlight already melting the white into drips of water. The back door slid open, and Essie lifted her head. She expected Jillian to come and take her father inside, but instead Sanjay's hand landed on her shoulder. "Morning, Mr. Cameron," he said to Essie's dad before turning to Essie. "It's cold out here." "Yeah, we should probably head inside," Essie said, hoping Sanjay would miss the catch in her throat. But he rarely missed things like that. He had long ago memorized all her tells. He squeezed her shoulders and kissed the top of her head. "I'll go grab Jill," Sanjay said. His steps echoed on the wooden floors. And then Essie heard the door close. She waited another moment to make sure Sanjay was gone before she turned to her dad and whispered, "I don't know if I'm going to be a good mother, but Sanjay, he's going to be the very best dad. 36. Anna. Dear Isabel, I'm sorry. I thought I was keeping you safe by hiding myself away from you, that perhaps you would forget me in time. I wanted to set you free. I hated the thought of me causing you any pain. I thought perhaps the harsh sting of separation would be worth saving you the ache of holding my pain for the next several decades. But I was wrong. I knew it from the moment I read your letter. I am sorry. And selfishly, I realized I could not survive without you. That it is no more an option to disentangle your life from mine than I could disentangle my lungs from my chest. I cried when I got your second letter. I could only read it once before I tossed it into the fire, heartbroken by the idea of breaking your heart. I will see you soon. I love you. Sleep well, Anna. 37. Essie. That night, when Essie found herself again in the version of her house with endless hallways, she wasn't alone. A woman waited for her at the top of the stairs. She looked to be a few years younger than Essie. Her hair flowed down her back in a dark brown sheet, and she was wearing a floor-length linen dress. She looked over her shoulder at Essie and smiled. The smile didn't seem to quite fit right on her face, as if she was out of practice. Essie hesitated for a moment, the urgent pull to find Sanjay tugging at her. Essie, the woman said her name, and it sounded like it came from everywhere, swirling around her like wind. She waved her hand again and started down the steps, dress clutched in one fist. As he followed her, she didn't feel she really had a choice. As she moved down the stairs, the wooden steps turned to grass, and the light shifted to the blue of twilight, the moon already rising up above the horizon. The woman was walking faster now, breaking into a run as she neared the trees. As he tried to keep up, but the ground seemed to conspire against her. Grasses tangled around her feet, and roots reached up to trip her, and the gap between them grew. She watched as the woman disappeared beyond the trees. As he took a few more hesitant steps forward, searching between the trunks for a glimpse of the linen dress, she was ready to turn back toward the stairs when she spotted the dark hair. There was another woman with her in the trees. This one's hair was lighter and curly. They wrapped their arms around each other, one woman's head tucked under the chin of the other. Essie felt frozen from where she stood. The moment felt too private to intrude upon, but she kept watching. They whispered to each other, hands stroking over cheeks and lips pressing into palms. As he couldn't hear them, over the sound of the water rushing by in the creek, but she could see that they were both crying. As he wasn't sure how long she stood there watching, but night was falling. Darkness crept between the trees, twisting like smoke around the ankles of the women, and right before they disappeared, the dark-haired woman turned to Essie. Her lips moved, and the words again came from everywhere all at once. Have they started whispering yet? Essie woke up with those words echoing in her ears. Her fingers sprawled over her belly, not in a maternal caress, but more like the way she might press on a bruise. The painful throb a reminder of how her body had changed. She almost expected to feel the cool evening breeze and smell damp earth. Even though she was back in her bed, it took her another second to realize that Sanjay was once again absent. She shifted against the mattress, trying to plate the places in her spine and hips that ached every night. As his eyes were heavy and she was already beginning to drift off, the lingering anxiety from her dream, already forgotten when a creak from the hallway jolted her awake. Her eyes flew open, fixed on the inky darkness of the ceiling above her, every muscle going taut as she waited for another sound. There was nothing for a long moment, and then another creak. It was a long, low sound, a slow, careful step forward. Could it be Sanjay returning to bed? As he didn't think so, he wouldn't have needed to be so careful. Whoever this was, they were trying to hide the sound of their footsteps. As if in confirmation, Essie heard another footstep from overhead. Sanjay was still in the attic. Essie's feet made no noise as they landed on the rug. She searched the room for anything she could use as a weapon. Another footstep sounded from the hallway. Her eyes moved over their dresser as she contemplated whether a candle would be heavy enough to do any real damage. She could hear the slow click of the latch as someone carefully turned the knob, trying not to make too much noise. The hinges groaned as the door slid open, light from the hallway slowly advancing across the floor and creeping toward her feet. But before it could reach her, the light from the hallway went out. She hadn't realized how loud the hum of the house was until there was nothing. There was no sound from air running through the vents. The low buzz of the refrigerator was gone. The only sound she could hear was the hinges on the door, still opening at the same pace. Indifferent to the dark and her own scream that sliced through the silence, Essie stumbled backward, trying to find her bed and get away from whatever was coming through the bedroom door. Footsteps pounded against the attic stairs. "Essie!" Sanjay's voice rang out as he raced into the room. "Are you okay?" He reached out for her in the dark. "There was someone in the hall," she explained as she tried to keep her voice quiet. She couldn't quite tell if it was working. It leaped from her in stutters that seemed too loud in the dark. Sanjay pulled her body against his and kissed the top of her hair. "I don't think so. I think we just lost power." Essie shook her head, eyes latched on the open doorway, watching for any movement in the hall. "No! Someone opened the door." "I don't think so. I would have heard them when I came down the stairs. I'm sure you just got confused with the power cutting out." "No, the door was opening before the lights went out," Essie said, taking a step back from Sunj. It felt darker than it should have been in their room. "I don't think so, baby." "Maybe you heard me walking around upstairs," Sanjay said, rubbing his hands up and down Essie's bare arms. Essie rolled her eyes, despite the fact she was certain he wouldn't be able to see her reaction in the dark. "Why weren't you in bed anyway?" "It's the middle of the night." She knew the answer. He seemed to wander upstairs for hours most nights these days. "I couldn't sleep. Decided to get some work done." "Did I wake you up?" "Sorry. I try to be quiet." Essie interrupted him. "You're not waking me up, but I worry. It's not normal to be spending half the night out of bed working at 2 o'clock in the morning. I've got this big project that I've been working on. You know that it's been stressful. Sometimes I can't sleep, so I figure I might as well be productive rather than tossing and turning in bed." "Do you know where we put the flashlights? Every night?" "It's not every night." Sanjay moved away from her. Her eyes had started to adjust to the dark, but she could only see the shape of him as he walked to his side of the bed. "It feels like it's every night." The room was quiet for several breaths as he dug through a drawer in his nightstand. "Are you still taking your meds?" she asked. "What the Essie?" Sanjay turned so he was facing her. She could barely make out the contours of his face, silhouetted against the moonlight pushing past the curtains. "Of course I am." He slammed the drawer closed. "Why are you trying to have this conversation with me right now?" "We're both awake, so I figured we might as well do something productive," as he said, spinning his words against him. "I'm not finding anything about this conversation particularly productive." He stormed past Essie to their closet. "Where do we put the flashlight?" Essie remembered the candle that always sat on top of the dresser. She felt blindly for the lighter, while Sanjay riffled through boxes in the closet. Her fingers landed on the smooth plastic handle of the lighter. As soon as the candle was lit, the room was cast in a warm, flickering light. Immediately, the tightness in her chest seemed to ease as the shadows were beat back into corners. Sanjay stuck his head out of the closet. "You found a candle?" Essie nodded, the tension between them melting in the light from the flame. Sanjay emerged from the closet as Essie grabbed her phone off the nightstand. She held the phone out toward him. "I'm not sure we ever actually owned a real flashlight." He chuckled, arms wrapping around her back. "I worry about you," as he said. I don't want you to burn yourself out. I only have room for one sickly member of this couple, and I am claiming the title for the next 6 months. I know. I will try to get more sleep, he assured her. You should talk to Dr. Francesco about it. Maybe she can get you something to help, Essie offered. Sanjay had been on the same medication for years, so the quarterly visits to the psychiatrist were usually quick check-ins to ensure nothing had changed. But if something was keeping him up at night, they could adjust things. It's just the stress from work, he said, as a form of explanation, as he waited for a beat in case he was planning on saying more. But he didn't. Now he said, ready to change the subject. Let's go see why we lost power. Their neighbor's lights were still on, and Sanjay mumbled something about the breakers as Essie followed him down to the basement to check. She refused to stay in the bedroom by herself, still not entirely convinced there wasn't someone in the house. Sure enough, something had tripped the breakers, and Sanjay was able to reset them. The house rumbled back to life above them. All fixed, Sanjay said, plucking the phone out of Essie's hand and turning off the flashlight. There was someone out there before the lights went out, Essie said. Sanjay watched her for a second and then let out a slow exhale and scrubbed a hand over his face. Okay, I'll check the house. Essie followed closely behind him as he flicked on every light. She expected the weight on her chest to lessen as dark corners were turned warm and familiar under the wash of the lamplight. But she wasn't comforted. She was no longer a child, appeased that the monsters in her room were gone when they turned back to a jacket thrown over a chair in the light. Sanjay went from room to room, checked every closet and behind every piece of furniture. Boxes were pushed aside, cabinet doors were swung open. Once he confirmed that every door was locked and all the windows were shut, he trotted back up the stairs toward her. All clear, he said. Let's get you back into bed. He followed a step behind her, turning off the lights and returning the house to its nighttime slumber. As the darkness crept through the hallways behind her, she couldn't shake the feeling that they had missed something. Somewhere in their house, something was laughing at them. 38. Isabel. Anna had always been the practical one. I lacked a plan, but I knew when I saw the new bruises on her shoulder that I had to convince her to leave Lucas. It was already dark out by the time we slipped away from our families and made our way to our little spot by the creek. It seemed we only got to see each other under the moonlight these days. I longed for a day when we could once again lounge in the sun. We must leave. I will figure out some way for us to make money, somewhere for us to go. But Anna, you cannot stay there with him. I begged her. I was already crying. I spent most of our time alone together crying. I'm not going to pull you from your life, Anna said. She reached down and squeezed my hand. Jacob is a good man. You are happy with him. She wasn't wrong. If I had known Anna was well, if her marriage had made her happy, I think I could have made a good life with Jacob. But I would never love him like I loved Anna. Leaving him behind was the part of this I regretted most. It would break his heart. But I was willing to do far worse for Anna. Not as happy as I would be with you. She let silence hang in the air for a long moment. What if I were the one married to the brute? My voice was tinged with hysteria, the tone rising higher than usual. I was afraid she would leave again at the end of the week and go back to that place. What if I were the one who showed up with bruises across my back? But you're not, Isabel, Anna said. She refused to let my fear seep into her. She was calm, like the moon on a windy night, unaffected by my storms. You are softer than I am. Anna was right. I wouldn't have been able to endure it. Lucas's cruelty would have broken me months ago. I would have come home and begged my mother not to make me go back. I wouldn't have cared about the consequences. But it seemed unfair that my weakness would have saved me. If there were any way I could switch our places, I would. I think I would be able to bear a tremendous amount of cruelty if I knew I was keeping Anna safe. It's breaking me, I said. Every day, knowing you were in that house with that awful man, it is breaking me. I wish it were me instead. At least then, I would be able to sleep soundly, knowing you were safe. Anna was quiet. She hated what this was doing to me. She hated that I was hurting because I worried for her. She was better than me in all the ways that counted. I am in love with you, Anna, I confessed. It wasn't the first time I had said the words, but I hoped she heard them like it was the first time. I hoped the words still carried the weight of their meaning to her ears. And I am in love with you, Anna said softly, her voice tinged with sadness. She tucked a lock of hair behind my ear, her fingers tenderly tracing over the lines of my face. But it does not matter. I think it is the only thing that matters. Tears were streaming down both of my cheeks now, my inhale shaky. Don't cry, Izzy. She reached out and stroked my hair. She tried to pull me into her to comfort me, but I refused. I needed her to hear me. Please, I said, my voice a whisper. For me, I will figure it out. I will make a plan. But I cannot endure you in that house for much longer. Please, please come with me. Desperation laced every word. I would have promised her anything to get her to agree. I could hear her breathing in the still night air. I waited as she watched me, her thumb tracing my lips, her fingers curled against my jaw. A long minute passed. I will come with you, she whispered. Dear Anna, together. I am certain that single word is the brightest star in the sky of my heart. We will be together. The thought makes the nights more bearable. I'm counting down the moments. I have heard France is lovely in the springtime. Or perhaps we should get on a boat and disappear to a country somewhere across the water. We will become someone new. I think I will go by some name like Claire, or perhaps Jenny. We can pretend to be widowed sisters. Our husbands both lost in a tragic barn fire. I'm hiding away what I can, slipping coins into coat pockets. I'm sure it won't be much, but it will be something. I'm returning to town in 3 months. That's when we leave. That's when our new lives together will start. I love you, Isabel, or Jenny, or Claire, 39, Essie. Essie tried unsuccessfully to stifle a yawn as she walked into a meeting with her advisor. She hadn't been able to fall back asleep last night, so she was exhausted. She wasn't looking forward to this meeting. It felt like she was being sent to the principal's office for her crimes. She was worried she would be lectured for being irresponsible enough to get pregnant at such an inconvenient time. She wouldn't be able to disagree, but the meeting could be delayed no longer. She needed to figure out how the last semester of her program would be affected and how they would make this work. Her advisor was an older woman named Carol, based solely on the pictures framed on her desk. Carol was a mother herself. Essie wasn't sure if that would make this conversation easier or harder. Carol welcomed Essie into her office, and Essie sat down in one of the chairs in front of her desk. Her palms were sweating, and she wiped them against her skirt, before clasping them together in her lap. "How's third year treating you?" Carol said, eyes scanning the papers in front of her instead of meeting Essie's. "I'm pregnant," Essie said. She had planned on easing into the conversation, but the words had fallen out of her. Now they lay on the table between them. Carol looked up at Essie over her glasses. Essie stared back with a sort of shell-shocked gaze. "Congratulations," Carol said, the question clear in her voice. Essie appreciated the hesitancy. It allowed room for the twist of complex emotions that the assumption that she was overjoyed with this pregnancy didn't allow. Carol smiled slightly at Essie and made a gesture for her to continue. Essie explained the situation rapidly, barely pausing to take a breath. She plastered her palms to her thighs, worried that at the mention of children, her hand would involuntarily go up to cradle her bump. Some reflex of motherhood that might paint her as something ethereal and trivial, even in her black blazer. Carol listened to her intently, her eyes never leaving Essie's. When Essie finished, Carol leaned back in her chair and appraised Essie. "Your timing is shit," Carol said with a humorless laugh. Essie opened her mouth, ready to explain what she was willing to do to make this work. But Carol held up a hand and continued. "It's not a death sentence to your career. You can make it work. You are bright and capable. You're due in May." As he nodded, "You have 2 classes next semester. You'll either need to take finals a couple weeks early or finish up your papers from home. Email your professors to let them know now and copy me. I'm happy to step in if you need." The office was quiet for a minute, while Essie wrote a reminder in her notebook. Carol spoke again. "I think you should likely delay taking your bar exam until next February." "You don't think I could make the July exam work?" Essie asked, chewing on the inside of her lip. She had already fallen behind, a bit on studying, but she hoped she could make up the difference once the nausea abated some. People swore the second trimester came with a burst of energy. Although at this point, Essie was 2 weeks into the second trimester and still feeling heinous. "I'm not saying it would be impossible, but taking the bar while you have a 3-month-old at home wouldn't be the best-case scenario. I would advise against it." Carol paused for a moment, carefully thinking through her next words before sharing them with Essie. "Delaying will also give you opportunities to network in the fall. It shouldn't be the case, but certain assumptions will be made if you are attending networking events visibly pregnant. Many people will see you as a pregnant woman first and a lawyer second. It's infuriating, but it's the reality of things. I won't be a student at the law school in the fall," Essie said. Her status as a student allowed her access to more networking events and kept her on the radar of some of the larger firms in town. "Don't worry about that. I will make sure you continue to be invited to events, and we will keep your name on the appropriate lists," Carol said, turning to her computer and typing out a few words. "You're married, correct?" "I think I met your husband at the Christmas party last year." Essie nodded again. "If you are going to make this work, and not just finishing law school, but being a lawyer and building a career, you need to get really clear on what you expect from him. Have you decided what you are doing for childcare yet?" Essie shook her head. She hadn't thought about it, but she hadn't brought it up with Sanjay. "We used a nanny for our kids," Carol explained. "She was with us from the time our oldest was a few months old until our youngest started middle school. It's certainly an expense, but well worth it in my opinion. We loved her." Sanjay's salary as an architect was decent. It paid the mortgage and his student loans, with everything left to cover everything else they needed. But it certainly wasn't enough to also pay for daycare or a nanny, especially when Essie had to start paying back her own student loans. Essie's salary, even in her first year, would have been more than enough to make them comfortable. But now she wouldn't be able to get a job until next spring. More than a year from now. The thought made her feel claustrophobic, trapped under impossible circumstances. It will be fine. Carol said trying to balance a family and a career is challenging. I won't lie to you and say that it was easy, but it was the best thing I ever did. It's lots of sleepless nights, some spent with crying babies, and some spent writing contracts and reading files. I got passed over on big cases because I had to take my kid to the doctor and missed out on baseball games because I had meetings that couldn't be moved. It was a never-ending carousel of sacrifices, but I wouldn't change any of it. I love my kids, and I love my work. I wouldn't have wanted to give up either one. They were both a part of me. Essie listened, the future growing bleaker and blearer. Carol said it was the best thing she had ever done. But Essie only heard the downsides. Anyway, I'm jumping ahead of myself. You should be fine to finish out next semester mostly as planned. We'll get you any adjustments you might need, Carol said. Essie thanked Carol and dashed immediately to her car. She sat in the parking lot and pushed down tears. Everything had been making her cry recently. Carol had been kind and reassuring, but Essie felt hugely overwhelmed by the magnitude of changes she would need to make for her future. Every time she thought she might have a handle on what her life could look like with a baby, there was something new she hadn't considered. "Hey," Essie said, addressing her stomach. Essie had also started chatting with the baby growing inside her, but not like Sanjay did. Her voice didn't become melodic and crooning as she rested her hand on her belly, a flower crown in her hair. She didn't tell her baby fairy tale stories or sing her lullabies. She explained case law and complained about policy changes. She told her daughter about Supreme Court justices and international maternity leave policies. And sometimes she even complained to her about her pants not fitting and throwing up in the law school bathrooms. Yet, even though she complained endlessly about being pregnant, Essie never complained about her daughter. The distinction was clear to her, although she wasn't sure if it would be to anyone else, especially Sanjay. He found it incomprehensible that she detested being pregnant and was terrified of being a mother, but loved the little girl inside her. Sometimes it was incomprehensible to Essie too, as she grieved for the future she imagined for herself, and fell more and more in love with a baby she had never met and never wanted. "You are certainly going to make my life difficult," Essie continued, patting her stomach. "I'm not going to argue with Carol. Your timing could be better. If you had given me a couple more years, I could have been working for a cushy law firm. Also, your dad and I could have taken that nice trip to Greece we talked about. But that's not the point. I would have had a nice maternity leave, where we could hang out at the house and not worry about exams. Instead, we are going to be spending your first months on this planet, reading case law as bedtime stories." As he pulled her car out of the parking lot, one hand resting on top of her barely noticeable bump, the maternal gesture she had hoped to avoid in Carol's office. Her plans for the future were tenuous and uncertain. But there was a comfort in knowing that she would not be alone as she stumbled into this new life. She had Sanjay, and now this baby. She had faith that the three of them, her little family, would find a way to make it work. 40. Anna. Dear Isabel, I'm not sure it entirely matters what name you decide on. I will love you no matter what you are called. I will go with you anywhere. Do you think they will come after us? I cannot, for the life of me, fathom Lucas giving chase to me past the edge of town. I think for him, once I am out of sight, I will be quickly forgotten. My parents will not be so easy to forget me, but I hope my mother will realize what I've done. Perhaps it is deluded to think, but I hope that she would be happy for me to leave. Do you think Jacob will try to find you? I've been falling asleep, imagining you next to me, your curls pouring over the pillow, your breath slow and soft, the slightest smile on your face as you dream of cakes and fields of flowers. It is all I could want in the world. Burn this letter after you read it. I've burnt yours. We cannot be too careful. If either of them found out, I don't think it would end well for us. I love you. Dream of me, Anna. 41. Essie. Essie woke up with a gasp of air, her lungs burning as if she had run a few miles, not woken from a dead sleep. She had dreamed of the endless hallway again. She dreamed of it most nights, although she hadn't dreamed of the girls again. Instead, it was room after room, where she searched for her husband, certain her time was running out. It felt like the dream should lose some of their impact with the repetition, but instead, each time she fell back into the dream, the search felt more urgent. The bed next to her was empty again. It wasn't surprising. Despite his promises, Sanjay still wandered up to the attic, more nights than not. He seemed consumed by his work in a way that she wasn't used to seeing from him. He had even stopped his nightly ritual of talking to her belly, rarely coming to bed at the same time as her, heading up to the attic instead of climbing under the covers. The first few nights it had happened, she was grateful for the break from his cooping over her stomach, but she quickly grew to miss the gesture. Most nights she lay in bed and waited, either for him to return or to fall back asleep. But tonight, the gnawing need to find her husband lingered from the dream. She wouldn't be able to go back to sleep until she saw him. She climbed from bed and headed for the door. She had been prescribed an anti-nausea medication during her trip to the doctor's a few days before, since she was losing weight instead of gaining it. The pills helped take the edge off the nausea, preventing the sharp peaks that usually made her vomit. But they didn't erase the feeling entirely. However, they brought along their own set of problems. She had fallen asleep easily the night before, a side effect that felt more like a gift than anything else. But even after a full night's sleep, she was still exhausted the next day. All day, through her lectures and hours at the library, she felt she was one blink away from falling asleep. Even now, though, her heart raced in her chest. Adrenaline from the dream, leaving her wide awake. Things felt a little blurry, as if the edge between dreaming and reality wasn't quite as sharp as it should have been. Her hand hesitated on the knob to their bedroom door, bracing herself to find the hallway from her dream on the other side. But when she opened it, hinges creaking in protest, it was her house. Her real house, with the hallway that ended 20 feet away from her. The house felt like it was holding its breath in the dark, as though it was waiting for something, like the house itself was watching her. Essie tried to ignore the feeling, even as it raised the hairs on the back of her neck. She refused to tiptoe through her own home, even though it felt criminal to walk without trying to muffle the sound of her footsteps. Essie started to climb up to the attic and could already hear Sanjay talking to himself. She couldn't quite make out the words, but it wasn't unusual for him to be working through problems aloud. She paused at the top of the stairs. He was so absorbed in his work that he didn't notice her at first. His hair was sticking up off his head in all different directions as he stood at his drafting table in flannel pajama bottoms and a black t-shirt. He was hunched over and writing furiously on a piece of paper as he muttered to himself. "Hey," Essie said, her voice just above a whisper as she stepped into the office. Sanjay jumped back, hand clutched to his chest, eyes going wide as he took her in. "Sorry, I didn't mean to scare you." Sanjay blinked and shook his head like he was shaking off the remnants of a bad dream. "I didn't hear you come up the stairs," he said, his voice strained. Essie could hear the exhaustion seeping into his words. She took another step toward him before the smell hit her. That same damp, earthy odor she had smelled a few weeks ago, so strong it made her eyes water. She lifted the collar of her t-shirt over her nose, hoping the smell of cotton and fabric softener would cut through the muck. "How can you stand being up here with that smell?" she asked. He watched her for a blink, staring blankly at her like she had spoken in a foreign language. "I don't smell anything, S." He said, "Are you kidding?" Essie didn't pull the t-shirt from her face as she tried to spot anything strange between the beams of the sloped ceiling. "We need to have someone come look at the roof. There must be a leak somewhere." She wandered over to the corner of Sanjay's desk, where a candle she had gifted him ages ago sat mostly untouched. There was a book of matches lying next to it, and she lit one, holding it against the wick. The pine scent immediately cut through the damp of the office, and Essie felt like she could take in a real breath. The candlelight flickered against the walls, making the dark space feel cozy instead of ominous. Sanjay smiled at Essie with a little shake of his head. "I don't know why you lit a candle. We aren't going to be up here for long." "Because it smells bad, Sanjay," she said. "I like being able to breathe without feeling like I'm drowning in swamp water." He laughed, the sound filling the attic as he rounded the desk and leaned down to kiss her cheek. "Let's get you back to bed." "Don't you need to clean up?" as he asked. "No, I'll take care of it later," he said, dismissing the messy pile of papers with a wave. "Who are you and what have you done with my husband?" as he teased. He never left his office without making sure everything was returned to its rightful place. "What are you working on anyway?" She tried to lean over his table to read some of the words that seemed to crisscross the pages without any sort of pattern or order, but Sanjay pulled her away. "I'm just brainstorming." He leaned down and blew out the candle, and Essie immediately missed the warmth of the little flame. She wanted to ask more about what he was working on, but he already had a hand on her back and was leading her to the door. She turned around and looked at his office before he flicked off the light and plunged the room into darkness. The morning class dragged on. Essie waited for her latte to cut through the fog of exhaustion that hovered over her, but instead the fog seemed to thicken as her professor droned on. She rested her head on her hand, elbow propped against the table. Her eyes grew heavy until she could no longer hold them open. A cough from the other side of the room startled her upright again. She pinched the flesh between her index finger and thumb with the fingernails of her other hand, leaving behind crescent moons. She repeated the gesture every time her eyes started to get heavy. By the time class ended, the skin was already turning black and blue. The exhaustion felt like an especially harsh betrayal from her body. She had grown accustomed to the nausea, the headaches, the hip and back pain. All these systems in her body that had worked for her entire life suddenly had a different priority. Her body was stealing from her, redirecting its attention to the little heartbeat in her womb. But this mental fog felt different. It felt like a betrayal from her brain. All these months, even as her body became somewhere she didn't feel entirely at home, her mind had always felt like her own. This fog of exhaustion stole even that from her. By the time Essie walked in the front door, she had already decided that she would get off the medication. She shouldn't have driven home. She had read at some point that in terms of your reaction time, exhaustion could be worse than alcohol. Her reflexes were slower than they should have been. She could feel them. Thoughts moved through her brain like sludge, taking twice as long to reach the rest of her body. The exhaustion was a far more dangerous symptom than the nausea suppressed. The house was unsurprisingly empty when she walked in the front door. Sanjay wouldn't be home for hours. It was no longer strange for her to be home alone, and the quiet no longer felt unsettling. She knew the noises of the afternoon, the sound the furnace made just before it kicked on, the low hum of the refrigerator, the creaks from the attic. She left her coat and school bag in a heap in the living room. For a moment, she contemplated forgoing the stairs entirely and falling asleep on the couch, but the thought of sinking into her crisp sheets was too tempting to ignore. She climbed the stairs, her feet feeling like lead beneath her, as she tried to calculate how long of a nap she could take before she needed to wake up and start studying. Something moved in the doorway to the attic. She jolted, gripping the railing to prevent herself from falling down the stairs. She turned toward the open door, where a moment before she thought she had seen a woman watching her. The door to the attic hung open and empty as far as Essie could see. There was nothing there. The exhaustion was making her imagine things, she decided. But then the soft sound of a familiar melody filtered down the stairs. It was faint. The volume turned down low, but music was playing in the attic. She crept toward the open doorway and the staircase beyond. She thought of her trip to the attic the night before. How strange Sanjay had acted. How quickly he had pulled her away from those pages. Sanjay had always been a hard worker, but he was usually better about boundaries. He'd pull the occasional late night, but it was countered by days off and weekends spent lounging around on the couch. The pace he was working at was unsustainable. Essie had brought it up a few times, but he always managed to brush aside her worries, skillfully shifting the conversation back to her. She knew she should have pushed harder, been more insistent that he get more rest, but she was barely keeping herself afloat. Although it pained her to admit, she didn't have the capacity to carry Sanjay too. She counted down the days to the completion of this project. Then it would be better. He would be back to his old self, humming in the kitchen and talking to Essie's stomach at night. She never went into the attic when Sanjay wasn't up there. She had no reason to. It was full of his books and papers and things she frankly had no interest in. But if something was going on with him, she wanted to know. She climbed the stairs, not giving herself more time to second-guess her decision. The record player was turned down low, a vinyl spinning and spilling soft music into the room. She couldn't understand how it had started playing, but she imagined the usual flickering electrical issues were the cause. The attic was warm and bright. It looked so different in the daytime as light flooded the space. Essie waited for the mossy, wet earth smell to hit her again, but there wasn't anything there. She sniffed, searching for the smallest whiff of the scent, but the attic didn't smell at all. She walked around the room one more time before giving up on her hunt. Sanjay's desktop was clear, containing nothing but a keyboard, a mouse, and a framed photo of the two of them from their honeymoon in Italy. She scanned the bookshelf by his desk, looking for the pages she had seen last night between the textbooks, but nothing was out of place. Essie knew the messy pages would have stuck out anywhere he tucked them in his immaculate office. She hesitated for a moment before opening the first desk drawer. While coming up to the room could have been brushed away as her looking for the source of that sound. Digging through Sanjay's desk drawer certainly felt like an invasion of his privacy. He had never been weird about his desk, and it wasn't the first time she had opened a desk drawer, looking for envelopes or an extra file folder. But this search for whatever he had been writing in last night felt wrong. Regardless, she opened each drawer, looking for that spiral notebook, careful not to bump anything out of place. There was nothing. No notebook, no haphazard pages, nothing at all that she wouldn't have expected to find in his desk. She gave another quick glance over the area and noticed a single sheet of crumpled paper sitting at the bottom of the wire basket. She chewed on the inside of her cheek. Was she really going to go through his trash? That crossed a line, but she had already snooped through his entire desk. What was another broken boundary? She pulled the sheet of paper out and smoothed it. Most of the page was blank, but at the top, printed in Sanjay's crisp, legible script, was Anna Isabel. As he smiled, running a finger over the name. She and Sanjay had started discussing names, but hadn't landed on any that truly resonated yet. But he had never brought up that name before. Essie had a list on her phone with dozens of options. And sometimes, while Sanjay cooked dinner, she would go through them, crossing them out as he rejected them. But they hadn't come to any decisions yet. It was a strange responsibility, naming a human. Her dad had picked out her first name. She shared her middle name, Isabel, with her mother, grandmother, great-grandmother, and countless generations before that. It had become a tradition for the women in her family to share that middle name. No one could quite remember when the tradition had started. Their last names changed when they married, but they carried their middle names with them, a ribbon connecting them to the past. Essie would add her daughter to the chain of Isabel women. 42, Isabel. I have felt awful for the past few days. I complained to Jacob's sister, Valeria, as she helped me hang the washing. It was finally warm outside, the sun cutting through the spring chill. Valeria's two oldest were running through the front gardens, while her baby was strapped to her front. We had grown close over the time I lived here, and I was grateful to have her as a friend. I have been so tired, and I've been queasy over the littlest things. I thought it might be something I ate, but it's been going on for too long. I had been feeling ill often over the last several weeks. It would spring up seemingly out of nowhere. I had thought it was my nerves about running away. I had been stealing little bits for weeks, shoving coins snatched from Jacob's coat pockets into an old bag at the bottom of a chest in our room. Valeria smiled at me over the basket with a look that implied I was missing something obvious. "When did you have your last monthly cycle?" I stared at her with my mouth hanging open. I wasn't sure I was even breathing. I clutched at the blanket I had been pinning to the line, holding on to it as if it was the only thing tethering me to this place. "When did you have your last monthly cycle?" she asked again. I didn't have an answer because I wasn't sure. It must have been before I went to visit my family in Anna nearly 2 months ago. The realization settled into my bones, and my hand fluttered down to my belly. "I'm pregnant," I whispered. The words fell heavy on my chest. Valeria started prattling on about how excited Jacob would be, and how much she was looking forward to having another baby around. I couldn't hear her. My world had gone dark. "Dear Anna, I am so sorry. I've tried to write this letter at least a dozen times over the past 2 days, but the words wouldn't come. I imagine this letter will hurt you, and I hate knowing that I am holding the knife. I am pregnant. I don't know how I didn't even consider it as a possibility. I wasn't trying to avoid it, but I suppose that disinterest in having a child would have been enough to keep me safe. I was so caught up in our plans and schemes and dreaming of our future together that I didn't even notice when I missed my cycle. I haven't told Jacob yet, but I will tomorrow. He will know before this letter reaches you. I think he will be excited. Everyone will be excited, except for me. Because this little thing growing inside of me is a symbol of everything I wanted and cannot have. She is a prison cell holding me to this place. My child needs a home. Not some castle that I've dreamt of, but a real home with a bed to sleep in and food to eat. I must stay here for now. I am a terrible friend, but I fear I will be a worse mother. I don't know if I will be able to look at my daughter and not see what she has stolen from me. We will figure out another way to get you out of that house. I promise you that. I love you, and I am sorry. Isabel, 43. Essie. By the time Sanjay arrived home, Essie had managed to extract herself from bed and was at the kitchen table studying. When they had moved into the house, Essie had imagined that her office would be complete by the time final season came around. She had pictured herself behind her big wooden desk with her stack of textbooks. Instead, she was working at their tiny kitchen table with a yellowy light of the chandelier that barely kept the shadows at bay. As Sanjay said, as he walked into the kitchen, hands dropping to her shoulders as he kissed the top of her head, "How are you feeling?" "Exhausted." She leaned back to look at him. "I can't keep taking those pills the doctor put me on. The exhaustion is worse than the nausea ever was." "I don't think that's a good idea," he said simply, hands absent-mindedly kneading her shoulders. "I wish it had worked, but Sanjay, I don't think you comprehend how foggy and exhausted it makes me feel. I can't think, much less study." She said, "You're losing weight." "You're dehydrated," he said. "Maybe it'll take you a few days to get adjusted." "I'm not taking them anymore," Essie said firmly. "You can't put your schoolwork above your health." "That's not okay," he protested. It felt strange to be having an argument with her husband about what she was choosing to do with her own body. But at the same time, things weren't as simple as that. She belonged to him in the same way he belonged to her. They were a unit, two bodies working in tandem. Every decision they made affected the other, and they owed it to each other to recognize that. She would have fought him if he'd decided to stop taking his antidepressants. So despite the fact that the decision was ultimately hers, she wanted him to understand and agree with her. I nearly fell asleep while I was driving home. I closed my eyes at a red light, and I might have fallen asleep if someone hadn't honked. She said, "I need to be able to drive myself without worrying if I'm going to fall asleep behind the wheel." They went back and forth on the matter for the rest of the evening. Sanjay tried to find solutions to all of her objections, but eventually he had to yield. But Sanjay said, adding an addendum to his concession, "If you start feeling worse, or you're still losing weight at your next appointment, you have to promise you'll go back on the medication." Essie nodded emphatically. She would do whatever she needed to stay off the pills, overcoming the nausea by sheer will alone if necessary. Sanjay sat next to Essie as they waited to be called back for their ultrasound appointment. It was the last thing they needed to do before Essie headed to her mother's for the holidays. Sanjay would be joining her in a few days. He was staying behind to oversee the painters that he insisted come in and paint while she was away. They were painting their daughter's room pink. Essie had finished up her last final the day prior, even without the fog of the anti-nausea pills. Studying for finals was more difficult than it had been in years past. Essie spent late nights at the kitchen table cursing her inability to have more than 1 cup of coffee. Instead of letting the caffeine power her through late nights, she had to rely on willpower to keep her eyes open. Last night, like most nights these days, she had dreamed she was back in that endless hallway. She hardly ever dreamed of anything else. Sometimes she was left alone to search through the endless rooms, but sometimes one of the women would bring her downstairs. They hadn't spoken to Essie again, but she followed them every time and watched as a bit more of their story unfolded. Last night, the girl with the black hair had led her down the stairs to that same spot just past the edge of the trees near the creek. It was cloudy this time, the wind cold with the first bites of autumn. The women were wrapped in a blanket. A bottle of wine passed between them. Essie could never totally hear them, but she didn't want to move closer. The moment seemed too intimate to intrude upon. Still, she caught snatches of their conversation, plans to flee, the fear and excitement that made their voices tremble. "Please, Anna," the woman with the curly hair begged again and again. When Essie woke, the bed was once again empty, and she had the taste of rich red wine on her tongue. Every time she woke from those dreams, alone in her bed, she felt hollow, like she was already too late. A woman emerged from a door at the back of the waiting room, shaking Essie out of her memories. "Essie, sing." Essie stood and stretched, her back already beginning to ache from sitting in the uncomfortable chair. Her stomach had started to grow in earnest now that she was almost halfway through her second trimester. Her pants no longer fit, and even her looser dresses pulled as they stretched over her curves. At night, she would lie in bed and watch this new part of her skin pulled tight and smooth. It felt foreign, like perhaps if she could just find the latch, she could peel the belly off of herself and reveal her same flat stomach underneath. It was strange that people were so eager to watch her body grow when she felt herself shrinking. As her body took up more space, a smaller percentage belonged to her. Her organs were shoved up into her rib cage, pressing against her lungs, making it hard to breathe. The ownership of the room within her skin belonged more to her daughter than to herself. As he stared up at the ceiling as her belly was covered in gel, and the tech started moving the wand. "There's your baby," the tech announced. Sanjay squeezed her hand as she looked at the monitor. The silhouette of a baby's face was on the screen. Essie had expected more of the same sort of vague black and white shapes, but that was the face of a baby with lips and a nose and fingers. She had never been the girl to coo over babies. She had no desire to smell their heads, their brains unguarded under their downy hair, or hold out her finger so an impossibly small hand could wrap around her knuckle. But seeing her daughter's face felt different. She wanted to trace a finger along the pink of her daughter's lips and press her nose against her daughter's. Tears pulled in her eyes. She wanted to know if she'd have Sanjay's chin or her eyebrows. She wanted to meet her, to coo over this baby. It was a long appointment, cataloging fingers and livers and eye sockets. S.A. and Sanjay listened as the tech listed off measurements and pointed at the screen. "Did you want to know the sex?" the tech said after she had finished counting the vertebrae on the spine. "Yes," Sanjay said without a moment's hesitation as he squeezed his hand a little harder. "It's a girl. Congratulations." As he smiled, "I never doubted it for a minute." She turned to her husband, expecting him to share in her giddy enjoyment of this confirmation, but he didn't look overjoyed. He stared blankly at the screen, like he was trying to hold back tears, and not happy ones. "You okay?" Essie whispered. "I'm fine," he said, giving her a little smile, though he still looked close to tears. He leaned in and kissed her temple, whispering so his lips brushed against her. "I love you." Some of that tension still lingered on his face as they climbed back into the car a little less than an hour later. The sun had set while they were in the office, and the street light cast them in a golden haze as they waited for the car to warm up. Essie looked over at Sanjay in the driver's seat, as each of his breaths came with a little cloud. His skin over his cheekbones and scooped into the flat planes of the sides of his face before rounding the corner along his jaw. He was beautiful, as he sometimes forgot, like anything else that you see every day. But under the streetlight, she remembered that she was enamored with his dark lashes and the little bump in the middle of his nose and his eyes, the left one ever so slightly higher than the right. She could watch his face forever. They drove in silence for several minutes before Sanjay spoke. "What do you think she'll be like?" "I don't know. I hope she gets your patience," as he said, "and I hope she laughs a lot. I think she'll be brilliant, like her mom, and maybe a little bit shy but strong." "I don't think you could make something that wasn't strong," he said. As he watched his mouth move while he spoke, each word carefully formed before he let them spill into the car. These words seemed important, as if they were casting a spell to create a future for the daughter they had yet to meet. 44. Anna. Dear Izzy, I love you. You don't need to apologize to me because our dreams made of sugar melted when the rain came. I am heartbroken. I will not pretend otherwise, but I will recover. I am so happy for you. You will be a great mother because you know how to love well. And I suspect that you will fall in love with your daughter or your son the moment you see her tiny face. You will spin stories for her of faraway castles and sweet princes. You will teach her how to dream of a better life for herself. You will teach her to love summer rainstorms and how to braid daisies into her hair. Our lives are not over yet. Perhaps when both of our hair has gone gray, and we are widows, we will make our homes in each other once again. Then, when the world is disinterested in us, we will let our gnarled fingers wrap around each other and live in our own world where the stars match your freckles. I love you forever, Anna. 45. Essie. Essie spent the first 2 weeks of her winter break at her mother's house. The nightmares had stopped as soon as she arrived. She spent her days napping on the couch, curled up in front of a Christmas movie, while June puttered around in the kitchen making cookies. She slept more than she had the rest of her pregnancy combined. Sanjay hadn't come with her for the first week, staying back at their house to finish up some projects at work and oversee the painters. Essie had wanted to stay with him. The thought of him being alone in that house made her stomach turn. But he insisted she go down to her mother's. He drove down on Christmas Eve, paint lingering under his fingernails. He looked exhausted, and Essie was worried that he might pass out on the doorstep. But that night, he slept like death, his hand draped heavily over her hip. And the next night, and the next, he slept. And by the time they left on Tuesday morning, the sparkle was back in his eyes. She had known he wasn't doing well. But it wasn't until she saw him rested and happy again that she realized how far he had sunken. Essie was dreading returning to the house, already worried about how they would fare once they settled back into their normal lives. As they turned onto their street, she was tempted to ask Sanjay to turn the car around and drive back to her mother's. When they pulled up to the front of their house, she could feel the heaviness of what they had left here a week ago returning. "Close your eyes," Sanjay said before she could reach for her seatbelt. "Do we have to do this?" as he asked. She made a move to open the car door. She was nauseous from the car ride and anxious about being home. She wasn't in the mood for these sorts of games. Sanjay reached over and touched her, stroking the length of her forearm until she looked at him over her shoulder. "Please," he said. He stuck out his bottom lip and blinked his eyes. The expression looked more ridiculous than truly persuasive, but Essie laughed anyway. The whole week had been filled with moments like this, where the thick fog that had coated Sanjay's movements had lifted, and Essie recognized the boy she had fallen in love with underneath it all. She relented, slouching back into the passenger seat and covering her eyes with both of her hands, letting out a big huff. Sanjay laughed. The sound was intoxicating as it filled the car. She would have bottled it if that sort of thing were possible. His car door opened and closed. She was in the quiet of the empty car for just a moment before Sanjay opened her door and held her elbow as he helped her to her feet. They left their bags in the car as Sanjay led her up the front steps, his hands on her waist. They paused while he fiddled with the key in the lock. Essie started to bounce on her heels. They had picked out the paint colors together, shuffling through various shades of white until Essie could recite their names in her sleep. Did they want the almost pink white of marshmallow fluff or the slightly cooler fresh snow? So, it wasn't as if this was really a surprise, but she was anxious to see their house dressed in fresh paint. Sanjay stood behind her, wrapping both of his arms around her waist. His breath was hot and humid on the shell of her ear as he spoke. "Open your eyes." Essie was immediately struck by how different the space looked. It was fresh and clean and theirs. Of course, the room wasn't finished. The fireplace with its dark, heavy wood and layers of paint still needed to be redone, but the rest of it looked like a dream. Messi would miss that fireplace and the generations of paint once they finally redid it. She was oddly comforted by the knowledge of the families that had come before and the reminder of the families that would one day come after. The heavy, outdated fireplace was a reminder that they weren't ever really alone here. Sanjay had hung up the matchbook. The white frame centered over their fireplace. It was too small for the oversized mantel. Essie was sure they would replace it with a more appropriately sized piece of art as soon as they found something they both loved. But for now, she could think of nothing more perfect. In the corner was a Christmas tree that hadn't been there when Essie had left for her mother's house. She pointed at it. A Christmas tree. Sanjay squeezed her and pressed his cheek against hers over her shoulder. It's Ladybug's first Christmas. I couldn't let my girls come home to a house without a Christmas tree. Tears shimmered in Essie's eyes. There was something undeniably charming about their house, decorated for the holidays, even if it felt a little silly. She couldn't help but picture what next December would look like, with 3 stockings hanging on the mantel. Thank you. That's perfect. They stood for another half-second before Essie spoke again. Are you going to make me close my eyes for every room? Sanjay laughed and led her through the rest of the house with her eyes open. Their bedroom had been painted a serene pale gray. But that wasn't what made Essie squeal. We have a real bed, she said, flopping back into the mattress that was no longer resting on the floor, but tucked up into the frame they had picked out months ago. We do? I had them expedite delivery, since I doubt you'll be excited to climb up and down from the floor for too much longer, Sanjay said, giving a knowing look to Essie's ever-rowing baby bump. After Essie had thoroughly enjoyed her new bed, they walked into the baby's room. They had decided on pale pink, and the room practically glowed in the afternoon light. Essie was stunned. She froze just inside the door, her arms hanging loose at her sides. She wasn't quite sure why, but the room in this pale shade of pink took her breath away. They were having a baby. Sometime a few months from now, the little thing inside of her would be out in the world. Their daughter would sleep in this room. Her breath caught in her throat, and she reached blindly for her husband's hand, finding his fingers and squeezing. What do you think? He said, his voice light and breathy as he nodded, eyes scanning over every inch of pink. It's perfect. The evening ended with the two of them stretched out on the couch together, bathing in the light of the Christmas tree. A fire roared in the fireplace, casting a flickering glow over the rest of the room as it crackled. It was the first time they had made a fire, and they had immediately decided it was something they needed to do more often. It made the whole house feel cozier. Sanjay's head rested on Essie's bare stomach, her sweatshirt pushed up to the bottom of her ribs. He laid an ear against the gentle swell, listening in case their daughter had any secret she wanted to whisper to him. His fingers drew invisible shapes along Essie's stomach. Essie tangled her fingers in his black hair, scratching along his scalp. They were both quiet. The only sounds were the subtle cacks and moans of the house as it settled in for the night. As he stretched, arching her back before settling into the couch, then something moved inside her. It felt like a finger tapping her stomach from the inside, moving quickly, rapidly, striking the same key on a piano again and again. She froze, reaching over and pressing her hand against Sanjay's fingers to hold him still. "What?" he asked, looking up at her. "Shh," she said, her eyes fixed at some point on the other side of the room. For a moment, nothing happened, and then she felt the little flutter again. She slid Sanjay's hand down the curve of her belly. He obliged, his palm flat as it skated over her skin. "She's kicking," she said. She knew it was too early for him to feel any of the baby's movements through her skin, but still she wanted him as a witness. They waited another moment, but it didn't happen again. Eventually, Essie let out a laugh and released Sanjay's hand. "It's so weird," she said. "There's actually someone in there." Sanjay didn't say anything, but he turned his head so he could plant 3 quick kisses on her belly. Then he gazed up at Essie over her stomach, his hand still pressed flat against it. "I love you," he said, his eyes never leaving hers. Sanjay was back in the office the day after New Year's Day, but Essie had another week at home before the spring term started. She relished the quiet of the house during the day. Every room lit with unflinching light, streaming past leafless branches. The house seemed less hostile as the sunshine pushed back the gloom that seemed to seep from the shadows. She spent most of her day in the baby's room. She no longer even thought about it as her office. It was just the baby's room. The memory of a time where she had imagined bookshelves faded to a pale double exposure. She searched for cribs and mobiles on her laptop as she lounged in a patch of sunlight. The baby's room was already filling up with boxes of things Essie had started ordering online. The closet was already stuffed with tiny hangers. Christmas had been a flurry of onesies and baby socks from everyone in their life. Essie had spent an entire morning carefully clipping away tags and washing the clothes in a special detergent before hanging them on the tiny hangers and stacking them in baskets. She pressed her face into the soft fabric of one of the smallest ones, inhaling the clean scent, and pretending she knew what it would be like to have a squirming body tucked inside. The baby had started to kick regularly, although Sanjay had yet to feel it. Most days, it felt like she was playing pretend, an actor on a stage taking on the role of expectant mother. Like during these mornings, alone in the sunny house, this was a role she was filling rather than her future. The mornings spent folding baby clothes felt pleasant if she didn't allow herself to slip into the panic about what her life would look like in 5 months. She still felt terrible most days, but since she had nowhere to be and very little that needed to get done, even the ever-present discomfort of being pregnant felt less like a burden. Her dreams, however, were getting worse. She woke at least once a night, gasping for breath, body drenched in sweat and heart pounding. Sometimes she remembered her dreams in their entirety. But sometimes, in the morning, all that would remain would be little morsels of them. The pieces that got stuck in her teeth. A flash of green eyes that looked like hers. The sound of laughter. A broken bottle of wine. The feel of grass on her body. Another empty room. The warm pressure of lips pressing along her skin. The spring semester began, and the dreams continued. The moment she fell asleep, she was back in the hallway, her heart racing, her hand already on a doorknob, when she saw the woman waiting at the top of the stairs. Essie didn't wait for the woman to gesture. She knew she needed to follow her. This time, they didn't end up at the patch of trees by the creek. Instead, the woman slipped inside the door of a little house with wooden walls and a big stone fireplace. It was the same 2 women she had seen by the creek, the one who always led her down the stairs and the other one with curly hair. This time, the woman with curly hair was visibly pregnant, her belly large. Essie ran her hand over her own round stomach. The pregnant woman was crying, clutching the other's hand. "I'm sorry," she said, her words garbled with her tears. "I'll find another way." The woman with the dark hair ran her hand across the pregnant woman's cheek and whispered in her ear, the words too low for Essie to hear. Something moved from within the shadows behind the women, catching Essie's attention. She could barely make it out, but it writhed like smoke through the darkness. Essie took a step toward it and reached out her fingers. She wanted to touch it, see if her fingers would drift through it, or if it was more substantial. She took another step toward it, and the dark-haired woman's head shot up, eyes wide as Essie's fingers brushed against the dark, sinking into it like mud. The scene shifted. It felt like the floor had gone sideways. The woman grabbed for Essie, fingers slipping off the hem of her t-shirt. As he was falling, the shadows wrapping around her wrists and ankles, pulling her towards something. There was so much blood. Her hands were sticky with it, drips running down her arm, still warm as it soaked into her t-shirt and puddled around her bare toes. She screamed, 46, Isabel. Pregnancy was one of the strangest things I had ever been through. I hated foods I had once loved. My body ached and stretched in ways I hadn't known were possible. Even my mind didn't feel like it belonged to me. I would be happy one moment and in tears the next. I couldn't remember what I had been thinking only a second before. I didn't feel like myself. I had cried for days after I discovered I was pregnant. It wasn't about having a child. I think if the circumstances had been different, I would have been overjoyed with the idea of filling my house with another person. I loved it when Valeria's children were around. Their laughter and chatter made this house feel warmer. Jacob would be an excellent father. His child would be happy and well loved. But I couldn't think of this baby as anything more than a thief who had stolen my future away. Then I felt her move. Until that moment, I could think about her as something distant and foreign, a baby that I did not know nor love. But when I felt her move inside of me, her feet fluttering as soft as butterfly wings against my insides, my world changed. She became mine. In Anna's letter, she said that I loved well, but I wasn't sure that was true. I had loved Anna in all the ways it was easy. I had loved her in the sunshine and in letters, and even in tears, but that was where it had stopped. I had imagined giving up more for her. I had written whole worlds for us in my head. But I had done nothing to change her life nor mine. If nothing else, this child had taught me that love was sacrifice. I had hollowed myself out for my daughter to make a home in. It was painful and violent the way she was slowly taking over my body, a tiny conqueror. I had always believed that I would do anything for Anna, but I hadn't realized what that might mean. But I would not be too soft to save her. I would not stop at solutions that were palatable. I wanted to love as snakes and tigers loved. I wanted my love to draw blood. She could not stay in that house while I birthed this child, and then waited for her to grow big enough to live without her mother. I would get Anna out now. I would light the world aflame to save her. So this time, when the darkness whispered to me, I whispered back, "Dear Anna, it is the strangest feeling in the world to have another creature inhabiting my body. I can feel her move now, little kicks and rolls as she flutters around my belly. I think we were mistaken when we thought we might lose ourselves to our husbands. I'm sure women have, but I think we missed the bigger threat. I am already losing myself to this baby growing inside of me. She is made of me, crafting herself out of the hunks of bread I eat and my sleepless nights. When was the last time you thought of your mother as a woman, outside of being a mother and a wife? When was the last time you thought of her simply as a woman who wanted things for herself? I'm not sure I've ever thought of my mother that way, but she must have been at some point. I wonder if that part of her is still there, tucked into a tiny crevice in her mind that she slips into late at night, when the rest of the family is already asleep, or if it's just gone. I can already feel this baby changing me. I can feel it in my bones. Anna, I thought motherhood would soften me, but I feel it is doing the opposite. I grow a little harder every day. I want to become someone made of teeth and claws. Thank you for your words. I whisper them to myself at night, and I get frightened of a future where I hold this tiny life in my hands. If I know how to love well, it is only because you taught me how. I have never been loved as well as I have been by you. You are both sharp teeth and soft edges. Come see me. Stay with me for the next few months until the baby comes. I want you to be the first person she meets. I want you to teach her about all the good things that this world has to offer, because you are the best part of my world. Love you, Isabel. 47. Essie. The scream pulled from Essie's lips, thin and sharp, cutting her tongue as it went. She clutched her chest, making sure her heart was intact. She was surprised that her ribs were still there, with her skin stretched over them. She had expected her fingers to land in warm blood and open muscle. There had been so much blood. She could feel it running down the backs of her arms, leaving crimson trails on her skin. Sanjay's hand was on her back, and he was talking, but her ears were ringing, and she couldn't hear. She ran out of bed and barely made it to the toilet before she was throwing up, her whole body heaving with the effort to expel the bitter taste that lingered everywhere, permeating every tissue of her body. She collapsed against the wall as her stomach stopped clenching and tried to catch her breath. "Are you okay?" Sanjay asked. She looked up, not even realizing he had been standing there. He flicked a switch in the bathroom, and she blinked against the light. She looked down at her shaking hands. They were clean. She flipped her hands over, as if the blood could be lurking on the other side. Nothing. It was a dream, just a dream. Sanjay was moving around the bathroom behind her. Are you okay?" he asked again, a hand coming to rest on her shoulder, as he nodded, and then his hand was gone. She heard him go back into the bedroom, and a moment later, he crouched next to her on the floor again. "Drink some water." She opened her eyes and took the bottle of water from his hands. She took a small sip, letting the water splash against her lips. She wasn't quite ready to add anything to her stomach. She took another deep breath and started to push herself upright. Sanjay grabbed her arm and steadied her, taking the water bottle out of her hand. She leaned against him, enjoying the relief of not being responsible for her own weight. She teetered to the sink and splashed water on her face, cupping her palm and rinsing the taste of bile from her tongue. "What happened?" Sanjay asked. He was standing behind her, rubbing circles on her back while she braced herself on the counter. "Nightmare," as he said, meeting his eyes in the mirror for a moment. "Sounded like a bad one," Sanjay said, not slowing his circles on her back as he nodded, taking deep breaths, trying to erase the memory of her fingers sinking into that thick black smoke. Essie leaned toward herself in the mirror as she slid a deep red lipstick over her Cupid's bow. She felt terrible. She hadn't felt great after throwing up first thing this morning, but things had just gotten worse throughout the day. Her stomach had felt tight and uncomfortable, but it was different from the usual nausea that followed her. She had been uncomfortable in the morning, but by the time she made it home after her hours in the clinic, she was running on autopilot, barely able to think over the tight aching of her belly. Normally, she would have been curled up in bed, but not tonight. It was Sanjay's birthday, and they had plans for dinner with friends. Sanjay hadn't wanted to make a big deal over his birthday this year, but Essie knew he was only saying that for her benefit. He loved his birthday. He loved being surrounded by his friends and celebrating another year. So Essie insisted they at least have a dinner with everyone. It wasn't the 30th birthday party he should have had, but it was something. Essie winced as her stomach cramped again. She desperately wished that whatever was going on had picked any other day to appear. Part of her worried that something was wrong. She promised herself that if she was still feeling ill tomorrow morning, she would go to the doctor. But she couldn't rob Sanjay of this dinner. The dark circles that had vanished from under his eyes over the holidays had returned in the few weeks since they had been home. Essie was worried about him and felt like dinner tonight might bring a bit more light to his eyes. "Are you ready?" Sanjay's voice called from the bedroom. Essie capped the lipstick and smoothed a hand down her outfit. She was wearing a stretchy dress, shot through with metallic threads, that highlighted the swell of her stomach. She was getting to the point in her pregnancy where it was becoming near impossible to hide her growing bump. Being visibly pregnant in the world felt strange. People looked at her differently, their eyes going to her belly before her face. Some people, mostly older women, looked at her with a soft nostalgia, memories of their pregnancies playing behind their eyes. Other women looked at her with a bone-deep desire, a hungry desperation for their own bodies to become homes. And some women looked at her with fear, as if whatever had swollen Essie's belly might be contagious. She rarely encountered another woman who regarded her growing body with indifference. Almost as he said as she stepped out from the bathroom and found Sanjay sitting on the corner of the bed waiting for her. He stood as soon as she entered the room, eyes skimming up her body before landing on her face. "You look beautiful. I just need to grab shoes and we can go," as he said, trying to sidestep him to get to the closet. He stopped her, his hand reaching up to hold the sides of her face, fingers feather light along her jaw, thumbs stroking her cheekbones. "Let me soak you in for a minute," as he rolled her eyes, but she didn't move. He didn't speak for a second, his warm brown eyes tracing over every inch of her face, like he was trying to carve her features somewhere deep inside himself. "You know what I was thinking?" As he shook her head the slightest bit, and he continued, "I've officially spent half of my birthdays loving you. How did I get so lucky? You're going sappy on me in your old age," as he said, as tears prickled her eyes. "I've always been sappy," he said, his eyes wrinkling with a smile as he rose on her toes and kissed him. It wasn't an urgent kiss, just a chaste pressing of her lips to his. They didn't need to prove something with open mouths and teeth and tongues. This was enough. If Essie could have stopped time, She would have frozen it in this moment. She wanted to cancel the dinner, stay home, and never let go of his hand. When she pulled back, there was a smear of red across his lips. It made Essie think of her nightmare and all the blood on her hands. She wiped the red away with her thumb. By the time Essie and Sanjay arrived at dinner, she was feeling worse. The cramping had turned into the kind of pain that made it impossible to think straight. She had hoped that once she sat down, she would start to feel better. She ordered the blandest-looking pasta on the menu, but she could only manage a couple bites and spent the rest of the meal pushing the noodles around on her plate. Sanjay had noticed, inclining his head with a question, but she just shook her head in response, giving him a slight smile. She was fine. She could last another hour. Then she would be home, and she could curl up in her bed and stew in her own misery. But he had moved his hand to rest on her knee, where he left it for the rest of the night. Essie did her best to contribute when the conversation turned her way, but mostly she tried to melt into the background, letting the rest of the tables chatter and laughter fade into a buzz as he winced at a cramp that tightened across her stomach. Sanjay leaned down toward her. "Are you okay? You look pale," he whispered. His breath smelled like whiskey. He didn't drink often, but it was his birthday, and she was driving. "I'm just a little nauseous," she lied. "I'm going to run to the bathroom." His hand lingered on her arm as she stood, as he was grateful to find the bathroom empty. She threw up the 3 bites of pasta she had managed to eat. The vomiting made her stomach cramp up tight again. She knelt there for a second, knees taking on the grout lines of the bathroom floor. She could make it through the rest of dinner, and then drive them to the hospital. She wouldn't have chosen to spend the evening in the emergency room, but she wanted to get checked out just to be safe. At least Sanjay had gotten his birthday dinner. As she stood, her stomach cramped again, this time the pain sharper and more malicious. She felt something damp trickle out between her legs, and she knew she was bleeding before she looked. The center of her underwear was stained with thick, dark blood, and she was back in her dream, from that morning up to her elbows, in blood, dark and sticky. It wasn't pouring out of her, but instinctually, she knew it was too much. Something was very wrong. Her nightmare had seeped into reality. She could almost feel the black smoke she had touched last night, twisting around her throat, as its whispered laugh echoed in her ear. She shook off the imagined vision, but she found her reality to be no better. Something had been ripped open inside of her. Her daughter was bleeding out, and Essie could do nothing to stop it. She should have gone to the hospital earlier, as he washed her hands while she replayed worst-case scenarios in her head. Sanjay was waiting on the other side of the bathroom door when she finally opened it. "Are you okay?" he said, reaching for her. "We don't need to stay if you aren't feeling well." She leaned in toward him so he could hear her over the din of the restaurant. "I need to go to the hospital. I'm bleeding." Her voice shook as she spoke. His hands flew up to grip both of her arms, like she might make a run for it. How much? Too much. Essie's breath stuttered in her throat as Sanjay froze for a second. "Can you drive?" He didn't wait for an answer. "I'll have Jason drive us. Let me get your coat." He leaned forward and kissed her forehead. "We're going to be okay." Essie nodded, even though she didn't entirely believe him. He was gone for less than a minute before he returned, helping her slide her arms into her coat and walking her out of the restaurant tucked against him. "Jason's getting the car," he told her once they were through the front door. It was cold, and Essie's teeth immediately started to chatter. Sanjay pulled her against him, so her body was trapped against his chest. She clung to his shirt as tears slid down her cheeks. "We're going to be okay," he promised. "No matter what happens, we'll be okay." 48. Anna. Dear Isabel, of course I will come. I have already spoken with my father, and he has agreed to take me to your house. Lucas will be harder to convince, but I will find a way. Don't worry. My family is excited for you. I'm sure your family is overjoyed. This will be their first grandchild. I'm sure becoming a mother will change you, but it won't erase the Isabel who existed before. And if you do feel yourself starting to disappear into this new little girl, I will remind you of who you are. Life changes us, whether we ask it to or not. But I promise I will love each version of you. Don't grow too hard. I've always admired your softness. It takes a braver person than me to see the world with all its tragedies and horrors and believe in its goodness. Anyway, I love you, Anna. 49. Essie. As soon as they walked through the front doors of the hospital, everything seemed to move too quickly around her. As he leaned against Sanjay's arm, as a nurse asked them questions, her steel spine had dissolved. She was boneless. He was the only thing holding her upright and together. She wanted to drift off somewhere else, anywhere else. Sanjay was answering questions, but he wasn't looking at the nurse. He was looking at Essie's eyes, waiting for her to cut in and stop him. She was rushed back to an empty bed, and a group of nurses moved around her like moths around a light. Her arms were stretched out, and needles jabbed in, her dress pulled over her head and replaced with a hospital gown. They spoke to her in hushed voices, like she might break if they weren't gentle enough. And all the while, Sanjay held her hand and both of his. "It's going to be okay." He whispered the words like a prayer again and again. Tears leaked out of Essie's eyes, and she looked up, tracing her gaze over the edges of the ceiling tiles. She was preparing for the worst-case scenario. This might be the end to the family tree composed entirely of daughters. Essie knew she would not get pregnant again. She would not allow it to happen. She would come up with a more permanent solution, because she would not do this again. They could go back to their lives as they had planned them. Essie would graduate in May. She would make the bright bedroom her office. Maybe they would go on a trip somewhere beautiful and tropical. But she knew it would not be that simple. They couldn't erase these months where there had been another heart beating inside Essie's body. She would feel her daughter's absence. How would she grieve someone she'd never met? How would she grieve the loss of something she'd never wanted? They rolled in a machine and coated Essie's belly in gel. Her eyes closed as the wand pressed into her, her skin aching like a bruise. She searched the shadows for another glimpse of slithering smoke, silently pleading with the writhing darkness from her dreams. Sanjay repeated something under his breath. He wasn't religious. Neither of them were. But in this moment, they both whispered prayers to anyone who was willing to hear. "There is your girl," said the woman, holding the wand against her belly. Essie recognized the whooshing sound of her daughter's heartbeat. A sob escaped her mouth, the kind of primal sound that she didn't know she was capable of making. She couldn't breathe, sucking in air as she cried. Her hands flew up to cover her eyes. Sanjay's lips were on her cheeks and her hands. She shook with the force of her relief, as the sound of her daughter's rapid heartbeat filled the room. "She's okay," Sanjay whispered. Essie opened her eyes and watched as he swiped away tears. "She's okay," he repeated. Sanjay kissed her temple as the doctor continued to move the wand across Essie's belly while talking to the nurse with words and numbers that had no meaning to Essie. "Her heart rate is a little slower than we'd like to see it, but for now, we'll just continue to monitor things," the doctor said to them. "What does that mean?" Essie asked. Her voice was unrecognizable, even to herself, hiccupping out of her as she reached for her husband's hand and squeezed. "You've likely been bleeding internally for the last several hours, based on the volume of blood still in your uterus. Because you lost a significant amount of blood, less blood is getting to your baby, dropping her heart rate. We're going to get some more blood and fluids in you and continue to monitor you and baby to make sure both of you are doing well," the doctor said. Despite her calm demeanor, Essie could hear the but lurking behind her words. "If the baby's heart rate doesn't improve," Essie left the end of the statement hanging. "If your blood pressure and baby's heart rate don't improve, that would likely indicate that you are still actively bleeding. If that's the case, we will need to do an emergency C-section." "I'm only 24 weeks, Essie said, her voice breaking on the next words. "She's too little. We will do everything we can to avoid that." "What do we do now?" Sanjay asked. His thumb stroked along the back of Essie's hand. She was clinging to him so firmly that her knuckles had gone white. She looked over and saw that his face was wet, his cheeks shimmering with trails of tears. "We watch and we wait," the doctor said. There was another flurry of activity. Essie was rolled upstairs and hooked up to a new series of machines. She was propped up onto her side with a wall of pillows. Sanjay stood by her bed, holding her hand as the nurses worked around him. He asked questions in a low voice and brushed the hair off Essie's forehead. He was in his suit jacket, so out of place in the white sterility of the hospital room. Eventually, it was just the two of them left in the room, machines beeping and whirring in every direction. "I'm scared," she said. Her voice was quiet, barely squeaking out over the sounds of the hospital. Maybe that was what it meant to be a mother. To love this thing inside her so much that she could taste fear on her lips. The baby's heart rate had stabilized, but was still low. As he drifted off to sleep, clutching her husband, she woke several times in the night, and every time his eyes were glued to monitors on the other side of the bed, watching the jagged lines on the screens. He barely even blinked, as if his careful observance was the only thing keeping their heart rates from plummeting. That night, like usual, Essie dreamed of the strange version of her house, even though she could still sense the blinking machines and the hospital light just on the other side of her eyelids. She was in the room that looked like her bedroom, with the now familiar pulse of anxiety, making her heart race in her chest. But tonight, when she went to the door and tried to twist the knob, it didn't budge. She tried again and again, but no matter how hard she pulled at the door, it wouldn't open. When morning came, Sanjay was exactly where he had been before she had fallen asleep, eyes still fixed on the monitor. Essie squinted against the light and groaned. She felt as if she hadn't slept at all. The ache of exhaustion hung heavy in her bones. "Good morning," Sanjay whispered. He brushed the hair off her forehead and squeezed her arm as she stretched. The hospital mattress crinkled underneath her. His eyes flicked back to the monitors as if that slight stretch would be enough to cause damage. "Morning," as he said back, her eyes now fully open, watching his face. "How's everything looking? You both seemed to be pretty stable last night," he said. He offered a weak smile, but the evidence of a near sleepless night was visible on his face. "Did you get any sleep?" as he asked. He looked fragile, as if he were made of paper and had spent last night out in the rain. She reached out and stroked the back of her hand along his cheek. "A bit. I'm okay. How did you sleep?" he asked. Essie didn't have time to answer as a nurse strolled in. "How are we feeling this morning?" She focused on the computer screen while she spoke. "Okay," Essie said. "I'm tired and a little sore, but better than yesterday." "Good," the nurse said without looking away from the monitor. "Your overnight stats look great. We'll get you up and moving around a little bit this morning. If that goes well, we might even be able to get you home this afternoon." She gave Essie a little smile before returning to her screen. Essie spent the rest of the morning walking slow laps around the floor, as a nurse and Sanjay carefully watched her numbers. Her mother showed up at some point with a change of clothes for Essie and Sanjay. They even allowed Essie to eat some real food at lunchtime. "Looks like we are going to be sending you home tonight," said a doctor in lie of a greeting as she walked in mid-afternoon. Essie was curled onto her side. Her whole body ached like she had spent the night climbing mountains instead of lying in a bed. She abandoned the TV show she had been watching on her phone and sat up at the doctor's words. "Great," Essie said. Sanjay had walked over from the corner where he had been attempting to take a nap in the armchair. "I want to talk to you a little more about what that will look like." Essie nodded, and the doctor continued. "Your bleeding last night was caused by your placenta being pulled away from your uterus. Luckily, it seems like it was a fairly minor abruption, and that your bleeding has stopped, since you and baby's heart rates are looking good. However, it does put you and baby at a significantly higher risk for another abruption or early labor. In order to minimize the chance of either of those things happening, we're going to recommend that you go on bed rest for the remainder of your pregnancy," the doctor said. "Bed rest?" Essie interrupted the doctor, repeating the words. Sanjay's hand drifted onto her shoulder, but she ignored it. Essie hadn't even realized that was a real option these days. It seemed like the sort of treatment that would be recommended to a Victorian woman if leeches and time by the sea hadn't cured her. She couldn't spend the next 4 months in bed. The semester had just started. She had clinic hours to complete. She and Sanjay had plans to visit his mother over Essie's spring break. She had already given up so much to this pregnancy. It seemed unfair that even more was going to be taken from her. "Yes, we want to do everything we can to prevent further damage and another abruption." The doctor explained what bed rest would look like for Essie and the symptoms they should be on the lookout for. But Essie wasn't listening. By the time they were released from the hospital, it was already dark outside. Sanjay flicked on the lamp as they walked into the house, but the lamplight didn't touch the shadows that loomed in every doorway. Essie didn't bother turning on any more lights as she started up the stairs. She moved slowly, looking more like a prisoner being marched to the execution block than a woman headed to bed. Even in the dark, she didn't stumble as she climbed the stairs. She had made this climb enough times, both waking and sleeping, that she could do it blind. She didn't turn on the light in her bedroom, indifferent to what might lurk in the shadows, ready to reach out and try to grab her. The bed was still made from the morning before, pillows fluffed and stacked against their headboard. As he started tossing them on the floor, tears were streaming down her cheeks and her breath turned jagged. She had managed to hold it together in the hospital, but now she was home in the room where she would be spending her days for the next several months. She was going to miss her last semester of law school and the legal clinic. Even if she could attend her classes from home, missing out on those in-person hours meant that she wouldn't have the same opportunities to make connections. She would miss out on the study groups and happy hours. It wasn't fair. "Are you okay?" Sanjay asked from the door frame where he was leaning. His arms crossed over his chest. He blocked the only exit to the room, his body serving as the bars on the window of her new prison cell. "Not really," Essie said through tears. She sat on the bed to pull her socks off. "Are you going to take a shower before you go to bed?" he asked. "Yeah," she said on a shaky inhale. She looked up at Sanjay, who looked exhausted, like he could have dropped right there and slept through the night. "I'll get in one last shower before I am bedbound. You'll have to give me sponge baths from here on out." She was hoping to lighten the mood. She wasn't sure if it was her tone or Sanjay's exhaustion, but the joke didn't land. "You aren't bedbound, Essie. No need to be dramatic about this." He rolled his eyes, still leaning against the doorframe. "Dramatic? I am stuck inside this house for the next 3 months, and for 23 hours a day I'm supposed to be in that bed," she said, pointing. How could he not understand that? I've earned rights to be a little dramatic. "We're lucky, Essie. I know this isn't ideal, but things could be worse." Sanjay said, "That's super comforting. Do you understand how easily you could have died yesterday? How easily our daughter could have died yesterday. So, because I'm supposed to be grateful to be alive, I can't be upset about having to put my entire life on pause." She bowled up her socks and threw them at the hamper. "That's not what I'm saying," Sanjay said. He hadn't moved from the doorway, the hallway black behind him. It was impossible to know where or if it ended. It looked as though, if he took 2 steps back, he would disappear, slipping under the surface of a dark pool. "That is what you're saying. You're saying I shouldn't worry about the fact that I'm going to have to delay finishing law school by a full year after I already waited years for you to finish your degree. That I'm going to have to study for the bar with an infant. Even if I manage to get through this, I'm going to have to find child care. Maybe we'll discuss whether staying home with a baby for a few years makes more sense financially. I didn't want any of this." His exhale was sharp, and Essie braced for him to return her volume with shouts of his own, but he didn't. Instead, his voice lowered to a whisper. "You are so self-centered." The words hit Essie like a slap. She had thought the words 100 times in her own head, but to hear them coming out of his mouth, the mouth that had told her she was beautiful and good in this same spot just 24 hours before, sliced her near in half. She paused for a second, absorbing the impact of the words before she spoke again. "You can just come right out and say it." Saint Sanjay with his narcissist of a wife who wants to have a career and not just be a human incubator. "You think I'm a terrible person. You said it, not me." Essie blinked. Her mouth popped open. They just stared at each other for a long moment. She walked into the bathroom, slamming the door behind her. The sound echoed, and then the house grew quiet. She listened for Sanjay, waiting for him to lean his forehead against the door and apologize, but the room was silent. As he turned on the shower, filling the bathroom with steam, she peeled off the clothes that her mom had brought her at the hospital and stepped under the stream. Her thighs were still stray with dried rust, and she scrubbed at them with her hand, watching the water turn pink underfoot. Sanjay's words echoed in her head. They felt like a betrayal. He was supposed to see the best in her. "I don't want this. It's not fair," Essie whispered into the bathroom, where only the shadows could hear. She wrapped her arms around herself and came apart. She could already feel herself disappearing, consumed by the requirements of this little girl inside her, trapped in a life she had not chosen for herself. Maybe she would be a terrible mother who missed ballet recital and parent-teacher conferences. Still, she would teach her daughter one thing. Even as that same daughter stole away Essie's body and future, that she could be more than something to be used up. She could take from the world, too. She would teach her daughter to be unafraid of her own hunger. 50. Isabel. I had been so fixated on getting Anna out of the house that I had forgotten the problem. Wasn't the house. It was Lucas. If Lucas was no longer around, Anna would be safe, no matter where she was. The shadows had whispered of other options. They murmured ideas, coaxing out my deepest desires, the dark dreams I had told no one. Why should we flee? We had done nothing wrong. He was the terrible one. He should suffer the consequences. We need not feel any guilt over taking justice into our own hands. We would kill him. Unfortunately, she would need to be the one to yield the blade. I hated to lay that burden on her, but more than that, I hated that I wasn't going to be the one to watch the light leave his eyes. I thought of the bruises that had littered Anna's back. I wished I could pay him back tenfold for each one, but I would have to be satisfied with knowing that he would never lay another finger on her. As much as I had dreamt of killing him in some violent way, I didn't think Anna had the stomach for it. She wouldn't have wanted to see him in pain, despite the pain he had caused her. So, I would find something easier, some poison that would kill him quickly. The kind of thing she could hide in an evening glass of wine and flee in panic when he slumped against the table. I didn't know exactly where I would find that sort of thing, but I had heard talk in town. It wasn't something I could put down in a letter. While she hadn't mentioned anyone else reading these notes, I wouldn't take the risk. I would need to tell her in person. I imagined she would need convincing anyhow, but she was coming to help with the birth and the new baby, so we could discuss it then. Dear Anna, I am the size of a horse at this point. It feels as if I have strapped a sack of flour to my front. My back hurts, and my feet have swollen to the size of melons. At night, after spending all day at work, Jacob sits with my feet in his lap and presses his thumbs into my soles. The feeling is heavenly. He is a good man. I think my daughter is sick of being inside me too. She doesn't have enough space. She punches and kicks at me at all hours of the day and night. I think she is going to be a handful. She will be arriving within the next couple of weeks. You should come soon. Even if the baby stays in there a few weeks more, I'd love to have the company and help around the house. My mother's arriving in 2 weeks' time, but you are welcome before that. I miss you. We have much to talk about. Love, Isabel. 51. Essie. When Essie got out of the shower, there was a box of crackers, a granola bar, and a full bottle of water in the bedroom, but no Sanjay. She waited up for several hours for him to come to bed, but he never arrived. His footsteps echoed across the attic floors, pacing from left to right. She thought for a moment, sometime after the clock rolled to midnight, about climbing the stairs, but she didn't. She explained it away, telling herself she wasn't the one who needed to apologize, and she was supposed to be on bed rest. But she knew that was a lie. She didn't leave her bed because she was afraid to go looking for Sanjay. She was afraid that if she opened her bedroom door, she would be confronted with that endless hallway and that slithering darkness. Or perhaps worse, she would find the door locked from the outside, her dream bleeding into reality. She slept fitfully that night, waking up every half hour to find the bed next to her still empty. When Sanjay appeared in the room the next morning, the first rays of sunlight were coming in through a crack in the curtains. He was already dressed in his button-down and slacks. "Hey," he whispered, leaning down to see if she was awake. "I'm heading out. I left you breakfast. Call me if you need anything." Essie woke only for a minute to grumble a response as he pressed a quick kiss to her forehead. When she opened her eyes again, the sun was alarmingly high in the sky. A jolt of panic squeezed her lungs as she searched her mental calendar for whatever she was undoubtedly late to. At this point, it only took half a second for her to remember she wasn't late for anything. She was supposed to be here in bed. She had nowhere else she was allowed to be. She reached for her phone, but her hand landed in empty air instead of on what should have been her bedside table. She turned and found the table had somehow moved almost a foot overnight, now nearly pressed up against the wall. Sanjay must have moved it when he had slid the tray with her breakfast on top of it this morning, although she couldn't fathom how he had done that without waking her. He had refilled her water bottle and left a banana and a piece of toast that had gone cold on top. Her laptop and a few of her textbooks sat in a stack on the floor with a note. "I'll be home at lunch. S." She read the words again. They felt cold and almost sterile. The tension from the night before was tangible in the short note, more obvious in what was missing than in the 5 words it contained. She couldn't recall the last time Sanjay had signed off any note without an "I love you" tucked at the end. The omission stung. She waddled to the bathroom, her body stiff with sleep, and returned to bed, biting off a corner of the cold toast and pulling her laptop into bed with her. She spent the morning sending and responding to emails, trying to figure out what she was going to do for her classes for the remainder of the semester. No one seemed to have good solutions, or even bad solutions. And after reading through at least a half-dozen well-wishes, she slammed her laptop screen closed and flopped back into the mattress. The quiet of the house seemed to press against Essie. She could hear the low tick of a clock in the living room downstairs and a car driving down the street. For the first time in what felt like months, she wasn't tired, but she let her eyes slip closed anyway. Essie. The whisper was so soft that it could have been anything. She sat up in bed. Her hand went to her cheek, where she could almost feel the word imprinted there, as if someone had kissed it into her skin. She waited for another whisper, or a creak from the floorboards, but the silence fell again. "Hello," she called out. She waited another long moment, but the house remained quiet. Sanjay arrived home early in the afternoon. His footsteps echoed up the stairs, And a minute later, he appeared in the doorway, a bag from their favorite sandwich shop in his hand. He looked just as tired as he had yesterday. His night in his office had not done him any favors. "How was your morning?" he asked. Essie's eyes followed him as he set the bag on her nightstand and picked up the plate with the half-eaten toast. "Boring," Essie said. Her voice sounded strange, covered in the film of disuse. "I'll eat in the chair if that's okay." Sanjay nodded and set the bag on the side table. He moved the sweater that had been occupying the chair as Essie pulled herself out of bed. She was dressed in the oversized t-shirt and a pair of spandex shorts rolled low under her belly that she had slept in the night before. She crossed her arms over her chest, feeling strangely vulnerable in contrast to Sanjay, in his pale blue button-down and navy jacket. The distinct contrast between the two of them clearly signified who was the caretaker and who was the patient. "How are you feeling?" he asked. His voice startled her. Something about it felt wrong, as if one instrument in an orchestra was playing off-key. "I'm fine," she said, the words weaker than she had anticipated. "I spent the morning trying to figure out what I'm going to do about the semester. They don't want to refund my tuition, but my professors don't think I can effectively take the classes from home, so we're at an impasse." None of it was new information. The emails had confirmed what she had already suspected. Essie pulled her sandwich out of the bag. Sanjay settled himself on the corner of their bed, balancing a sandwich in his lap. There was nowhere else to sit. They hadn't planned for an entire life lived out of their bedroom. "I'm sure you'll figure something out," Sanjay said. Essie nodded. His words contained neither comfort nor any solutions, when she would have happily accepted either. Their fight from the night before hung in the air between them. Essie thought about bringing it up, held the idea in her lap for a moment before she decided against it. The risk that he would repeat the words that had sliced through her last night was too big to take. Instead, they talked about nothing, having the kind of conversation you forget about the moment it's over. Sanjay checked his phone. "I've got to get back to work. Do you need anything before I go?" As he blinked away her surprise. It had only been 10 or 15 minutes since he had arrived. She had hoped that Sanjay would be able to stay longer before she returned to her afternoon in the quiet house. He didn't wait for her response, grabbing her half-empty water bottle off the table. "I'll get you some more water and grab a couple snacks from downstairs. Anything else?" When he returned, she reached over, fingers encircling his wrist. His body went taut, but he didn't pull away, his eyes shifting to Essie's face. "What time will you be home tonight?" she asked, her fingers moving ever so slightly against him, her fingerprints brushing against his pulse. She could feel the shallow rhythm of his heart throbbing just below his skin. "Between 6:30 and 7, he said. It was Essie's turn to nod, her eyes growing shiny again. "Call me if you need anything, S," he said. His voice was soft and familiar, as his eyes caught hers for a moment. "I'll always have my phone with me, and my boss knows what's going on." "Okay," Essie whispered. "I'll see you tonight." Sanjay gave her a weak smile, and then he was gone again. The afternoon was even duller than the morning had been. She checked her email again. No one else had responded. She read cases for a bit, but that felt pointless, since it seemed like she wouldn't be going to class anytime soon. By the time the front door opened at 3 minutes to 7, Essie had been watching videos of home tours of multi-million-dollar mansions for over an hour. Sanjay didn't immediately come to the bedroom. Instead, he started opening cabinets in the kitchen, clearly intent on making dinner, as he slipped from her bed and headed for the stairs. She wasn't sure if she was supposed to make the trip down the stairs, even if it was just to sit at the kitchen table, but she could not imagine spending another moment alone in her prison cell of a room. Sanjay rushed over as he watched her descend stairs, as if she might collapse at any moment. Dinner was quiet. Essie asked Sanjay about his day. He gave short answers, often losing his train of thought halfway through, his eyes drifting to the empty doorway behind Essie. "Are you feeling okay?" Essie asked. "I'm fine." He shook his head, contorting his face into a smile that looked more like a grimace. "I'm just tired." "Are you going to come to bed tonight?" Essie asked. She tried to keep her tone light and airy, like the question was half a joke, but she didn't think she could stomach another night alone. "Of course. Last night things were tense," he said, giving her a smile that felt false. "We both needed some space." Essie nodded. She hadn't needed space. She waited for an apology, but one didn't come. She sat at the table while he finished the dishes in the sink before she stood, delaying the inevitable return to bed for as long as she possibly could. The house seemed darker than it had a few nights before, empty of all the warmth that they had poured into it in the months they had lived here. The shadows hung so thickly around every corner that the air felt harder to breathe. She thought back to that night just after Christmas, when she had first felt their daughter kick as a fire roared. That version of her house, bathed in golden firelight, felt distant and impossible. Sanjay did come to bed that night after a few hours of working in his office. As he had drifted off while she was waiting for him, but as soon as the mattress shifted, her eyes popped open. She waited until he climbed out of the blanket before she rolled over, draping an arm over his chest and resting her forehead against his shoulder, her nose pressed against the skin on his bicep. She breathed him in, but what she found wasn't the familiar warm smell that was distinctly Sanjay. It was something colder, that same damp scent Essie had smelled in the attic, like the edge of a stream where the earth had gone soft. 52. Isabel. Anna arrived at my house a few days before my daughter. I greeted her, as I always did, with a big embrace made more difficult by the size of my belly. "I am so happy you're here," I whispered in her ear. "I am glad I made it in time," she said. Her hands dropped to my belly, smoothing over the swell, but her eyes held mine. My mother had arrived the day prior, so that didn't give us much time to sneak off and talk in private. I didn't mind. I enjoyed the time we spent together too much to ruin it with my plans for her husband. My mother made dinner, and we spent the night sitting around the fire long after it got dark, talking and telling stories. There were no whispers from dark corners tonight. Where would they have squeezed themselves? There was no space for them. The room was filled with warmth, hope, and honor. She spent the night with her hands on my stomach, waiting for the baby to kick and looking up at me with pure delight each time my skin rippled. Jacob stayed up too, laughing at the stories Anna and I told about the trouble we had gotten into as children. If your child is anything like Isabel was when she was young, you will have your hands full. I can't imagine that, my husband said with a smile in my direction. Isabel is such an angel. I have a hard time believing she was ever in trouble. My mother cackled from the other end of the room, but Anna's eyes were fixed on my husband. We stayed up for a few hours longer until I started to yawn, and my mother insisted I head to bed. "He really loves you," Anna whispered, as I helped her make up a bed on the floor. Jacob had run out for a moment to check something outside, and my mother had already gone to her room. I nodded. "He's a good man. I wish you could have married someone good like him. How different would both of our lives be if she had been married to someone kind like my husband. I wish I could have married you." She said the words without paying them much attention, not even looking up from where she was smoothing a blanket over the floor, as if she were commenting on the weather or the color of my shoes. It wasn't a profound pronouncement of something spectacular and unknown. It was a truth as simple as her own name. My hand came up to my throat, and tears poured down my cheeks. Somehow, in all of this, I had forgotten how cruelly we had been robbed. I would save her from the violence of her husband, but I couldn't save either of us from living half a life. Anna looked up at the sound of my sob. "I'm sorry," she said, flustered at the sight of my sudden tears. "I didn't mean to make you upset." She stroked a hand on my arm. That little gesture, so soft and tender, made me cry harder. I rested my forehead against her shoulder. I heard the front door open, and I lifted my head up, but there was no way to hide that I had been crying. "Are you okay?" Jacob asked. "Fine," I said with a little smile in his direction. "I'll head to bed in a moment." He nodded and walked down the hall. Anna waited until my husband was gone before she raised her hand to my cheek and whispered, "Next lifetime." I had seen women give birth before. I remembered my mother giving birth to my youngest sister, but I don't think anything could have prepared me for giving birth myself. My body took over, my muscles moving in ways I didn't know they could. I made sounds I didn't even know I was capable of making. I was sweating, and then I was shivering. The midwife and my mother came in and left the room, taking turns getting me to drink and eat a few bites, the world blurring around me as I labored. The only thing that stayed in sharp focus was Anna, who remained by my side the entire time, pushing my sweat-drenched hair out of my face and whispering reassurances in my ear. And when they finally gave me my daughter, I was true to my word. And the first thing I did was introduce her to Anna. I looked down at this slick, squirmy creature who had been living inside me for the last 9 months, who was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. "This is Anna," I said to my daughter as she grunted and squinted against the light. "She is my very favorite person in the world." Anna was crying, and she reached down and ran the back of her finger over my daughter's face. "Hello, beautiful," she said to the little baby in my arms, and then she turned to me. "You are incredible." There was shouting from the midwife, who was still working between my legs, and my mother rushed back into the room. She passed rags over her head, soaked through with crimson. I looked up at Anna, and her face had gone pale. "What's going on?" I asked, trying to sit up a bit more so I could see what they were doing. But Anna pulled my face back toward her. "Look at me. Don't worry about that. You did so well." "Anna," I said just before my vision started to tunnel, and the world went black. 53? Essie. The damp smell followed Essie into her dream. It seemed to get thicker, coating the inside of her mouth until she could taste the mud and moss. The hallway looked the same as it always did, the exact replica of her hallway at home, except it kept going, the doors fading somewhere in the distant dark. And so she did what she always did in these dreams. She began to search. By the time Essie woke up, her breakfast was already waiting on the nightstand. Once again, Sanjay had moved the table away from her bed. She shook her head, annoyed, leaning halfway off the bed to reach her water bottle. The house was quiet, but even the little noises she had grown complacent with felt comforting after the empty silence of her dream. Sunlight poured in her window, casting a warmer rectangle of light over her bedspread. She slid the pills that accompanied her breakfast into her mouth and washed them down. She was back on the anti-nausea medicine after her doctor had warned her that throwing up could cause the bleeding to start again. So, the nausea was dull, and her brain was perpetually foggy. The nausea had been replaced by pain in her pelvis, which had been made worse by the day spent in bed yesterday. It felt like there was someone on each side of her, pulling as hard as they could on each of her hip bones. They dug their fingers into the empty spaces around her joints and wrenched them apart. One man on the left and one on the right. She limped into the bathroom, wishing she could reach under her skin and hold the bones of her pelvis together. Sanjay, as he called. She didn't think he was home. She hadn't heard anything that would have signaled that someone else was here. But still, she waited for a response. The only sound that followed was her own voice echoing back to her. It distorted as it bounced off the tiles, multiplying into a chorus of voices that seemed to whisper her own name back to her. She leaned over to scoop a handful of water into her mouth from the faucet and swished it around. When she spit the water back into the sink, it was tinged pink. A drop of it rolled down over her lip and onto her chin before she wiped it away with the back of her hand. She pulled her lips away to examine her mouth. The gums were swollen. Red lines rimmed the edges of her teeth. She reached her fingers into her mouth and pulled on one of the front teeth. It wiggled. Not in the sort of way where she was concerned that it might fall out, but enough so she felt like if she gave it a firm tug, she might be able to pull it free from her gums. The idea was appealing in a macabre sort of way. She thought about pulling out each of her teeth, lining them up in perfect rows on her white hand towels, and then taking her toothbrush to each tooth. She would scrub them clean and pop them back in, the flesh of her gums giving way to the immaculately white pearls. A tiny project to fill a long, empty day. She splashed water over the sink and washed away the last traces of pink. By the time the afternoon rolled around, Essie was adrift in the seemingly endless time she needed to occupy. She had already called her mom and sifted through her emails. She had even attempted to study for a bit, but her brain was too addled by the medication to comprehend anything she read. Sanjay had left her lunch while she was taking a nap, so she hadn't even had the benefit of a 10-minute conversation with her husband to break up the monotony of the day. She mentally picked through a list of things she could do, crossing off anything that required moving too far from her bed, or any level of focus before landing on the box that sat in the closet in the nursery. Over the holidays, her mother had sent her home with a box full of Essie's baby things. Essie had abandoned it in a closet and hadn't made time to go through it yet. She tiptoed toward the baby's room, sneaking out of her mattress-shaped prison cell. Despite the journey being less than 50 feet, it seemed like it took longer than it should have, the hallway almost seeming to lengthen in front of her. She didn't pause once she reached the door of the room, immediately reaching into the closet and pushing the box across the floor. The top of the box was littered with onesies, socks, and hats. As he pulled out the onesies, and made a stack of the ones she wanted to wash for her own daughter. It was strange to think of herself as a baby, only occupying the space contained in this little rectangle of fabric. Her mother, the one with a swollen belly, folding this onesie and imagining a future for a person she hadn't met yet. Mothers' and daughters' lives overlapped in a way that fathers and sons did not. While both parents were necessary, mothers bore a specific sort of physicality in the creation of their children. Daughters were made out of their mothers, their bodies knit together from pieces they'd stolen. The mother's body literally bleeding into the daughter's. The line between their bodies impossible to draw. Babies' first words were more often "da" than "mama." Not because they spent more time with their fathers, but because they didn't understand that their mothers were separate from themselves. And in a way, the babies were right. Who were they but pieces of their mother stitched together into a tiny new body? If her daughter decided to have children, they would start to grow inside the body Essie had grown inside her own. Her eyes flooded with tears at the thought of her daughter someday digging through a similar box, belly round with another daughter to add to the chain. As he kept searching through the box, she found a whole stack of cards from her mother's baby shower, a few baby blankets, and at the very bottom of the box was a tan journal with the words "Baby Book" written across the cover in black marker. It was held closed with a rubber band. The covers bowed with all the things stuck between the pages. It felt out of place in the soft fabrics and pastels of the rest of the box. As he slid the rubber band down and opened the cover, it audibly cracked after decades of being closed. A Polaroid was stuck to the first page. It was a picture of her parents. Her mother's mouth was split wide open in a laugh that seemed to echo out from the photo. Her father had one arm slung around her shoulders, his other arm extended to where he held the camera. He was pressing a kiss to her mother's cheek, but his eyes were crinkled up into a smile. If Essie hadn't already been crying, she would have been now. She had seen every picture of her father in photo albums, memorized them, heard the stories about them. It was always a treat to get a new picture. Another puzzle piece to the father who would always be a mystery to her. She traced her finger over their faces. The color faded, the room dark behind them. Below the photo, in tidy handwriting, which was very clearly not her mother's, were the words, "Kelly's pregnant. We found out Kelly, your mom, is pregnant today. She's been feeling a little sick the last few days. So, she took a test. We weren't expecting it to be positive. You have been the very best surprise I've ever gotten, except meeting your mother, of course. We're so excited to meet you. I love you already." Dad, as he wiped the tears that were falling down her cheeks. She had no memory of her father ever telling her he loved her. So to have the words written on a page in this journal was the sort of treasure she hadn't expected to ever get. She continued through the little notebook. The next few pages didn't have notes, but instead more photos taped inside. On the left side was the blurry black and white of an ultrasound. The right side had another Polaroid, but this time there were no faces, just her mother's torso. Her shirt was pulled up, pants rolled down low, and her belly was rounded. It wasn't huge. It looked like Essie's stomach hat a few months ago when she still had been able to hide it under her clothes. One of Kelly's hands rested on top of the bump. Essie looked closer at the photo. There was a blur on the bottom, It was barely visible. It could have been a trick of the light, but there looked to be a faint hand cradling the underside of her mom's belly. 54 Isabel. When I woke up, it was dark outside, but there was a fire burning in the fireplace. Anna was asleep in a chair next to me, but otherwise the room was empty. "Where's the baby?" I asked. Anna jolted awake, but as soon as her eyes landed on me, she smiled. "Where's my baby?" "She's fine. She's with your mother. How are you feeling?" Anna asked. She reached for my hand, where it rested on the blankets tucked around me. I ignored her question. "What happened?" "You lost a lot of blood, but they were able to stop it. You might feel a little weak, but you should recover," she said. I tried to scoot up in bed. "Careful," she warned, standing to help adjust the pillows behind me. It was the first moment we had been alone in days. My head spun as she ran her fingers over my cheeks. I could see the worry etched into her skin. She looked tired. "I'll go get you something to eat," she said, taking a step toward the door. I grabbed her wrist. Wait, perhaps this was not the right time. But I was shaken at the thought that I could have died and not had a chance to save her. I couldn't die without getting her away from that awful man. "You have to kill him." "What?" Anna leaned closer, her hands braced on my bed. "You have to kill him," I repeated, staring straight into her eyes. I needed her to hear this. "Anna, we cannot leave. At least not for a few years. I cannot leave Maria without a mother. But no more can I leave you in that house with that man. I am well, Isabel." "This is not yours to worry about," she said, again running her fingers over my brow. "Listen to me," I said, eyes start darting to the doorway. "I don't know how long we have, so let me explain. There is a small bottle of brown liquid tucked in the bag at the bottom of the chest." I pointed to it on the other side of the room. I had gotten the poison 2 weeks ago from a woman at the market. I explained the barest details of bruises and husbands. She did not ask for more. She could fill in the gaps. Anna's story was not unique. Add the whole thing to a glass of wine. Something dark, so he won't notice the color. He will start to feel ill shortly after drinking it, and he will be dead by morning. "Is he?" "I cannot," Anna said, standing once again to her full height. "You will. If not for yourself, then do it for me. Dear Anna, we both miss you already." The house seems smaller, without your smile pressing against the walls and brightening all the dark corners. I feel a level of bone-aching exhaustion that I didn't even know was possible before. Maria sleeps when she wants to sleep. I have yet to sleep more than a couple hours at a time. My breasts are swollen, cracked, and heavy. My body is sore, the muscles in my stomach knitting themselves back together. There is no point in the day when I am not covered in mess. I am sticky all the time. My mother has done her best to keep the house in order, but she is due to head back home next week. I've cried 3 times just thinking about it. I hope you have had the chance to use the gift I sent with you. Do not wait too long. I love you. I hope to see you soon. Isabel, 55. Essie. It was a snowy Saturday morning, the light coming in the windows gray. The sounds of the world were muffled by the snow piling up outside. Unsurprisingly, Essie's bed was empty. The house was cold enough that she tossed a sweater on before opening her bedroom door. The hallway unfurled before her, endless doors lining each side. The panic that tightened her chest at the sight of those doors was almost comforting in its familiarity. She took a few steps forward, her bedroom door clicking closed behind her, and started toward the 5th door on the left-hand side. There was no reason she selected this particular door. No gut feeling led her toward one door or another. They all felt wrong. But she would search, even as the hope of ever finding Sanjay seemed to wane to the smallest sliver. The door creaked open, revealing yet another room with furniture upturned and shelves tipped over. The floor was cluttered with books and shredded fabric. She wasn't sure if she had been in this room before. It was impossible to tell anymore. She would search regardless. But before she could take a step into the doorway, a scream tore through the air. Essie froze as the scream continued, a single piercing note cutting through the layers of silence in this place. The hallway returned to stillness for a moment, but then the scream started again. This time, it wasn't a single scream. It was a chorus of screams. The screams were each different. Shrieks of terror, wails of pain, a howl of sorrow, a cacophony of tangled voices. Essie had never gone downstairs without following the woman with the dark hair. But when she turned toward the direction of the screaming, the stairs were there, their wooden handrails appearing between two doors. She looked down the stairs, but she couldn't see to the bottom. Whatever light illuminated the hallway only reached down to the fourth step. The rest was dark. The screams came again, their sound louder than the panic that gripped Essie. She started down the stairs, and the dark parted for her. She recognized the woman in the bed as the one with curly bronze hair who had always occupied this floor in her dream. Her belly was rounded, creating a hill out of the sheet that was covering her in the large, four-poster bed. "You're almost there, Isabel," the woman with the dark sheet of hair told her, their hands clenched tightly together. Another scream came from the curly-haired woman's. Isabel's mouth pained and determined. Her hair was tied back in a loose braid, and sweat coated her face. The other woman's lips rested inches from Isabel's face, alternating between whispering in her ear and kissing her cheek. "Hannah," Isabel breathed. "I can't do this," Anna whispered in her ear. Essie couldn't hear what she said, but Isabel's face softened and she nodded. There were other people in the room, but their faces were blurred. They didn't matter. Only these two did. As he watched, as the women fluttered around the room, Isabel screaming again as Anna held her hand and continued to whisper in her ear. And then there was a new scream, much bigger than the little body it came out of. "It's a girl," someone announced into the room. Both of their faces lit up. Isabel was bleeding, blood soaking the sheet underneath her. It was too much blood, and Anna was crying, tears streaming down her cheeks. "What's going on?" Isabel asked as she tried to sit up, but Anna pulled her face back. "Hey there, you've been watching for a while now. Let's take a short break and enjoy some relaxing music. This audiobook is free for you to enjoy. If it's not your thing, feel free to skip. Thanks for being here. Back toward her. Look at me. Don't worry about that. You did so well, Anna." Isabel's voice faded out as the room shifted, morphing into somewhere unfamiliar. Anna was in a kitchen with wooden walls. Isabel was gone, but Anna wasn't alone. A man walked in the front door, already angry with Anna before he had even taken his coat off. She offered whispered apologies in response to his shouts and began pouring wine into a cup. Her hands were shaking, and the wine splashed out onto the counter. She paused for a second, her eyes squeezing closed as she reached her hand into the pocket of her apron and pulled out a dark vial. "I can do this," she whispered to herself as she removed the lid and emptied the contents of the container into the wine in one smooth motion. The man had settled himself into a chair at the table. He was still yelling, his hands curled into fists, ready to strike. Anna brought the glass of wine, her hands trembling as she set it in front of him. He knocked the glass from the table, and the sound reverberated through the room as he started yelling louder. He grabbed Anna and pressed her back into the table. Her hand searched the table behind her, fingers feeling along to the surface for anything. They were frantic as they crawled along the smooth wood, reaching out for something to help them. As his hand tightened around her neck, the palm of her hand bumped against the cool metal of a knife blade. Anna had a cut on her eyebrow, her eye red and already swelling as she struggled for air. She clutched the knife in her hands and brought it around in an arc. The man stumbled, falling back into a chair, and she stepped forward again, knife slicing through his throat. Blood poured down the front of his shirt, leaching into the fabric. The blood sprayed across Anna, coating the front of her dress as she screamed. She held her hands up, knife still in hand, shaking as she stepped back. As her screams softened into cries, Essie jolted awake, a hand flying up to her throat, like maybe hers had been the neck that had been split open. But her skin was unbroken. She lay with her eyes fixed up at the ceiling for a moment, waiting for her breath to even out. The pillow next to her was empty, and she listened through the house for Sanjay. It was Saturday, so she was looking forward to spending the day with him. She stretched her arms over her head, shoulders popping as she sat. She dug her knuckles into the muscles in her hips in a way that had become habitual in an attempt to work out some of the knots that formed in her sleep every night. As she yawned, she looked around the room and jolted. Sanjay was standing in the doorway of the closet, frozen in place, eyes unfocused and staring straight ahead. His arms hung loosely at his sides. She followed his eye line to the chair in the corner of the room, which sat completely empty. Sanjay. He jumped at the sound of her voice. "Are you okay?" His eyes landed on Essie. He seemed surprised to see her sitting there, his eyes wide for a moment before he shook his head and blinked a few times. "Sorry," he apologized, reaching up to scrub a hand over his face. "I got lost in thought for a second." Essie's eyes flitted to the open bedroom door, where she could see the end of the hallway before she looked back to Sanjay. He was thinner than he had been over the holidays, and not with a kind of New Year's glow that resulted from a successful January full of green juice and jogging, but with a gauntness that didn't suit him. It looked as if his muscles were sloughing off his bones, his eyes sinking back into his head. "How are you feeling this morning?" he asked. He walked across the room and started digging through their dresser, shooting a smile in Essie's direction over his shoulder. "I'm fine," she said. She glanced down at the clock. It was later than she had realized. Sanjay was already dressed in a button-down and slacks, not the kind of outfit he usually wore to spend the day in bed with his wife. "What are your plans for the day?" "I need to run into the office for a few hours this morning, and then I've got to stop at the grocery store," he said. He docked back into the closet, so the words were muffled. "Do you want to watch a movie or something with me when you get back?" Essie asked, trying not to be disappointed that he wasn't planning on spending the morning with her. "Maybe," he said. "I have a lot I need to get done today." Essie knew that meant no. She didn't respond, and instead pulled her phone off her nightstand and tried to hold back her tears as she scrolled through her notifications without seeing any of them. She could hear Sanjay moving around the room, but she refused to look up. He leaned down and pressed a quick kiss to her forehead. That damp, earthy smell flooded her nose as he leaned toward her. Essie had insisted that they have someone check the attic for mold, but when someone had come out last weekend, they hadn't been able to find any moisture in the walls or ceiling. Still, the smell lingered on Sanjay. "Do you need anything else before I leave?" he asked. Essie shook her head. Sanjay didn't say anything else as he grabbed his phone off the nightstand and headed downstairs. Bessie waited until she heard the front door close, and then she waited another minute until she was sure Sanjay wasn't going to come back in before climbing out from her bed. She limped through her bedroom door, her hips protesting the quick movements. She slipped inside the bathroom at the end of the hall, the one that Sanjay had moved all his things in 2 months ago when she had taken over the bathroom to be sick each morning. She popped open the medicine cabinet. His toothpaste was lined up next to his face wash, but that wasn't what she was looking for. Her eyes scanned over the shelves until they landed on a little orange bottle, and she pulled it from the cabinet. She double-checked the label and popped the lid. She recognized the yellow pills. He had been taking the same antidepressant for years. She thought back to the day Sanjay had started taking them. It was their second year, in their New York apartment, less than 4 months after their wedding. The weather had already turned cold, and the leaves had fallen, exposing wiry branches. Sanjay's depression hadn't been a sudden plunge into despair. It had been a slow and subtle stumble downhill, where day by day his laughter grew hollow and his smiles faded. He still managed to go to classes and get his work done, but beyond that, he rarely left the house. When Essie asked if he was okay after yet another declined dinner invitation, he said he didn't know. So, she had spent every lunch hour over the next 2 weeks calling doctors' offices to find someone with an opening. When they finally had an appointment, as he walked him in and sat next to him while he filled out his paperwork. When the doctor, a petite, gray-haired woman, called him back, Essie squeezed his hand. "I'm proud of you," she whispered. He nodded and followed the woman back. Essie sat in the empty waiting room, her legs crossed and knee bouncing, feeling entirely helpless. He was quiet when he left the little room, and Essie didn't ask him any questions until they were both sitting in the car with the door closed. "How did it go?" "She prescribed me something," he said. He had a stack of papers in his hand and was holding on to them so tightly the pages were rippled. "Good," Essie said. She reached across the center console and sat her hand on top of his. She wished she were better at consoling him. Sanjay was so good at making her feel better when she was upset, but she always seemed to flounder. "We'll get things sorted out. It'll be okay." "I'm sorry you have to deal with all of this," he said. He was looking out the passenger window, but Essie could tell he was crying. "Hey," Essie said. He turned, his eyes shining with tears. She interlaced her fingers with his and brought their hands up to face level. "You see this?" She pointed to his wedding band and then flashed her own. "This thing right here? We promised we'd take care of each other in sickness and in health. We will deal with this, and then we'll deal with whatever comes up next and whatever comes after that. You're stuck with me until you die, at the old age of 108. We're in this together." Sanjay started going to therapy twice a week. He started journaling, taking walks, and spending more time with friends. He took his medication every morning. He clawed his way out of the hole, and all the while, Essie had sat at the edge, reaching into the darkness, ready to offer a hand when he got too tired to keep climbing alone. In the years since, he'd been doing well. The medication had helped, but if he was sinking into a bad place again, she would get him out. She dumped the pills across the counter and started counting. 22. She wasn't sure how many he was supposed to have, but she'd check again in a few days. As she carefully scooped the pills back into the bottle, she thought about what she would do if he wasn't taking them. She could hardly stage an intervention from her bed, but she would figure it out. She would never stop reaching into the dark for him. 56. Anna, dear Isabel, I write to you with terrible news. My husband has been murdered. A man broke into our house 2 nights ago while I was preparing dinner. He walked straight in the door and attacked me. Lucas heard my screams and ran in. He fought with the man, but the man grabbed one of our knives and Lucas was killed. The stranger ran off and I ran to the neighbors, but by the time they got to my house, there was no sign of the man. I am shaken and grieving, but my injuries are minor, and I will recover. I am back with my parents for the time being. I hate to write to you with such morbid news, so soon after Maria's birth, but I wished you to hear it from me, Anna. 57. Essie. The rest of the weekend passed without much incident. Sanjay got home later Saturday afternoon and spent the rest of the day working upstairs in his office. It was nice to have another person in the house, even if he spent most of the day in the attic. On Sunday, he brought a laptop downstairs and sat in a chair in the corner, while Essie watched a movie in bed. Usually, she would have been fine with the quiet. They had spent many weekends the same way, one of them watching a movie while the other worked on a laptop on the other end of the room. But she was desperate for conversation, and he was too absorbed in his work to offer more than brief answers. Monday, Essie woke up feeling terrible. She hadn't decided if bed rest overall had made her pregnancy symptoms more or less bearable. On one hand, she didn't have anything to do, so she wasn't pushing herself. And when things got too bad, she could just take a nap. On the other hand, there was nothing to do except think about how miserable she was. Immediately, when Essie opened her eyes, she knew it was going to be one of those truly miserable days. She tried to inhale, but couldn't get a breath in through her nose, her head already pounding with a headache. But as soon as she shifted, a sharp pain shot up from her pelvis. She had mentioned it to her doctor last week, and her doctor had apologized, but explained that there was nothing they could do about it. The pain was caused by the tendons in her pelvis, stretching to prepare for birth. And sometimes it was painful, but it was normal. It seemed absurd to Essie, the number of pregnancy symptoms that ranged from uncomfortable to excruciating that were deemed normal. There seemed very little interest in the actual comfort of the mother, as long as the well-being of the baby wasn't at risk. She would have thought that in the age of smartphones and cars that drove themselves, they'd have better solutions for morning sickness or shooting pains in her pelvis. Sanjay had left a little over an hour ago, but the faint odor of damp earth still lingered on his pillow. Essie buried her nose in it, even though the scent made her stomach turn, as if she could figure out its origins if she just inhaled a little deeper. She smelled her own sleeve. Her laundry had smelled fine over the last weeks, but perhaps he had put something still damp in his drawers, and the smell had festered. She moved to the closet first, pressing her face into the cuffs of his shirts. Nothing smelled damp. The only thing she could pick up was the soft scent of their laundry detergent. She moved to their dresser next, easing herself into the most comfortable position she could find on the floor before opening his drawer full of t-shirts. She held each shirt up to her nose, searching for the slight whiff of dampness. A pile of clothing grew behind her as she tossed aside each item after she inspected it. Her movements became frenetic, and she moved to the next drawer, desperate for some explanation for this smell. She emptied out the entire dresser, all of their clothes sitting in a tangled heap behind her. But she found nothing. If it wasn't something in the attic or something in his clothes, she didn't know what it could be. She was out of breath. The unpacking of their entire dresser, more movement than she'd had in weeks. Something was wrong with Sanjay. And like the untraceable smell, if she couldn't figure out what, she couldn't fix it. Whatever it was, it hung over Essie, thick and heavy, as she refolded everything and returned it to their drawers. The bedroom door creaked open as she slipped the last of her husband's things back into the dresser. She glanced out into the hallway, but it was empty. After the drawers had been returned to their usual orderly state, Essie started running water for a bath. While this hadn't been explicitly forbidden by her doctor, Essie hadn't made a point to ask either. Sitting in the warm bath water seemed to be one of the only places where she wasn't actively in pain, and she refused to give up the little luxury. As far as Essie could tell, her daughter liked the baths. She was always a bit more active in Essie's belly in the mornings, when she snuck in a soak in the tub. While the water was running for the bath, Essie made her way down the hall. It was her first time alone in the house since Saturday, and she had been thinking about recounting the pills since that afternoon. She had to pause halfway down the short hallway between her bedroom and the bathroom to catch her breath, leaning against the wall to take some of the pressure off her spine. It made her almost grateful to be bed-bound. She wouldn't have loved waddling around between classes, up the halls, and down flights of stairs. But she would have done it if given the choice. She would have waddled all over campus, would have gotten a wheelchair if she needed to. But she would have been there. The bathroom looked the same as it had on Saturday. When she popped open the medicine cabinet, she didn't need to search for the orange bottle. Again, she wiped the counter and poured the pills out. She could still hear the sound of the bath being filled down the hall. She counted out the pills once, and then again, to be sure before loading them back into the bottle and slowly making her way back to her bathroom. There were 20 pills, 2 less than before. He had taken one Sunday morning and again today. Relief washed over her before the anxiety again. If he was taking his pills, why was he acting so strangely? At least, if he had stopped taking his medication, she would know what the next step should be. But if she didn't understand what was causing the problem, she wasn't sure how she would fix it. She was thinking about it as she sank into the tub, turning off the water. Maybe it was her. She thought about the fight they had when she'd come home from the hospital and how he'd called herself centered. Maybe now that he was getting settled into his career, he realized he didn't want a life with her. Maybe he wanted someone softer and easier. The kind of woman who would pop out a few more children and have dinner ready for him when he got home from work. Essie realized she had little evidence to support this theory, but it didn't prevent her from jumping to worst-case scenarios about her marriage dissolving. She tilted her head back, eyes closed, and tried to ignore the simmering nausea that was made worse by her stressing about a divorce she had no evidence her husband wanted, and custody agreements for a child that wasn't even born yet. Her daughter rolled in her stomach, her foot arching halfway across her belly, before stopping as he traced the path on her skin. "What is up with your dad?" she asked. Her belly had no answer. Her daughter didn't move again, but Essie continued to watch the stretched skin. She closed her eyes and began to drift off. It was easy to fall asleep these days. Although she woke often, her body never able to stay comfortable for very long. Her mind slipped into a place that was half dream and half reality, her hand still smoothing over her stomach. High feminine laughter rolled through the open bathroom door like a wave. It was loud and unmistakable, even though the noise only lasted a second, cut off by another voice who shushed the first. Essie's eyes shot open, startled by the sudden sound, but her breath caught in her throat. A layer of thick black smoke coated the surface of the bath. It looked almost as if she had poured in black bubble bath, but it was too opaque. Light didn't seem able to pierce the surface. She lifted her hand through the black, surprised as it writhed over her skin. She blinked, and it was thinner, slithering out onto the bathroom door. Another blink, and it was gone. She searched the bath for a stain of gray along the edge, but there was nothing there. Essie had left the door to the bathroom cracked, but from her spot in the tub, she couldn't see into the bedroom. She tried to move through the water, leaning forward and rising on her knees to see if she could spot something in the mirror. But she couldn't see anything in the sliver of bedroom that was visible. A door slammed closed as he fell back into the corner of the tub, one hand pressed against her breastbone, trying to keep her heart from beating out of her chest, and the other on the round swell of her belly. The house went quiet again. She waited a full minute, tensed in the corner of the tub. There was already a throb starting up in her low back from where she had fallen. Her elbow also sagged, and she wouldn't be surprised if it was already turning black and blue. She pulled herself out of the bath. Water poured off of her, dripping into the bathtub below. She rose slowly, trying not to make too much noise, though if anyone was in the bedroom, she was certain they had already heard her. She didn't bother drying off before wrapping herself in the bathrobe, hanging on the back of the door. She left a trail of water on the floor behind her. She crept out of the bathroom and into her bedroom. It was empty, completely undisturbed. The blankets on her side of the bed were still flipped up. A half-eaten tub of yogurt sat next to a banana peel on the nightstand. The closet door was hanging open, and unless someone had hidden inside a suitcase, it was empty. She flipped up the comforter and looked under the bed. No one was there either. Essie froze for a second, listening for the sound of footsteps anywhere in the house. But the house was silent. She couldn't even hear the usual buzz of an appliance or the heater's low rumble. She set her hand on the door knob. This was stupid. She should call the police, or at the very least her husband, to check the house. She wasn't going to be able to fight off any intruders in her bathrobe. But the house was so quiet. If anyone had really been here, they weren't there anymore. She hesitated a moment longer, her mind conjuring images of a person waiting on the other side of the door, face stretched wide in a wicked smile, holding a knife above their head. Or maybe worse, that endless hallway. She opened the door. Her hallway was empty. It looked exactly how it should. Nursery door hanging open at the other end, and sunlight streaming in the windows. She could again hear the hum of the refrigerator. She stepped into the hallway, peering into each of the rooms on this floor to make sure they were empty before retreating into her bedroom and closing the door. She thought about calling Sanjay, but maybe she had drifted off for a moment in the bath and imagined it all. The laugh, that writhing black thing, the door slamming. She would hate to make him come home if nothing was wrong. Instead, she flipped the lock on her bedroom door or knob and climbed back into bed with her phone clutched in her hand. Essie spent the rest of the morning staring at the door and jumping whenever she heard a sound. When Sanjay came home for lunch, she climbed from the bed and tiptoed to the door, unlocking it as soon as she heard his footsteps in the front hall. She was already back in bed before he reached the top of the stairs. He creaked the door open slowly, as if worried about waking her, but then he spotted her sitting in bed. "Hey," she said, trying not to be too obvious as she looked past him, searching the empty hallway behind him. "Hey," he said, sitting on the corner of their bed. "How are you feeling?" "Fine," Essie said. There was no need to mention the bruise that curved around the arch of her back. She didn't want him to deem her baths one of her only small pleasures, too dangerous to enjoy. "Why did you have the door closed?" he asked, gesturing toward the open door and the sunlit hallway that sat innocuously on the other side. Her memories from the morning felt impossible as she replayed them in her head. It felt foolish to admit that she had been terrified by something likely to be no more than a dream. And perhaps more than that, she feared that if she started talking about laughing girls and clouds of black smoke, she would be trapped in an even smaller cage. She shook her head and let out a little laugh. "I thought I heard someone. I'm sure it was nothing, but it freaked me out," she said with a smile. She picked at the skin around her fingernail, unable to hold eye contact with Sanjay, because if she did, he'd surely be able to see her fear. "I'll look around and make sure everything is where it should be," he said, as he patted her leg where it lay under a blanket. After bringing her lunch, he checked the house and assured her that nothing seemed out of place. He returned to work soon after, leaving Essie alone again for the afternoon. She would have normally filled the time with a nap, but she couldn't entirely shake the dread that had crawled up her spine at that laughter she had heard. She could recall the sounds perfectly, the crisp giggle playing back in her head, so she wouldn't be sleeping this afternoon. She would stay on guard. If she had felt bad this morning, it was nothing compared to how she was feeling now. Every movement sent a new dart of pain through her. She lifted her shirt on one of her many trips to the bathroom and found a long bruise wrapping around her lower back like a ribbon. With nothing else to do for the foreseeable future, Essie pulled the journal from where she had stowed it. She hadn't shown Sanjay, because it would have required her explaining about her pulling the box out of the closet, something that she was sure he'd find well outside of her bed rest limitations, but also because she didn't think she could stand his cold indifference to finding this little, unexpected piece of her father. She had been careful, only reading a few pages each time she pulled it out, not wanting to devour it all in one sitting. So far, it had been mostly pictures of her mother and her growing belly with sweet notes from her father underneath. It was rare to see her father in the photos, but there was something special about knowing that he was the one behind the lens. Her mother looked so happy in all of them. It wasn't as if she was always beaming at the camera with a wide grin. There were eye rolls and even annoyance on her face sometimes. But there was a contentedness underneath it all that Essie had so rarely seen on her mother's face. She turned another page, and this one had a longer note from her father. Today, at our ultrasound, we found out you are a girl. Kelly has known you are a girl since we found out about you. But to hear it from the doctor, wow, I would have been happy either way, but I was hoping you'd be a girl. I'm already imagining all the princess dresses and tea parties. I hope you're a carbon copy of your mother. She's all the good things in the world, mixed into one person. You are so lucky to have a mother like her. I cannot wait to meet you. I love you already, Dad. Again, Essie was crying. She traced over the words with her finger, reading the message twice more before turning the page. There was another note on this page, but the photo taped on the left side caught her attention first. It was one of the rare photos of both her parents. Someone else must have taken it for them. Kelly was holding a pink frilly baby dress, a broad smile on her face. Essie's father took up the other half of the picture. He wasn't looking toward the camera. Instead, he was looking at Kelly with adoration. And then there was the note. I've barely been sleeping these days. Your mother at least has the excuse of being pregnant, but she sleeps better than me on the night she's home. I can't sleep. I'm too busy thinking about everything that might go wrong. It feels like someone is whispering the worst versions of my future in my ears at night, conjuring images of car crashes and fevers and a million other things that might happen. You're giving me gray hairs, and you aren't even here yet. And when I do sleep, I have the strangest dreams. But that's not for you to worry about. I love you more than words, little bug. We haven't quite landed on a name yet. Dad, 58. Isabel. I read through Anna's letter, and then I read it again. I wasn't sure how to feel. Her husband was dead. I was happy about that, but he had not passed away in his sleep, as he should have. The events that Anna described sounded violent. She had been hurt. The story she told of a man breaking into her home and killing her husband within weeks of our plotting seemed so improbable that I wanted to consider it impossible. Something must have gone wrong, forcing her to resort to a more violent method of murder. Anna would be wrecked. I was sure she had been hesitant about the poison. It had taken days for me to convince her there was no other option. It was a much different thing to slip something into a drink than to stab him and watch the life drain out of his eyes. Maria started fussing in her bed, and I picked her up, pressing the top of her head to my cheek. It's okay, little love. She smelled like warm milk and bread. She snuggled against my chest, her little fists curling up against me. Sometimes when I looked at her, I couldn't breathe. The love I felt for her crowding out my lungs for space in my chest. Jacob was obsessed with her as well. When he came home at the end of the night, I could barely pry her out of his hands. We spent hours watching her sleep. I often felt guilty for not thinking about Anna enough. How could I allow myself to be so content while she was suffering? In the night when I was awake nursing Maria while Jacob slept, I worried. The darkness seemed to press in from all around me, reminding me again and again of the horrors she was enduring. But tonight, she was safe. I would sleep easy. Dear Anna, I am so sorry to hear of your husband's passing. We are keeping you in our prayers. Are you well? You mentioned that the madman had injured you. I do hope your injuries have healed without any issue. Come stay with us for a while. I'm sure your parents' house is full and busy with your brother and sisters running around. My home is much quieter. It will serve as a good place to grieve and recover. I'm sure you are still shaken by it all. I could use the help of Maria, so please come visit us for as long as you need. All my love, Isabel, 59. Essie. Essie was back in the endless hallway. She had spent more time here than she had in her own living room over the last several weeks. This place felt off somehow. Like if she dug her fingernails into the drywall, it would give way to something soft and rotten. Usually, the overwhelming feeling of time running out would already have her opening doors and digging through rooms. The typical anxiety was clawing at her throat. It made it impossible to think about anything else. If she didn't find her husband soon. She still didn't know where that sentence ended. But today, she sank to her knees. Hopelessness overwhelmed her. She would not find him in time. Maybe he was already gone. She lay down and curled up onto her side. The hardwood was cold against her cheek as she closed her eyes. The hallway was silent. Not the near silence of her house, where she could hear birds outside her window and the hum of the refrigerator. This silence held nothing. She wasn't sure how long she lay there with her eyes closed. It was impossible to measure time here. When she opened her eyes, it was dark. For a moment, she thought she might have slipped out of the dream and back into bed. But then something within the darkness moved. No, that wasn't right. The darkness itself was shifting, undulating along the floor. She could feel it as it glided around her, caressing her with wide fingers that leisurely slid over her bare skin. You can save him, the darkness whispered. We know where she is taking him. You can stop her. There was a catch. There had to be. She could taste the sharp metallic trap that the darkness was twisting around her, but she didn't care. What did she have left that she wouldn't give up for Sanjay? Essie. She recognized the woman's voice as it cut through the black ink swirling around her. As he sat up as the darkness fled, sliding along the floorboards and seeping under doors. We can help you. The darkness's many voices whispered as it disappeared. Essie, the woman repeated. She stared at Essie, eyes unblinking, arms crossed over her chest. The woman was angry. I wasn't going to. Essie started to explain herself. Then she stopped, and the darkness's words played back in her head. We know where she is taking him. Do you have him? Essie asked. The woman didn't say anything, but she seemed startled by the words. Essie searched her face for any signs of confusion, but all she could sense was mild surprise. Do you have him? Essie repeated louder this time. She pulled herself to standing and started toward the woman. But no matter how many steps Essie took, she was no closer to where the woman waited at the top of the stairs. Essie spent the morning lying in bed thinking about Sanjay. She was worried about him. Something in him was breaking. She could feel it every time he took a little too long to answer her questions. And in the moments he didn't laugh at their little jokes. he was too quiet these days. He had always been humming something or mumbling the lyrics to a song that he only knew half the words to. But these days he moved through the house in silence. She didn't know who she was without Sanjay. With her career on pause, she was lost. She had built her life around two pillars, and with both of those gone, there was nothing left standing. She wasn't sure if she would be able to pick things up and put them back together once she was allowed back into the world. She felt as fragile as tissue paper, like even a breeze might tear through her. As he reached for her father's notebook on her nightstand, hoping that the man she had never gotten to know might have some wisdom for her tucked between the pages. She flipped back to what she had looked at last time, rereading her father's words and looking over the pictures before turning to a new note. I felt you kick for the first time last night. Kelly's been feeling your little kicks for a few weeks now, but this is the first time I felt one. Feeling you move inside your mother was a little strange. I must admit, it's hard to wrap my mind around the fact that she is growing you inside her body. She's incredible. She hasn't slowed down one bit during this pregnancy. We can't wait to meet you. Love you, Dad. As he turned another page in her father's notebook again. This page lacked a picture and just held a long note. We haven't quite decided on a name yet. Your grandmother thinks we should name you after her. Another summer baby named June. Speaking of your grandmother, I think I've been spending too much time with her. I'm sure she will tell you about the family curse. She's got me half convinced I'm seeing ghosts. I keep catching things in the corner of my eye. And the other night, I could have sworn I saw a woman in your nursery. But when I flicked on the light, the room was empty. I still haven't been sleeping well. On nights when Kelly stays at the hospital, I pace through the house until I've exhausted myself enough to fall asleep on the couch. I'm going to wear circles into the floorboards. I promise I'll calm down before you get here. Love you, Dad. As he was jealous that he was able to pace. That was the first thought she had after finishing the note. She wished she could have worn out the floorboards. Instead, she was forced to work out her worries in bed. She recognized the anxiety under his words. She knew what it felt like to be half convinced he were seeing ghosts. She reached for her phone. "Hey, how are you holding up?" her mother asked as she picked up the other end of the line. "I'm fine," Essie said, rubbing over the spot where a tiny foot or an elbow had been a moment before, digging the heel of her hand into her skin. "Horrifically bored, but physically I'm fine. I know it's frustrating, Es, but you'll be back in school before you know it," Kelly said. Essie knew that, but it still felt unfair. She already felt behind where she had wanted to be. Another year felt catastrophic. Beyond that, you've been feeling better. Yeah, I'm fine. Essie didn't bother to list all of her symptoms for her mother. She already spent enough time at the doctor's. She wanted to talk to her mom, not Dr. Cameron. But I have been having the strangest dreams. That's fairly typical in pregnancy, her mother said clinically. Did you have any strange dreams when you were pregnant? Essie asked, and then held her breath. She waited for her mother to recall similar dreams. It felt as if they must be shared. Something inherited, like her green eyes and her hatred of pineapple. She knew her mother didn't believe in the family curse, but maybe there was some sort of connection, some trauma baked into their DNA that caused them to slowly poison their husbands. I don't think so, Kelly said, but I wasn't getting much sleep. I think I just crashed whenever I had the chance. Essie felt a little irrationally jealous of her own mother's pregnancy. Kelly had told her a few stories of morning sickness, but nothing that lasted past the first trimester, and nothing that had prevented her from working. "Do you want to talk about it?" Kelly asked. "No. Everyone knows the most boring thing you can talk about is someone else's dreams," Essie said with a laugh. She tried to make light of the dreams and the feeling of dread that sat so heavy on her chest that she woke gasping for breath. Because if she didn't make light of them, then she would have to admit how terrifying they were. Because even in the real world, where her hallway stopped after 4 doors, she was losing her husband. She could pretend that she didn't notice his vacant stairs, but he still tiptoed out of the bedroom most nights after she had fallen asleep and crept upstairs to the attic. She could feel him slipping through her fingers like water. She'd asked him again and again how he was doing, but he always claimed he was doing fine, just tired. So instead she tried to convince herself that the nightmares weren't premonitions. They were simply dreams. 60. Isabel. It was already dark outside, but inside our home was bright and warm. A fire flickered in the hearth. I was working on a dress for Maria, sitting on the floor, letting the fire warm my back. But the dress sat mostly untouched. I spent most of my time watching Jacob bounce Maria in his lap, his face contorted in odd ways to try to make her smile. My life was nearly as perfect as I could have ever imagined it. Maria was a delightful child, always smiling and cooing. Jacob adored us both and spent his time trying to make our lives better. And Anna was safe, and soon she would come visit, and everything would be right with the world. A knock echoed through the room. Jacob stopped bouncing Maria, his eyes landing on me, his face puzzled. It was far too late to be receiving visitors. He passed Maria to me as the knocking came again. Her little face scrunched as I felt her warm weight settle into my arms. I kissed the top of her head, breathing in the smell of her. A burst of cool night air slipped in the moment he opened the door, and I held Maria a little closer to my chest. An unfamiliar man stood on the other side of the threshold, looking nervous to be here, aware that it was too late to be knocking on strangers' doors. "Sorry to bother you," the man said. He held out an envelope toward my husband. "I have a letter for Mrs. Isabel Malone." Letters usually arrived at our home in the afternoon, if they came to our door at all. They often were left with whoever was working at the mill, Jacob bringing them home at the end of the day. I knew a letter arriving at our door at this hour must bear terrible news. Good news could always wait until the morning. At the sound of my name, I rose, shifting Maria so she was tucked against my neck. She tangled her fingers in my hair, annoyed that all the attention in the room had shifted away from her. "Who is it from?" Jacob asked. His body blocked most of the door, but I peered over his shoulder at the man. Mrs. Blanca Flores, Anna's mother. I reached around my husband and pulled the letter out of the man's hand, no longer caring about being polite. My name had been scrolled across the envelope in a hurry. The ink was smudged on the final letters, as if they hadn't waited for the ink to dry before the envelope was pressed into someone's hand to deliver it to me. I ripped it open as Jacob thanked the man and closed the door. "Dear Isabel, I don't have much time. They believe I murdered my husband. No one else saw a man covered in blood running through the streets. No one believes that such a man even existed. They think I invented the story, because I was the one to wield the knife. There is nothing I can do. I fear they will find me guilty. Lucas's family said I was cold and strange, a terrible wife. They said he complained about me and my sour moods constantly. They even pointed at you, saying that my friendship with you was peculiar and disquing, that I cared more for you than I did him, that perhaps there was something wrong with the both of us. I do not think their accusations will travel to your town, but I wanted to warn you nonetheless. I am grateful for every day we got to spend together. I wish we had gotten more. You were the best parts of my life. Do not spend your life mourning me, Isabel. Love your beautiful daughter well. Tell her stories about us. Do not let my death steal away your joy and softness. I am leaving this note with my mother. She will make sure you get it. I love you in this life and the next. Always yours, Anna. What is it? Jacob asked. I passed Maria to him. I could barely read the words through my tears. Ghastly, inhuman sounds echoing out of my chest. I read it again and again, trying to find the place where I had misconstrued the meaning. The part where she explained that it was all a misunderstanding. The part where she told me she would see me soon. No, no, no. The words tumbled out of my mouth as I reread her letter. Jacob pulled the page from between my fingers as I pressed the palms of my hands against my eyes. She was going to be tried for murder. They would find her guilty. She would be killed. I had done this. I was the one who had convinced her to kill her husband. Something had gone wrong. And now she was going to die from my mistake. This is terrible, Jacob said. He placed a hand on my back, rubbing little circles there. I'm so sorry, Isabel. I'm not sure how anyone would think she would do something like this. His words were far too weak for what was happening. It wasn't terrible. It felt as if I had peeled the skin off my body, pried it off the muscles and bones. And once I was naked, stripped of everything that had ever kept me safe, stepped into boiling water. I have to go, I managed to say between my tears. Maybe there was nothing I could do, but I needed to see her one last time. I needed to tell her goodbye and that I was sorry. I made for the bedroom so I could pack a suitcase. I would leave first thing in the morning. You can't go, Jacob said. His brow furrowed, as if what I was suggesting was impossible. My love, you cannot leave Maria for more than a few hours, and she is far too young to make the trip. You cannot go. I have to, I said, tears still streaming down my cheeks. You cannot go. The words were firm. He left no room to argue, but his tone was gentle, speaking to me as if I were a wild animal he was trying to soothe. He held Maria in his arms and swayed gently as he spoke, as if settling her would perhaps do the same for me. If you do not let me go, I will hate you every day for the rest of my life. I have to see her, I shouted. I couldn't comprehend a world in which I never saw her again. Do you think your presence would make things better? He said. He held up the letter and read from it. They even pointed at you, saying that my friendship with you was peculiar and disquing. He looked up from the letter, eyes meeting mine again. If I thought you had any chance of saving her, I would let you go. I would drive the cart myself. But you will only witness her death, and that will only bring you torment. Isabel, it is out of your hands, and you must make peace with that. At that, I collapsed to my knees, violent sobs shaking through me. There would be no peace for me ever again. How could there be without Anna? I imagined my heart would soon stop beating. It would realize she was gone, and there was no point anymore. There would be no more letters. There would be no more nights of her lips across my bare skin in the moonlight. There would be no more stolen moments. And it was all my fault. Jacob sat on the other side of the living room while I cried for hours. At some point, he put Maria to bed. He didn't tell me to stop or try to make things better. He just let me weep. Eventually, I ran out of tears, but the deep sorrow was still there. It was a well that seemed to have no end. "Can I be alone for a bit?" I asked. My voice was shaky and too quiet. He looked concerned, ready to protest. "I won't try to leave, I promise." And I wouldn't. There would be no point. I wouldn't make it far alone at night. "I would hear the door if you did," he said. He exhaled, thinking about it for a moment before he gave me a nod and stood. He stopped next to me and ran a hand over my hair. "I am sorry, Isabel." And then he disappeared into our bedroom. I crawled closer to the fire. It was burning low, but I did not stoke the flames. I began to smother the fire, covering the last bits of flame with ash. Then I waited, watching the last embers flicker out as I felt the darkness creep in closer, as I knew it would. The shadows in this house had always whispered. I felt them curl around me, tenderly stroking my cheeks and pushing my hair away from my face. "How badly do you want to save her?" they whispered. It sounded like hundreds of voices, all speaking in perfect unison. "I would do anything," I whispered back. They seemed to delight in my sorrow and desperation, seemed to almost feed on it, as they licked up my tears. Anything. I knew that the darkness didn't make fair deals. I could already feel the noose around my neck. I knew better than to trust anything that lived only in shadows. I had listened as it stroked my cheeks and coaxed out my darkest desires for years now, affirming my most selfish impulses. Perhaps I shouldn't have been so willing to give up everything. But in that moment, I could truly think of nothing that I would have placed above saving Anna. "Anything," I said again. "We will save Anna tonight. We will make sure you have long, happy lives together," they whispered. I could taste the rot in each word, but nothing had ever been as sweet as the hope that their promise gave me, but at a cost. "Where you will get joy, your daughters will get sorrow. We will save your love, but you must steal theirs from them." And then I traded things that were not mine to give. "Anna, you can't be angry with me when you hear what I have done, because I know if you were in my place, you would have done the same thing. I couldn't let you die. I cannot exist in a world where you do not. Forgive me, Isabel. 61. Essie." "I can't believe she's coming so soon," Sanjay said, as they sat in the parking lot after Essie's weekly doctor's appointment. It was a welcome break from the house that seemed to grow darker each day. She could believe it. It felt like she had been pregnant for 9 years already. 3 weeks, as he said. Her hand smoothed over her belly. She could make it 3 more weeks. Her belly was growing noticeably larger every day now. The skin stretched taut over the rounding ball, where her daughter rested. She yawned, letting her head flop back against the headrest. Despite how much she loved getting out of the house, even for these trips to the doctor, it exhausted her. She would likely spend most of the afternoon napping. Sometimes it felt impossible that the person she was a year ago was the same person who now spent her days lying in bed. 3 weeks at most, said Sanjay. She might come earlier. Dr. Morris said that you needed to be on the lookout for labor signs. I know. I was there, Essie grumbled. They had begun planning for Essie's Caucasian section, since she had a substantially increased risk of bleeding out if she were to go into labor naturally. She was getting anxious in these final weeks. All those hours spent in bed had led her to a few too many corners of the internet, where she read horror stories of women dying before they even got to the hospital. For the past few weeks, she had been bracing after every twinge in her uterus, making sure it was their daughter kicking a rib, or her pelvis aching, not the skin-tightening pull of a cramp. The car was silent for a while. "I'm excited that you'll be home for a few weeks," Essie said. Sanjay got 3 weeks off when the baby came. The thought of having another person in the house for 3 weeks, even as she recovered from major surgery and they had to care for a newborn, sounded heavenly. "I'll still need to be working some, answering emails and things." "I know," Essie said. She picked out a hole that was forming in the knee of her leggings. "I'm just looking forward to some company. I feel like I'm losing my mind alone in that empty house all day." He was struggling too, as he could see it. He was still distant and unfocused, moving through their life like a zombie, a sepia-toned version of her husband. "I know this has been difficult, S, but it's only a few more weeks," Sanjay said. His voice didn't sound right. No one else would have noticed, but she knew the way his letters softened when he was talking to his mom, recognized the crisp ends of sentences when he was trying to impress someone at work. She knew the way his voice sounded when he was too tired for his tongue to wrap around each word, and the choking stutter of him speaking when he was catching his breath from laughing too hard. And this wasn't right, as he chewed on the inside of her cheek. "I'm nervous," she said, pausing for a moment before the rest of the words tumbled out. I'm very excited about the whole not being pregnant anymore thing. But as he trailed off, she couldn't entirely articulate her fears. There were too many. She was worried about bleeding and going into labor, but also about having a newborn and being a new mother, and also about Sanjay and what their lives would look like in a month, 2 months, a year. Her future stretched out in front of her, so unknown that she couldn't even begin to prepare for it. "Dr. Morris says you'll be fine. She would have transferred you to the hospital if she was worried. We'll be careful." Sanj paused for a long moment, blowing out of breath. "I'm nervous too. I have been since my birthday. I think about how close I came to losing both of you. If I lost you, I wouldn't be able to survive it." Essie reached over and squeezed his hand. "Sometimes I wish I could undo all of this," he said. The words hung heavy in the air. Essie didn't know when she had stopped agreeing with them. If someone had asked her a few months ago if she wanted to push a big undo button on the universe, she would have jumped at the chance. Did she wish things were different? Of course. She wished she were the kind of pregnant woman who glowed and ran marathons, but she didn't want to undo it. She didn't believe in all the everything happens for a reason. She believed that she could have had an amazing life without having a baby. It would have been good and beautiful and important in 1,000 different ways. But she also had fallen in love with this little girl living inside her. And she wanted to meet her. She wanted to teach her about the world and watch Sanjay be a dad. I don't think I would. When Essie woke up from her afternoon nap, the sun was already low in the sky. Her sleep had been dreamless, an occurrence that was rare for Essie these days. But still, she felt groggy. She felt the pressure of eyes on her, and she quickly scanned the room. No one was there. No one was ever there. But that didn't stop the feeling of being watched from raising the hair on the back of her neck. She had a few hours to kill before Sanjay got home. She thought for a moment about pulling out her flashcards, but she was too tired to retain much information. Instead, she reached for the notebook she kept tucked into her nightstand. She hadn't told her mother about the notebook, even though they spoke on the phone a few times a week. Her mother had mediated every connection Essie had ever had with her father. It felt nice to have this one thing that was just between the two of them. She didn't think Kelly had any idea about the notebook, or if she had forgotten about it long ago. Essie enjoyed having a piece of him that no one else could claim ownership of. She started back at the beginning, flipping through pictures and notes that she had already read through. When she got to a new page, there was another picture of her mother. The t-shirt she had stretched over her belly didn't quite reach, so a strip of skin showed between the white t-shirt and her pink running shorts. She was looking at the camera with an expression that was halfway between a pout and a grimace. This notebook was giving her not only a glimpse into the world of her father, but also the version of her mother, who had yet to lose him. The other side held a note in her father's crisp handwriting. She thought she might be able to pick out his writing in a lineup, if given the chance, by searching for those O's that never quite closed, or the H's that sat so low they were indistinguishable from his ends. Essie, we finally decided on a name for you, little bug. I know I haven't met you yet, but I can already tell it fits you perfectly. You are due to arrive any day now. Kelly started maternity leave from the hospital this week. She does not know how to stay still, so we're building cribs and washing onesies all day long. But then, usually by about 6 o'clock, she crashes. She has been sleeping like the dead, at least 12 hours most nights, with a few bathroom breaks. I'm not sleeping. I can't sleep. She is too loud. She whispers all night, telling me all the ways I've hurt your mother, all the ways that I will hurt you. I don't remember what is true anymore. They are watching me, even now. Goosebumps covered Essie's neck as she read that second paragraph. The feeling of being watched creeping off the page. In many ways, they could have been words she had written in her own journal. The whispers, the woman, the feeling of being watched. The only difference was he did not mention the dreams that haunted Essie. So vivid, she often woke with a feeling of dust still on her skin. She flipped back to his previous entries and noticed that he had referenced not sleeping before, but it hadn't been like this. These words read like they came from a man who was coming undone. But perhaps she was coming undone too, her sanity dissolving in the weeks she spent in bed. She thought of Sanjay and his sleepless nights. A part of her wondered if she should ask if he too was seeing ghosts. Did he too feel eyes on the back of his neck? Did he hear the whispers from the shadows? But if he said yes, she wasn't sure what she was supposed to do. But more likely, he would be confused by her question, worried by the irrationality of it. Sanjay had enough to worry about, even without his wife suddenly seeing things that weren't there. As he closed the notebook and slid it back to where she kept it, she had read enough for the day, trying to convince herself that it was all a strange coincidence. But though the notebook was put away, the feeling of being watched didn't leave. She looked at the clock and hoped Sanjay would be home soon, as he could tolerate the empty house in the daytime, even with the strange noises and the feeling of being watched. But the house grew more menacing at night. As the sunlight streaming in her window faded, and the shadows from the hallway lengthened, Essie began to shrink into a corner of her bed. She couldn't beat back the dark, no matter how many lights she left on. Not anymore. It felt as if the house might swallow her, devour her so completely that there would be nothing left. She tried to shake off the feeling and slid earbuds into her ears, pretending to be so absorbed by the glow of her phone screen that she didn't notice the dark closing in around her. Essie had been focused so intently on her phone, volume in her headphones turned up loud, that she didn't hear Sanjay arrive. She jumped when he walked in the bedroom door, letting out a little squeak of surprise, her heart in her throat. "Sorry," he said as Essie recovered, hand over her chest, heart racing. "I didn't mean to scare you." "It's okay. Not your fault," Essie said. She looked over at Sanjay. The shadows seemed to cling to him, wrapping around his limbs and licking at the corners of his face. She was sure it was just a trick of the light. It's the house. It's been feeling creepy at night lately. It's probably just because I've been spending too much time alone. Essie shrugged as Sanjay took off his jacket and hung it in the closet. "I know this sounds crazy, but sometimes it feels like the house is almost whispering." The color leached out of Sanjay's face as he stared back at her with wide eyes. "What do you mean?" "Who's whispering?" he said so quietly. Essie could barely hear it. Her eyebrows scrunched up. "I don't know. It's an old house. It's probably just making house noises." Sanjay nodded, seemingly placated by her explanation. His face smoothed back into his usual placid smile. "Like you said, probably just too much time alone." Essie couldn't shake the feeling of dread. They had a normal night with dinner in bed, followed by a few hours of mindless TV before Essie fell asleep. She wasn't sure exactly what woke her. Perhaps it was an echo of Sanjay's footsteps on the floor above, or the moan of the heater as it shuddered to life, trying to push away the chill in the night air. But regardless, she woke with a gasp to an empty bed. She climbed out of bed. Her husband's t-shirt no longer fit like a nightgown. It was stretched tight over her belly, leaving her legs bare. She paused with her hand on the door knob, not sure what she would find on the other side. But when the door creaked open, she saw the other end of the hallway. It was dim, but she knew her way around the creaky floorboards now, even without light. Each footstep she took was sure and soft. She didn't make a sound. She knew where Sanjay was. She wasn't sure why she was looking, why she had pried herself from her bed and was walking down the hallway toward the little line of orange light that spilled under the door to the attic. She eased the door open. A noise filtered down over the stairs, rolling down the steps. Essie paused for a moment, hand on the knob. He was weeping. She stood there for what could have been hours, or maybe just a few minutes, and listened. Part of her wanted to slink back to bed and pretend she hadn't heard, just as she had slid the notebook away, as if pretending nothing was happening would save her. But tonight, for Sanjay, she would be braver. She would face the dark. The door creaked as she pulled it open the rest of the way, and the sobs quieted at the sound. Sanjay. As he called up the steps, she heard the shuffle of him moving in the office, papers being pushed aside, the slide of a chair over the floor, and then footsteps. He appeared at the top of the steps, the light casting strange shadows on his face. He was almost unrecognizable, as he didn't know how she had missed it. But he had lost more weight in the last few weeks, his shirt hanging off of him. He looked frail, as if the slightest breeze would force him to crumble. "Are you okay?" he called down. She ignored the question and started climbing the steps. She had only made it up 2 before Sanjay was coming down toward her. "Stop. You shouldn't be climbing the stairs. What's going on?" He helped her turn around, not letting go of her elbow, until they were both in the hall with the door to the attic closed behind them. "I heard you crying," she said. "What happened?" "I wasn't crying, baby. Maybe you were dreaming. You've been having those intense dreams lately." Sanjay led her back toward the bedroom. The light was too dim in the hallway to see if his eyes were puffy, but she was sure of what she had heard. "No, I heard you," she said. "I'm fine. I snuck upstairs to try to get a little work in before I went to bed. I hadn't realized how late it had gotten." He walked her to the bed and helped her settle back under the blankets before climbing in on his side. "You can tell me if something is going on," Essie said. He leaned forward and kissed her, smoothing a hand over the top of her head. "I'm fine. Go to sleep." Sanjay's breath eventually slowed, but as he couldn't fall asleep, the sound of her husband's sobs playing on repeat in her head. 62. "Anna, dear Isabel, what did you do? Whatever you did, it worked. Whatever you did, I am grateful for it. I've been released and cleared of the murder. One moment, I was preparing myself for the executioner, counting down the hours until the morning came. I had almost made peace with it. I had convinced myself that perhaps I could become a ghost and spend the next several decades haunting you. That the years until you joined me in the next life would feel short, and soon enough we would be together again. I thought of my family too, but most of those quiet hours were spent thinking of you. But then the door to my cell was unlocked. Some man explained that I was free to go. There had been a misunderstanding. He apologized to me. I was delivered to my parents' doorstep, and it was over. I watched the sunrise, and tomorrow I will get to watch it again. Why would I be angry? What have you done? I'm going to spend a few days with my family, but I will come visit soon. I can't wait to see you and Maria. I plan to stay for a while, if it isn't too much trouble for you and Jacob. You're right. I think the quiet would be comforting. I love you, Anna. 63. Essie. Essie had hardly slept the night before. She had lain awake for hours after Sanjay had come downstairs, memorizing the sound of his breathing, as if he might whisper the solutions to all their problems on each long exhale. But even in the morning light, when their house once again felt familiar and almost safe, the sounds from the night before echoed inside her mind. She was woozy with exhaustion, unable to concentrate on any sort of reading, the words blurring in front of her eyes. Her body was especially achy today, too. Her muscles seemed to be withering away from all these days spent in bed. At the same time, her stomach was growing, pulling at the muscles she had left. She picked at the breakfast Sanjay had brought up for her before he left, but she felt queasy and didn't want to force down the food. Sanjay wasn't coming home for lunch today. He had a meeting on the other side of town, but he called on his drive over to talk with her. He sounded fine, cheerfully even, as he asked her about her morning and plans for the rest of the day. She listened, sifting through each of his words, looking for some sign of distress, some signal that he was breaking, but he seemed to be in brighter spirits than usual. She picked the phone back up and called her mother. Kelly answered on the third ring. "Hey, how are you doing?" she said through the speaker. "I'm fine. I'm ready to be done," Essie said. She could hear her mom smile through the phone and already knew what Kelly was planning on saying next. "You're so close, Essie. A few more weeks, and then you'll have a newborn and a whole new set of challenges." Essie would take all things that came with having a new baby if it meant she could leave her bedroom again. She was so excited to take a walk around the block and sit in the backyard and drink a glass of wine. The thought sounded heavenly. But for now, she was trapped in her prison cell. She remembered the reason she called. "What was Dad like while you were pregnant with me?" "Oh, I don't really remember," Kelly said, startled by the unexpected question. "Why?" Essie could hear the confusion in her voice. She never voluntarily brought up her father in conversation. No reason. Essie said she didn't want to bring up the journal with her mother, especially before she'd had a chance to read through the whole thing. She never could quite predict what mentioning her father would do to Kelly. "Sanjay's just been a little strange. I'm sure he's just nervous." "It's a big change," her mother said. The risk of something happening to Essie was left unspoken. But Essie knew her mother understood something could easily go wrong. "Yeah, but you don't remember Dad being a little off. Maybe not sleeping well," as he tried to shift the conversation back to her father. "I don't remember anything abnormal, but I was pretty cranky those last few weeks. I was 9 months pregnant in July. I was too busy sweating." She paused for a moment. Essie could imagine the look on her mother's face. Kelly always looked the same when she talked about her husband. Her lips pulled into a half smile, and her eyes went soft, as though she were gazing into a version of her life where he was still with her. "He was so excited to meet you, Essie. He loved you so much from the moment we knew you existed, but I'm sure he was nervous. He was always a bit of an insomniac, so it wouldn't surprise me if he'd lost some sleep." Kelly paused again, taking in a shaky inhale, as he knew that Kelly was fighting tears, but talking about this, even almost 30 years later, still made her cry. "I wish you could have known him." "Me too." Essie felt a lump swell in her throat. She wanted to ask her mother about the whispers from her dad's notes, but she didn't have a chance. "Gra wants to talk to you. I'm passing the phone to her," her mother said. Before Essie could agree, she heard the phone being shuffled to her grandmother. "Hi, darling." June's voice came over the line. Her voice was almost indistinguishable from Kelly's, except she spoke a little softer and slower. "How are you holding up?" "Hi, Grams. I'm okay." "Ready to get this baby out of me?" Essie said. She stared down at the blanket spread across her lap. She had talked with her grandmother less than usual over the last few months. Even though her grandmother hadn't brought it up since their lunch a few months ago, the curse sat between them during every conversation, and Essie hated the tension that it brought to their interactions. "How's Sanjay?" He's, as he began, ready to finish the sentence the way she usually did, with some pleasant but vague statement about him doing well, busy at work, excited for the baby. But something stopped her. "I'm worried about him. He's not sleeping, and he walks around like a zombie. I feel like I'm losing him. I don't know what I'm supposed to do." She'd spent her life hearing stories about the people her mother and grandmother had lost. But now, as she was confronted with the threat of the same thing happening to her, she was hit with a pain that took her breath away. She couldn't fathom the enormity of the grief they had held in silence for her entire childhood. She did not understand how they had kept going. "Oh, Essie," her grandmother said softly into the phone, "I don't think there is anything you can do. You hold him close and treasure the moments you have left with him." As he didn't want to start treating Sanjay like his expiration date was approaching. She shouldn't have been surprised by her grandmother's answer. If June had had a solution, she would have saved her own husband decades ago. But Essie wasn't ready to give up on Sanjay yet. Before Grandpa died, did he start talking about whispers? Or mention anything about strange dreams? I don't remember, love. From what I do remember, he just started fading. He was jumpy and barely slept, but I think he hid most of it from me. He didn't want to worry me. Essie didn't respond right away, trying to assemble the puzzle pieces in her head. "Essie," her grandmother's voice broke through her thoughts. "You can't stop this. It's not your fault. It's bigger than you." "So, what am I supposed to do?" Essie asked, her voice breaking. She was frustrated with her grandmother's lack of solutions. What good were warnings if the tragedies were impossible to avoid? Am I just supposed to let this curse steal him from me? Am I just supposed to sit here and let him die? You love him the best you can for every day you get with him. Essie wouldn't just lie down. She had made a promise that they would take care of each other. She would pull him out of the dark. She didn't know how yet, but she would fight for him until the end, loving him the only way she knew how, with teeth and claws. Sanjay had come home from work early, arriving before the sun disappeared behind the mountains. They had spent the evening pretending they weren't balanced on a knife's edge. He had brought her dinner, and they had eaten it in bed together, leaning up against the pillows, a laptop on the mattress between them, playing a TV show whose plot Essie didn't even bother trying to follow. But when Essie returned to their bedroom, after washing her face and brushing her teeth, Sanjay wasn't in bed. "I'm going to head up to my office for a few," he said, his voice coming from behind her. She jumped at the sound, turning to find him half hidden in the dark bedroom doorway. Why can't it wait until morning? She couldn't help the anxiety that stained her words, a desperate need to keep him within her eyesight. "I just need to finish up a few things. I have a meeting in the morning. It should be less than half an hour," he said, reassuring her. His hand was gripped around the door frame, knuckles turning white as if he was struggling to hold himself there as he chewed on her bottom lip. Part of her wanting to wrap herself around his ankle and plead with him to stay, but instead she nodded. Okay. Every night he had gone up to the attic, and he had returned to her every morning. Today would be no different. "Come back to bed soon. I sleep better when you're here." Sanjay offered her a little smile. "Go to sleep. I'll be back before you know it," he said, pulling the door closed behind him as he stepped into the hallway. As he climbed into bed, as she heard Sanjay's footsteps move across the attic floor, she closed her eyes, exhaustion a tangible weight in her chest, and tried to force herself to fall asleep, but gave up after a few minutes. Sleep wouldn't come while Sanjay was up in that attic, so she turned on the lamp by her bedside and retrieved her father's notebook. She needed to know how it ended. Perhaps his last entry had been a fluke caused by lack of sleep. This time, she didn't revisit the previous passages, flipping immediately to the last one she'd read. She turned the page and found another note, but this one seemed normal, talking about her mother being overdue and miserable in the heat. She turned another page where a tiny hospital bracelet was taped on the left side, and her father had detailed her birth information, carefully writing out her weight and length. The note on this page wasn't long. Essie Isabel Cameron, you were born today. Your mother and I love you more than words can say. She turned the next page, hoping for a longer message. Perhaps a picture of her father holding her. But the note on the next page wasn't addressed to Essie. Dear Anna, I'm sorry. Essie flipped to the next page. Isabel, he had written again. I didn't mean to. Again and again, she turned the pages to find variations on this same message. His handwriting became illegible, his words no longer paying any heed to the lines on the notebook. These scribblings bore little resemblance to the man who had written the notes in the first pages of the notebook. There was something frantic and anguished in the letters that bled into each other. As he closed the book and slid it back into her nightstand, her hand shaking. Anna, Isabel, the note from Sanjay's office, the women from her dream. As he looked around the room, carefully combing through the shadows, she wouldn't have been surprised to see the woman with the long black hair standing at the foot of her bed. But the room was empty. Even the feeling of being watched that had been with Essie for the last weeks was absent. That was almost worse, because if the women weren't with her, then she knew they were in the attic with Sanjay. She threw the blanket off her lap and set her feet on the floor. It was childish to sit in her bed while he faced the women alone. She couldn't hide under a blanket and pretend that the monsters didn't exist. She didn't know how to stop whatever had been plaguing her family for generations. But she would face it with him as he moved quietly, slipping into the hallway without turning on any lights. She moved as quick as she could, although at this point that wasn't saying very much. The damp smell wafted out from under the attic door, so thick she could almost feel it between her fingers. The hallway seemed longer than it should have been, but eventually she reached the doorway. She paused with her hand on the knob, taking in a deep breath before she pulled the door open with a creak. A flight of stairs led to the attic. Her attic, Anna's attic. She was no longer sure. The stairs were dark. She couldn't see the top as he started to climb. Anyway, step after step she rose, the air thick with the smell of wet and rot. There were far too many steps on the stairs. She had been climbing for what felt like hours, more steps unfurling above her. The top of the stairs was still hidden in the darkness, but despite that, she kept climbing. She knew now that she was dreaming, but she continued putting one foot in front of the other. If only she could reach the top of the stairs, she would finally find him. Sanjay had never been in any of those rooms in the endless hallway. They weren't really rooms at all. They were all that remained when Anna destroyed another life and drove someone else to the edge. The rooms were torn to pieces by the women who had come before her, who had shredded the world, searching for the people they loved. Sanjay wasn't there. He was in the attic. Darkness swirled around her ankles, fingers caressing her bare legs and whispering, "We can help you save him." She ignored the voice and kept climbing. 64 Isabel. And so 22 years passed, and we spent as many days together as we could. At first, it was a few months at a time. Visits where Anna and I would spend every evening talking in front of the fire until the first rays of morning light streak. She would spend a few weeks with her family, and then she would be back with us. Jacob was always good about it. He knew how much he meant to me. I suspected he was aware that Anna and I were more than friends, but neither of us ever made any mention of it. He never complained that she spent too much time with us, and always welcomed her with open arms. There was talk for a while of marrying her off again, but there were still rumors that she had murdered her first husband. It was enough to scare off any men who took a fancy to her. As the years wore on, Anna spent more time with me and less back home. Jacob's family joked that he had somehow ended up with 2 wives. Life was perfect for a few years, far better than I deserved, until one day, a few weeks after Maria's F.th birthday, I was kneading a bowl of dough, planning on making bread to serve alongside dinner that night. Anna was sitting across from me at the table, while Maria sat in the corner playing with her doll, a pink bow perched on top of her head. We were talking in low voices when Jacob's brother ran through the front door. His face was ashen. "There has been an accident. Jacob's been hurt badly," he panted out. I froze for a moment, hands still resting in the dough as I tried to understand what he had said. It seemed impossible that our perfect little life could be interrupted so suddenly and unexpectedly. Anna placed her hand on my elbow. "Go, I'll watch Maria," she said. I followed Jacob's brother across the fields, my hands still covered in flour, as we raced toward my husband. But we were not fast enough. By the time we reached the mill, Jacob was already gone. I had convinced myself that I was immune to life's fragility because of my deal with the darkness. But still, death had stolen from me. What I felt for Jacob was such a small fraction of what I felt for Anna. But I loved him as a friend and as Maria's father. I had looked forward to cold nights when I could crawl under the blankets with him and press my cold hands against his warm skin. After that, Anna didn't leave again. She moved into my home and slept in the bed I had shared with my husband. We thought about moving back to be closer to our parents, but Jacob's family insisted that we stay. They made sure we were well taken care of. They adored Maria, and they wanted to hold on to this last scrap of their son. Anna and I raised Maria as 2 widows in that little stone house that had once felt so quiet and empty. It wasn't castles and riches or even adventures in the world, but it was a better life than I could have ever hoped to have. What more could I ask for than to fall into bed next to the person I loved more than myself each night, and to wake to her face, bathed in the pale morning light? Maria grew up into a beautiful young woman. She looked like me. Anna swore we could have been twins, but she had the sweet, gentle disposition of her father. When she was 19, she met Cecilia's son, Ramon. He was kind and charming, and she fell in love with him the first time she saw him. He would have rearranged the stars in the sky if it would make her happy. Within a year, they were married. They moved to a little house 5 minutes down the road from Anna and me. And 2 years after that, Maria gave birth to a beautiful little girl she named Elena. All the while, I waited for the shadows to collect on what I had traded away to save Anna all those years ago. On the rare nights I slept in bed alone, when Anna went to visit her parents, I dreamt of the darkness. The dreams were always exactly the same, a perfect reenactment of that night. "How badly do you want to save her?" the darkness whispered. "I would do anything, anything," the voices murmured in their haunting chorus. "Anything. A life for a life," they whispered, tendrils twisting into my hair and around my ankles. "Yes, take my life." I didn't hesitate for a moment. I would gladly give up my life for Anna. They laughed It was the worst sound I had ever heard. It made my stomach turn as it echoed through the room. That's not how it works. They clucked over me like I was a disobedient child. Your daughter. I swallowed, my fists tightening at my sides. Don't worry, we won't hurt, sweet Maria. I did not like the way her name sounded in the whispers, like they were tasting it. Would you trade her happiness for your own? What do you mean? I stuttered out. We will give you honor. We will make sure you have long, happy lives together, but at a cost. Where you will get joy, your daughters will get sorrow. We will save your love, but you must steal theirs from them. I don't understand. Don't you? The darkness let out a huff that felt like a claw dragging up my spine. A life for a life, Isabel. If Anna lives, then Maria's love must die. I made excuses in the moment. Maria was so small then. I couldn't imagine a future with her as an adult falling in love. It was easy to pretend that it wasn't real. I would have decades to figure out how to find a way out of this for Maria. But Anna only had hours. But the truth was, I would have chosen Anna over anyone else. Fine. My voice was stronger than it had been all night. Tendrils curled under my chin, tilting my face toward the inky darkness. We want to make sure you understand, Isabel, they whispered. If you accept this gift, you also bear the cost on your shoulders. We will not take their lives. You will be responsible for that burden. I did not waver. I accept. Anna will be safe before morning light. 65. Essie. When Essie woke, the room was bright. The bed next to her was empty, the sheets still perfectly folded. Sanjay had never come to bed. The shower was running in the bathroom down the hall. Most mornings when she woke from those dreams, she felt shaken and anxious. But this morning, she opened her eyes with a steely focus that cut through her body's aches. Though she hadn't reached the top of the stairs in her dreams, she felt clearer than she had in weeks. There was something about the attic, in the dark and damp. That was where they were hiding him, and she would find whatever pieces of him they had hidden away. She would put him back together again. Sanjay walked in, his hair still wet. "You're up early," he said. He came and sat on the bed next to her. She tucked her head into the crook of his neck, her body folding into his, perfectly even now. "Are you okay?" he asked, the words getting lost in her hair. She nodded, burrowing herself deeper against him. His skin smelled of damp earth from all that time in the attic last night, but under it all he smelled like himself, warm and familiar. He was her home, and she was his. They had tried to steal him away to that house they had built out of regret and fear. But she and Sanjay had built their lives around one another, twisting together as they grew until the line between them had blurred. If he had forgotten who he was, if he was lost in those hallways made of mud and misery, Essie would find him and bring him home. "Are you sure you're okay?" he said again. She leaned back and took in his face, memorizing the curve of his lips and exact shade of his eyes. "I'm fine," she said, smoothing a hand over his cheek. "I'm just thinking." His face seemed to soften at those words. "I've got to get going, but text me if you need anything. I'll drop by around 1 o'clock. As he nodded as he stood, already missing the comfort of his body next to hers. "Have a good day. Love you." Sanjay kissed her again and left for work. As soon as he was out the door, she started on her usual morning routine. She took a long shower and combed out her wet hair in front of the mirror. She pulled on a pair of leggings and a stretchy t-shirt, one of the only things that fit over her belly. But things felt different. She didn't chatter to herself or her bump about her dreams or her plans for the afternoon. She was silent. Her eyes darted across the mirror to check what was behind her, waiting for a ghost to appear. Her hand rested on top of her belly as she walked with determined steps out of her bedroom, not pausing until her hand was on the door to the attic staircase. She hadn't been upstairs in weeks, not since before Christmas. Having no reason to climb the steep staircase, where only Sanjay's office, with its exposed beams, waited for her. A rush of stale air hit her as she opened the door, warmer than the rest of the house, heated by the eastern window, drenching the room in light. The smell was overpowering, like she was climbing down into a riverbed after a rainstorm instead of up into their attic. She clutched the handrail as she climbed as if she feared a gust of wind would whip out of the office and knock her down the stairs, or something might slither out from between the risers and grab at her ankles. Her muscles protested the climb. Every step she took sent a sharp stab of pain through her hips and made her back tighten. She was having a hard time catching her breath. The climb up the single flight of stairs harder than it should have been, but she continued one step after the other. Sanjay's office was a disaster. There were piles of crumpled-up balls of paper littering the floor. There were heaps of notebooks and magazines and more papers littering his table. One of the shelves had slipped, resting on an angle, threatening to crush the books underneath. She took a step closer, and papers crunched underfoot. It was impossible to move without stepping on one. This was not Sanjay. Sanjay was the sort of man who hated leaving unsorted mail on the kitchen counter while he put away groceries. She closed her eyes for a moment, picturing her husband's office as it should be. She imagined his books sorted by topic. No paper outside of a file folder. Rolls of blueprints stacked in the corner, labeled by the project. She opened her eyes again. The papers hadn't disappeared. If anything, the office looked more a mess. Her stomach tightened, a cramp rolling across her skin and into the base of her spine. She leaned down and picked up one of the sheets of paper and smoothed out the wrinkles. "Dear Essie," the page read, but the rest had been scribbled over with so many lines, she couldn't make out the other words. She picked up another. Her name was again scratched across the top. Sanjay's precise letters melting into one another. "I am sorry" were the only words written underneath. The page crumpled into a ball before he could finish. Essie picked up pages and pages off the floor. Most were addressed to her, but she found a few addressed to Anna and Isabel. The messages were short and incomplete. The letters to Anna and Isabel pleaded and begged, but trailed off quickly. But the notes to Essie rambled on. Incoherent sentences apologizing for things he had never done. They were the scribblings of a man who no longer could tell what was real and what was imagined. Another cramp rolled across her belly, and she hunched over, bracing against the tight pain. "No, no," she pleaded. She wasn't sure if she was pleading with the baby that was ready to make her appearance in the world, or her husband who had slipped further from her than she imagined, perhaps further than she could reach. The lamp on the drafting table flickered on. Sitting on the table was an envelope sealed with Essie's name, printed in perfect block letters. A completed draft, a final letter. She didn't need to read her name written by her husband over and over again. Each letter filled with equal parts love and apology. She needed this one. As he froze, her hand on her stomach as she searched the shadows. She took another step forward, but was stopped mid-stride as a wave of intense pain. Her abdomen went rigid, and she braced herself on her knees as she tried to suck air into her lungs. She cursed and waited for the wave of pain to pass. She tried to count how many seconds the contraction lasted, but her mind couldn't focus on putting one number in front of the next. Even though Essie had never given birth before, there was no doubt in her mind that this was labor. She inhaled deeply as the contraction ended, her body unfurling from her center. Her mind snapped into focus as she found a sense of clarity under pressure, a gift from her mother. Her daughter was ready to be born. Essie didn't have any choice but to move forward. She couldn't stop this. Papers crunched under her feet as she took the last few steps to the table. The envelope sat at the center of the desk, with her name printed in black in the center. She traced over the letters with her fingers, imagining Sanjay's hand as he had held the pen that formed her name, writing each letter with tender precision. She weighed the envelope in her hands before breaking the seal. The note wasn't long, and she reread the words, trying to find a way to read them in which they wouldn't mean what she thought they did, trying to find some secret code or some other language where the words would mean anything else. But the words were clear, and each letter was an ice pick to her heart. Essie, I am sorry for all the ways that I have hurt you. I hear them all at night, played over and over again, like a broken record, until I am not sure which ones are true anymore. I know that this will hurt you too, but I have no choice. Your life will be better without me in it. I haven't met our daughter yet, but I know she will be beautiful, because you made her. I am sorry that you will have to raise her alone, but I know that her life will be better without me in it. I can't ask for your forgiveness. I fear what I have done is unforgivable. Know that I still love you, and I always will. Love, Sanjay. A large part of her wanted to fall apart and let the words break her. She wanted to give in to the tears and wailing. She wasn't sure how he could believe that any of it was true. In what universe would her life be better without him? He had always been the best part of her world. Anna, Isabel, she whispered in the quiet. Essie had never really believed in ghosts or curses. Her mother had spent Essie's whole life telling her again and again that the stories June told her in the night were just that, stories. Even in this moment, she imagined the house would be indifferent to her request, that the women from her dreams were figments of her subconscious, her brain's way of processing an impossible to comprehend season of her life, a product of too much time spent alone, pregnancy hormones, and whatever mold was growing in the attic. Most of her believed, as she foolishly called out to an empty house, that nothing would answer back. But a small slice of her was desperate enough to believe in impossible things. The women didn't respond. No laughter echoed through the room. Essie had almost given up hope when she noticed the darkness in the corner had started to move. The writhing black crawled out of corners, darkening the shadows and leaching away the daylight from the room. And then they began to whisper. Their voices made the hair on the back of her neck stand and on end and sent her heart racing. It was as alluring as it was dangerous. And as the tendrils of impossibly dark, thick black reached toward her, Essie whispered, "Can you help me?" Before the darkness had a chance to respond, a loud shattering reverberated through the house. Essie paused for a moment, eyes fixed on the tendrils curling out of the dark, before she ran down the stairs, hand braced against her stomach, her ears ringing in the hollow emptiness that followed the explosion. She hadn't learned how to move this version of her body quickly, and her legs felt wobbly on the stairs. She wasn't exactly sure why she felt the need to race toward the sound, except something inside her was looking for any excuse to be out of that room where the darkness had begun to swallow the light. A fire filled the hearth in the living room. It was out of place in the warm spring day as sunlight streamed in through the front window. Broken shards of green tiles lay in ruins in front of the fireplace, as if just this corner of the room had been at the center of a tornado. As he crept toward the fireplace, moving mindlessly to assess the damage, a fire crackled inside, indifferent to the chaos around it. Another cramp tightened her stomach. They were coming too fast. She needed to get to the hospital. She closed her eyes and tried to breathe through the pain, bracing her hand against the wall. An icy breath brushed along her ear. "Do not make a deal with the darkness," a voice whispered, one voice so different from the chorus in the attic. This voice reminded her of her grandmother and her mother. Where the voices upstairs had made her hair raise, this voice felt soothing and familiar. But Essie knew better than to be comforted by the illusion of familiarity. She turned, trying to see the woman who was speaking, but every time her head moved, the woman moved too. Always just out of sight. The only thing Essie seemed to be able to catch was a glimpse of curly hair. It didn't matter. Essie knew what the woman looked like. Her face was as familiar as Essie's own. As he turned back toward the flames, watching as they danced in the fireplace, "They will take far more than you are willing to give," Isabel whispered. But Essie didn't believe that was true. There was nothing she wouldn't sacrifice for Sanjay. Her eyes darted to the shadows in the corner of the room, searching for the undulating form of the darkness from upstairs. But the shadows were motionless. The air wasn't thick with smoke. The darkness hadn't followed her down the stairs. "Why should I listen to you?" Essie asked. "You're the one who's taken him." Essie waited for a response. She wanted Isabel to deny it, to explain, to make excuses. But her silence was an admission of guilt. So Essie offered the only thing she had. "Take me instead." It was quiet for a moment. Isabel sighed. "That's not how it works." Essie could hear the smile in the words. There was an apology hidden in those upturned lips. But Essie didn't want apologies. "I can try to give you a few more months, maybe a year. Give you more time. That's not enough." Essie said she didn't want months. She wanted decades. She wanted him to be there when she got home from work every day. She wanted to spend Saturday mornings in bed next to him. She wanted to argue with him about whose turn it was to do the dishes. She wanted to watch him be a father. She wasn't done dancing with him. They still had a whole lifetime's worth of things to celebrate. "I know." Tears were leaking down Essie's cheeks now. She thought about her mother and her grandmother and all the women who had come before, whose names had been forgotten. She thought about how terrible and cruel it was that the people they loved had been ripped out of their lives. Her words came out broken and pleading. "Why are you doing this to me? To us?" "I had to save her," Isabel whispered. Essie didn't need Isabel to clarify who she referred to. The girl from Essie's dreams, with the long black hair, Anna, Isabel's once-in-a-lifetime rip-your-heart-out-of-your-chest sort of love. Her son J.S.E. found it hard to fault Isabel, but she couldn't waste any more time talking to ghosts who could only offer her months. She was a tiger. She was sharp teeth and welded edges. She would fight for her husband against the ghosts who only knew how to write tragic ends to love stories. She would fight for her husband, even against himself. Another cramp threatened at the base of her spine. She would fight for Sanjay. But right now, her daughter was coming. 66, Isabel. When the shadows came to collect on my promises, I was curled against Anna. The day had been cloudless, but bitterly cold. The kind of day where the sun seemed to offer no heat, just blistering white light. The nights were long this time of year, though they were getting shorter. Our fire was starting to fade. Anna had already fallen asleep, but I was too comfortable, my head resting against her shoulder, to wake her so we could go to bed. I watched the fire slowly fade, my thoughts flitting over mundane aspects of our lives that likely didn't matter. I felt the darkness pressing in, the air growing thick. I closed my eyes like a child trying to hide and turned my head against Anna, like perhaps if I couldn't see them, they wouldn't be able to see me. A tendril of darkness spooled its way around my neck, nuzzling itself against my ear. Isabel. Their voices were slippery as they spoke my name as a reprimand. It's time. Another finger of shadow stroked my cheek. What do you want from me? I whispered. I didn't want to wake Anna. She had only asked once. What I had done to save her on that night so many years ago. I made a deal with someone. I had said I couldn't look at her. I didn't want to tell her about it. I wanted to forget about that night with the choking darkness. What kind of deal? With who? A terrible one. She had reached for my hand and pulled me toward her, an anchor holding me to this moment where she was here. She was alive. I had saved her. I didn't have a choice. What I didn't tell her then or ever was that I would have agreed to far worse. She had never asked again. She never brought it up. I knew she noticed the moments where I would jump at shadows and flinch at unexpected touches. But she didn't press. She just pulled me a little closer. And now the shadows were here. Isabel. 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 My name stretched as they whispered it, the S hissing as they pulled through the air. We gave you honor. You two have built quite the nice life together. It's time for us to collect payment. I stood carefully adjusting the blankets that were draped over Anna before taking a few steps away from where she slept on the couch. The shadows didn't mind, wrapping up my legs and twisting around my body with a tenderness that alluded to their restrained power. You remember what you agreed to, don't you? The voices said. I nodded, but they repeated the words anyway. We will give you honor. We will make sure you have long, happy lives together, but at a cost. Where you will get joy, your daughters will get sorrow. I will save your love, but you must steal theirs from them. I remember, I whispered. Maria's daughter is beautiful. It's a shame that she'll grow up without a father. The voices hissed as they swirled around my head, coming from anywhere and everywhere. You can't take him yet, I whispered. Even as I said it, I knew it wasn't true. This thing made of shadows, and whatever other evil composed those voices, was capable of far more. We're not going to do anything. You will kill him. That was the deal. Isabel. A cruel laugh seemed to press against me, bruising my skin. We've been generous. Maria's had 4 years with her love. Some people go whole lifetimes without a love like that. Maybe you should be thanking us instead. What if I refuse? The voices hummed, as if they were thinking about it, considering my request, as they brushed against my cheeks. That is not an option. When you agreed, you knew the cost. You will kill him. I lost the fight against my tears as they started to slip down my cheeks. One dark finger plucked a tear away. Their sorrow is always so much sweeter when they taste joy first. I could feel the darkness fading, each breath getting a little easier. And the voices came again, like someone whispering with their lips pressed against my ear. Tomorrow night. I collapsed to my knees, in front of the fireplace. Nothing left in the hearth but ashes. Anna sank down next to me, her hands coming up to my face. "Izzy, what happened?" she asked. Her hands stroked along the places the shadow's fingers had touched, erasing the cold that had seeped into my skin. She pulled me against her as I cried. I told her everything, a whispered confession in the dark. I shouldn't have. It wasn't her burden to bear, but I had forgotten how to hold things on my own. The hand that stroked my hair didn't falter, not once, as I explained what I had done and what I must do. When I finished and the house had fallen into silence, she spoke. "We will find a way to fix this. I will not let you do this alone." 67. Essie. Willow was born at 1:36 p.m., and Essie loved her the moment she saw her tiny fingers and those eyes that squinted against the bright lights of the operating room. The instant Willow was held next to her face. Essie knew with every inch of herself that Willow was hers, and she was Willow's. She was not a mother. She was Willow's mother. And there was such a vast difference between those two things that it seemed impossible that they used the same word. Willow was asleep in a bassinet to Essie's right. Sanjay had fallen asleep too, his chin curled against his chest in the armchair. Essie couldn't sleep. She was exhausted and everything hurt, but she was afraid that if she closed her eyes for even a moment, this would all be snatched away. Sanjay looked so fragile as he slept. His mouth was soft and slightly open, letting out a barely audible rumbling breath. His fingers curled around the arms of the chair. She wished they were home in their bed together, that his fingers were curled around her hip, and that she could hear him breathing on the other pillow. Willow looked like a little doll as she slept. It felt impossible that she existed, that somehow the months of bed rest and nausea as her belly grew had made a baby. There was a temptation to tie up this experience with a greeting card message that the good far outweighed the bad, as if Essie's life were a checkbook and she had ended up in the positive. But that wasn't how life worked. Willow existed, and she was perfect. But the last 9 months of Essie's life had been miserable. They didn't sit on opposite sides of some cosmic scale, canceling each other out. Both things could be true without discounting the other. They spent a few more days in the hospital. Essie was healing from her surgery and learning to exist again in a body that she didn't share. Her body was stretched out and painful, but it was hers again. Essie always made sure Sanjay was either with her or the baby, as Willow was taken away by nurses for various tests and procedures. Essie didn't let him leave the room alone, sending her mom out for anything they needed. She made him sleep on the little fold-out couch and shower in flip-flops in the hospital bathroom. Her eyes searched the shadows and waited for the sound of whispers or the smell of damp earth. But whatever haunted their home, didn't seem to have followed them here. She let herself enjoy the little moments when she caught Sanjay looking at their daughter with awe as her hand wrapped around his finger, or when Willow fell asleep on his chest. But she didn't let herself forget about the note from the attic. She was planning, still rearranging the puzzle pieces in her head. She scoured through the scraps she remembered from her dreams, trying to understand the two women and the darkness that seemed to twist itself between it all. She would figure out a way to end this for herself and for her daughter. If she couldn't negotiate with the women, then she would find some loophole, some way to break them all out of this centuries-long contract. As he was out of time, they were down to their final few hours in the hospital. Sanjay was packing up their things when she reached a hand out for him. She needed to know he was safe while she went home and figured out how to end this. "What do you need?" Sanjay asked, taking her hand in his. She jumped in without preamble. "I found a note in your office," she said. It wasn't work to make her face soft at this moment. She wanted to give him every drop of tenderness in her body, every soft place to come home to. "When?" he asked. His face screwed up, and he tried to pull his hand out of hers, but she held on tighter. "Right before we left for the hospital," she said. Sanjay tried to interrupt her, but she didn't let him. They didn't have time for his excuses. "I need you to be around for another few decades. Willow needs you. She needs a dad to teach her how to ride a bike, and hold her hand on her first day of kindergarten, and buy her ice cream when someone breaks her heart for the first time. Plus, I don't really know how to cook, so Willow and I might starve without you." Willow made a little squeak, and both of their eyes landed on her. Essie ran her hand over her daughter, and then looked back at her husband. Sanjay had tears streaming down his cheeks, and Essie dropped his hand to cup his face. "It's going to be okay," she promised him. It was a promise that she couldn't really make. What came next was out of her control. It always had been, but Essie believed that she would fix this. What choice did she have? "It was just a note, S. And you really shouldn't have climbed the stairs to the attic. I'm taking care of it." The excuses tumbled out of Sanjay one after another, not giving Essie any chance to respond. It didn't matter. Nothing he could have said would sway her. "You don't have to face this alone. There are people here who can help you," she said. She found his hand and squeezed it. "I think you should stay here, just for a few days, until you start feeling like yourself again. I know things have been hard for you, but we're going to get through this." While Sanjay had been with Willow when they ran some tests that morning, Essie had talked to a nurse. She had unfolded the letter and watched as the nurse read the words that had shattered Essie's heart. They talked in the few short minutes they had before he returned. The nurse listed resources and talked about options while she held Essie's hand and promised her that it would be okay. "I can't leave you. We just had a baby," he said weakly. He was already running out of energy with which to fight her. "I'll be okay for a few days. My mom will stay with me. But I need you a year from now. 30 years from now." "Willow needs you," Essie said. Sanjay didn't say anything else. He just watched his daughter as she slept on Essie's chest. "Come here," Essie said, gesturing for him to lean down toward her. She held Sanjay's face in both of her palms, her eyes memorizing every pore, before she leaned in to kiss him. Her lips lingered on his for a moment. They were soft and warm and familiar. She didn't let go of his face when he pulled out of the kiss. This wouldn't be the final time she saw him, she promised herself. "You'll be home so soon," she said as he leaned down to kiss Willow's sleeping head. As he passed Willow to Sanjay, he took her, tears lining his cheeks, and propped her little head against his shoulder, rubbing circles on her back. She didn't wake, but she nestled into Sanjay's neck, and a sob broke free from his mouth, his eyes scrunching closed. Essie's face was calm, the glassy smooth of a pond on a windless day, as she reached out a hand to stroke his arm. "One of the psychiatrists from the hospital is going to come down in a few minutes to talk with you. You can talk about options with them, but I think it would be best if you stayed here for a few days. He would be safe." It was all the time she could give him. Sanjay had spent the last 9 months taking care of her, bringing her trays of crackers and driving her to doctor's appointments. Now it was her turn to take care of him. She would find a way, because Sanjay didn't belong to ghosts or the darkness. Sanjay belonged to her, and she wanted to be the one to write the ending to their love story. 68 Isabel. We waited for the darkness to arrive the next night. Anna held tight to my hand as we let the fire burn itself out. There was no hiding. They would come. "I am here," Anna whispered, as a tremor went through my hands. I took a deep breath. The darkness poured into the room, rolling like fog from the deep shadows. Anna's breath caught in her throat. I had tried to describe the darkness to her as best I could last night, but it was impossible to fully understand the terror until you were surrounded by it. "Anna," the voices whispered. I felt her shiver next to me, her hand tightening on mine. "It's a pleasure to formally meet you, Isabel. We must be going now." Anna and I had spent the day trying to figure out a way to undo what I had done, to find some way for me to escape and leave everyone unscathed. We searched for some secret weakness, some fault in the monster's words, but we found none. The only thing we knew for sure of the darkness was they loved to make deals. Perhaps we could bargain our way out of this. "I'm not going to kill him." My voice shook. Their nightmarish laughter echoed through our home. "As we told you yesterday, that is not an option. You knew the price when you accepted the gift." "Take me instead," Anna offered. We had discussed this the night before, but still it hurt to hear the words. I had spent the last 22 years with her, but I was greedy. It wasn't enough. But she was braver than I. She always had been. She was willing to give up her life without question for Ramon, for Maria. So your offer is to give us the life of the girl we saved 22 years ago. It sounds to us that you expect to trade 22 good years for nothing. "You must think us a fool," the voices whispered. "Take us both," I said. I had doubted the darkness would agree to Anna as a fair trade for Ramon, but Anna insisted we try. She wanted me to live for Maria and Elena. I was indifferent. I wouldn't have lasted long without Anna anyway. I didn't know how to live in a world where she did not. "Isabel." Their slippery tones grew sharper with each word. "We're growing bored with this game. You made your choice when you decided to save her. We must go now." A dark tendril wrapped around my arm and wrenched me forward, but Anna refused to let go of my hand. "No," she protested. She tried to pull me back toward her, but then her hand dropped from mine. Both her hands were at her throat, trying to grab hold of the darkness that had wrapped itself around her. Her fingers couldn't find anything to hold on to in the thick black dark, so they scratched into her own skin, already drawing blood. Stop! I shouted, reaching for dark limbs that writhed through the shadows. Please stop! I'll come with you. Anna crumpled to the ground, and I knelt next to her, running my hand over her face. Her neck was already starting to bruise, but she blinked up at me with a shaky inhale. Say your goodbyes, and we will go, the darkness whispered. I'll be home soon, I promised her, pressing a kiss to her cheek. No, you will not, the darkness said. Anna and I froze, her finger searching for me. Since we cannot trust you to listen to us when called, you will not be returning to this house. You will stay with us. What? I stuttered out. You did not think you were done after Ramon, the darkness whispered. I could hear the smile in their words, a spider delighting in its captured prey. You said, a life for a life. My voice was quiet. Did we? The darkness laughed again. The bargain was that we would save Anna, and you would kill your daughter's loves. You did not think we meant only Maria. No, she has a daughter too. Elena. And we're sure Elena will fall for someone someday. And we wouldn't be surprised if she too had a daughter. No, Isabel. We believe you will be with us for a very long time. Dark hands wrapped around me and lifted me to standing, tightening along my skin as they pulled me toward the door. Anna stayed on the ground, her arms reaching toward me. I love you, I called back to her, tears streaming down my cheeks. What more was there to say than that? I was swallowed up into the darkness. I could no longer see her or feel her, but I could hear her rattled sobs as we moved into the night air. Wait, she called from inside the house. The darkness paused, the smoke holding me steady. Take me too. No, I tried to shout, but the darkness had already wound a long hand around my mouth. Let us stay together, and you can have me too, she said. Her voice was shaky, still recovering from almost being choked a moment before. The darkness smiled, and this time I could see their gaping mouth, a bottomless void. Then the voices whispered, Done. By morning, Ramon was dead and we were gone. 69. Essie. The car ride home was eerily quiet. The hollow space in the passenger seat that should have been filled by the man they had left behind at the hospital seemed to shout its emptiness. Essie was sitting in the back seat next to Willow as her mother drove. They kept the radio off. The noise would have been too false for this moment, where they sat perched between life and death. Kelly had been surprised to find Sanjay missing from the room when she came to pick them up from the hospital. Essie explained the situation as briefly as she could, and her mother, likely sensing her distress, didn't ask many follow-up questions. How are you doing? Kelly asked. The question jolted Essie out of her head. I am exhausted, but I'm okay. Essie returned. She ran the back of a finger over her daughter's cheek. Willow's eyes were closed, and her face looked oddly serious in sleep. Essie's exhaustion was physical and mental. She had barely slept over the last several days. Her body felt unfamiliar and uncomfortable, but more than that, it had been the emotional toll of the week. Essie had lived through the highest highs and lowest lows over the last 3 days. She was sure that she would be tired for a while. The last few days had almost been too much to bear. She offered her mother a weak smile. Kelly appraised her through the rearview mirror, her eyes the only thing visible in the little rectangle. Are you looking forward to being back home? I'm sure you're excited to sleep in your own bed again. Essie didn't answer. Her eyes drifted back to her daughter as she swallowed the lump in her throat. She wasn't going home. Not really. The house wasn't really her home. Sanjay was. If not for her daughter, she would have been curled up in some hospital waiting room this evening, the armrest of an uncomfortable chair digging into her side. She didn't want to sleep in her bed. She had never been able to get a good night's sleep without him on the other pillow. Essie's mom spoke. "I'm glad you got him some help, Es. And I know that you will not stop fighting for Sanjay, but you cannot fix him. You cannot save him. He must save himself. You can make sure he has access to resources, and you can offer your support, but you can't carry this for him." As he wiped at a tear that had rolled down her cheek. She knew that, of course, but she had the bone-deep suspicion that if the situations had been reversed, he would have found a way to carry it for her. "I texted pictures to Jillian, and I'm sure she showed them to your dad," Essie's mother said again, breaking the silence of the car. "You'll have to bring Willow down soon." Essie nodded. She was surprised to find that she was looking forward to making the trip. She thought of the baby book and how excited her father had been to meet her. She was furious that fatherhood had been stolen from him, and they were trying to steal it from Sanjay, too. "Mom," Essie said, "what am I going to do if Sanjay doesn't get better?" The question felt big, the words taking up all the empty space in the car. Essie's mother took a deep breath, and then another. Essie knew she had heard her, so she waited. "You do your best," Kelly said. She paused, the silence rushing in behind her words like the tide. Essie was grateful that her mother hadn't brushed aside the question, telling her it was a silly thing to worry about. It will feel impossible to keep living. But you will look at Willow, and you'll find a way to get out of bed and make it through another day. Kelly met her eyes in the rearview mirror again. "But Sanjay is one of the strongest people I know, and you are by far the most stubborn, so I think you will both make it through this." The house looked different when they pulled up in front of it. It had the same green trim and sagging front porch, but it looked sadder. Essie had bought this home with Sanjay. It didn't make sense to be walking in the door without him beside her. Willow was snuggled up against Essie's shoulder, asleep, even after being pulled from her car seat. Essie watched the attic window, waiting for the curtains to shift or a glimpse of fingers pressed against the glass, but the window was empty. The house felt strange when Essie stepped inside, as if she had been gone for 3 years instead of 3 days. It felt like the furniture should be covered in white cloths, and dust should coat every flat surface. Instead, the house was cleaner than they'd left it. Kelly had loaded the dishwasher and vacuumed the floors while they were at the hospital. Essie didn't have a good explanation for the broken tiles around the fireplace, but Kelly had cleaned those up too. Essie only partially heard her mother when she followed her through the open front door, as Kelly rambled on about the things they needed to pick up from the store and get done. She was too busy searching the space, waiting for a shadow to move or a whiff of dampness in the air. When she was sure there was nothing there, she sat in the corner of the couch and watched her daughter sleep for a moment, so impossibly fragile. The afternoon passed in a blur, but not fast enough for Essie. She was waiting for night to come so she could go to the only place she was sure she would find Isabel and Anna. And when the night finally fell over the house, 3 generations of Isabel's granddaughters climbed the stairs. As Essie crawled into bed, wincing as her stitches pulled, Kelly held Willow for a moment, kissing her head and talking to her in a sweet baby voice. Essie could not ever remember coming out of her mother's mouth, whispering that she would see her soon. She passed Willow back and then kissed the top of Essie's head. "He's going to be okay," her mom told her. "I know," Essie said. She wished he were here, of course. She wished they could have brought their daughter home as a family. But more than that, she wanted him here in 5 years and 50 years, so she would miss him for a few days, in the hopes that she would get thousands more. "I can stay in here with you if you want," her mother offered. Kelly had set up an air mattress in the nursery to sleep on. "I'll be okay." Essie needed to be alone tonight. Willow would be with her, but that was different. Willow had been with her for months. The only distinction was she was now outside rather than inside Essie's body. "I'll be right down the hall if you need me." Her mother left reluctantly, closing the door softly behind her. "It's just you and me," Essie whispered to her sleeping daughter, before she closed her eyes and let sleep come. The hallway no longer looked like hers. The thin layer of white walls and hardwood floors had been peeled away to reveal soft mud and moss. There were doors, but they faded into the trees around them, melting into this place. The air was thick and sticky, but a cool breeze cut through the blue twilight. The humidity of a summer day peeled away by the falling darkness. The impulse to find her husband was still there. The panic curled around her rib cage, but she ignored it. Her husband was safe for tonight. She walked forward without urgency, her bare feet sinking into the mossy dirt, leaving a trail of footsteps in her wake. 70, Anna. I waited for Essie at the bottom of the hill in the haven that had long ago become our prison, our own little world, with just the two of us. We went stretches of years, sometimes decades, where we existed in this place, a perpetual summer twilight. It didn't feel like years. We had long forgotten what time was supposed to feel like. But then the shadows would appear, bleeding into our endless summer. They whispered that it was time again. Isabel's debt never repaid in full. We could not refuse. We were no longer anything but shadows ourselves. We'd killed so many people. We had lost count, men and women, all of them lovers and beloved. We may not have held the knives to their throats. Their blood did not stain our dresses, but their deaths were our faults nonetheless. We learned how to twist people against themselves. We wielded their love against them, told them that they were poisonous, that their beloved would be better off in this world without them. The shadows had taught us well. People will do unspeakable things to save the ones they love. Sometimes, Isabel's granddaughters would slip into this place. It looked different to each of them, becoming their homes, a thin layer of paint over its reality. It was a museum to our murders. The shadow's way of reminding us all the lives we had broken, a place that existed in a world that was neither dead nor alive. Essie had slipped deeper than most. She spent so many of her days alone that I think she found it was easier to discover this secret place. The darkness had always been drawn to hopelessness. I helped her along when I could, trying to show her who we used to be and how we became what we are. Isabel is afraid of what comes next. She has always been fearful of that. But I am tired. Essie stood before me. She wore a tattered t-shirt and sweatpants that were too big for her, hem dragging along the soft, mossy earth under her bare feet. Her belly was still round, even though I knew her daughter slept outside of her now, but she moved without pain in this dream. How do I undo it? How do I save him? Essie asked. I could hear the weight of emotion in her voice, grief stirring at the thought of losing him. Isabel had spoken with her already. I knew I had watched as she comforted Essie with the only thing she could, a promise of more time. You cannot make a deal with the darkness, I told her. We had made that mistake lifetimes ago. There were no loopholes, no secret doors to slip through. They would outsmart us every time. I knew they would offer her a deal. No one else had ever slipped this deeply into this place. They would make a feast of her desperation. But I had been watching and learning about the darkness ever since the night they brought us here. Every time they came to pull us out of this place, every time we killed another's beloved, I learned a bit more. I now knew that they were not without their weaknesses. I had begun to hope that perhaps if I pulled Essie deep enough, she might be the one to set us all free. Isabel came up and took my hand. As he stared at her, a fierce guardedness slipping over her expression. She didn't trust Isabel. Why should she? "When does it stop?" Essie asked. I could hear the hopelessness and the desperation in her voice. I knew the darkness would join us soon. They wouldn't be able to resist. "When we are gone," I told her. I squeezed Isabel's hand as I felt the shadows creeping in. "We are made of this place. So, as long as this lasts, so shall we." The darkness twisted up Essie's arms and legs like ribbons. It would have been beautiful if it wasn't so terrible. "I would do anything to save him," she said. "Anything?" echoed the shadows, their voices slithering from everywhere all at once. Essie nodded. If the shadows had a face, they would have been smiling, their sharp teeth bared and ready to consume. "We will make you the same deal we made with Isabel all those years ago," they said. "We will give you Sanjay. We will make sure you have long, happy lives together, but at a cost, where you will get joy. Your daughters will get sorrow. We will save your love, but you must steal theirs from them. 71. Essie." Essie let the words roll around in her head, trying to hide the fear that rippled through her. "What happens to them if I agree?" she asked, nodding toward the two women who stood opposite her. "What does it matter to you?" the shadows said, their voices a sneer. Perhaps it shouldn't matter to Essie. These women, who had been torturing her family for centuries, had hardly earned her pity, but she understood them. She could not blame them when the same deal was being set in front of her, and she was considering it. She imagined that if she accepted the shadows' deal, soon enough, she would be the one locked in this place. She wondered if it would look the same, or if she and Sanjay would get a new version. What would their version of this place be? Would it be their house, or that little apartment in New York? Or maybe her childhood home, with the backyard they had spent summers in? But then she thought about Willow. Not the little version of Willow, who was sleeping in a bassinet next to Essie's bed, but the grown version of Willow, with dreams and a life all her own. One day, she hoped that her daughter would find that once-in-a-lifetime sort of love. She hoped her daughter would get to spend decades with that person, until her hair was gray and her fingers were gnarled. She could not rob her daughter of that. Essie would find another way. She inspected the words of the curse in her mind, trying to find a way to end things, looking for one chip in the smooth surface that would allow her to dig her nails in and pry the curse apart. Isabel. The curse did not belong to Essie, or her mother, or her grandmother, or the women who had come before them. It belonged to Isabel. Their tragedies, an endless consequence, of her choice. As long as Isabel was here, her granddaughter's loves would keep dying. Essie could not untangle the curse, but she could cut the cord from its source. The words Anna had told her minutes before came back into her head. We are made of this place. So, as long as this lasts, so shall we. She needed to destroy this dreamland, made of the grief of all the women who came before her. Anna caught her gaze, a gentle smile on her lips, as her eyes flickered to the spot where Essie's fireplace should have been. This was not Essie's house, but bits of her house, laid like a thin layer over this place, clinging to the rotting earth. When Isabel had spoken to her days before, Essie had first lit a fire in the fireplace. The darkness hadn't followed her down the stairs. Any time she lit a candle or had a fire lit in the hearth, the house had felt lighter. It was easier to breathe. The darkness didn't like the flames. It would burn. The matchbook hung above the peeling paint of her fireplace. Anna caught her eyes again, barely shifting so Essie could see she held something in her hand. When Essie's eyes drifted back to the fireplace, the frame sat empty. Anna patted a pocket in the side of her dress. A tiny smile came to Essie's lips. Anna spotted it and returned it with one of her own. "No," Essie said, the word crisp and clear. Anna gave the smallest nod of approval. The shadows' voices hissed in response. "You said you would do anything, and yet you won't do the one thing that could save him." "It's not the only thing," Essie said. Essie's hand slipped into her own pocket, immediately, finding the paper matchbook. She knew if she looked, the matchbook would have the name of that little restaurant in Venice. She lit the first match. The shadows tightened around her, tugging at her arms and her throat, but they shrank back as she held the flickering flame toward them. The ground was damp, but Essie knew it would burn anyway. This place wasn't really made of mud. It was made of something far more sinister. She held the match to the tall grasses around them. Immediately, the flames caught. Whole patches of grass turned into a roaring blaze. Essie walked toward the stairs, lighting another match and letting it fall. The shadows were screaming now, in their hundreds of voices, as the flames quickly devoured the place they had created. The two women hadn't moved from where they stood, now surrounded by a wall of fire. Isabel looked frightened, her eyes reflecting the orange sparks, but Anna leaned down and whispered something in her ear. Essie was too far from them. She shouldn't have been able to hear, but the words came to her, as if they had been whispered into her own ear. "It's time to create our own world where the stars match the freckles on your shoulders." Then Isabel smiled. The two women turned and walked hand in hand into the flames, as he could feel the heat on her skin when she woke. The room was still dark, but the darkness felt different now. It no longer clung to her skin. Essie took in a deep breath, testing the air for the smell of smoke. Nothing. Her house, her real house, lay untouched. She knew that if she opened her bedroom door, she would find 4 doors, not hundreds. She winced when her blankets brushed against her palm. She flipped her hand over and held it in her lap. She traced over the blistered skin with a finger. Willow lay sleeping in her bassinet next to the bed, illuminated by the faint light coming in the window. As he watched her chest rise, her tiny face serene and indifferent. She would not need to fear falling in love. The world could be cruel. People might break her heart, but she didn't need to fear ghosts. Essie didn't wake up until the sun was pouring in through the window. She couldn't believe she had slept so late. Her eyes immediately shot to the bassinet. But before she could panic, she heard Kelly downstairs talking to Willow in the voice that had seemingly been created at the birth of her granddaughter. Essie listened for a few minutes to her mother's high-pitched coos and whispers before pulling her phone off the charger and calling the hospital. It took a few minutes of being transferred through various people, but eventually her husband's voice came through her speaker. "Hello?" The moment she heard him, she started crying, the weight of her night hitting her in a wave. "Hi," she said into the phone, her voice cracking over the word. "Don't cry. It's going to be okay," he promised her. She missed him more than should have been possible. His absence felt like an open wound. She wished he were here with her, so she could rest her head on his shoulder and watch their daughter in wonder together. But he was safe, and he would be home soon. Essie took a deep breath, willing the tears to stop for a few minutes. "I know. How was your first night home?" "How was Willow?" he asked. "It was good. She's good. My mom is helping, so we're doing okay. She's enamored with Willow. I'm a little worried she's going to try to take her when she decides to go home." She could still hear her mother's sing-gong voice coming up the stairs. "It's hard not to fall in love with the little ladybug." "She's pretty amazing," Sanjay said. Essie could picture the smile on his face at the mention of their daughter. "Are you okay?" "I'm okay," Essie answered. "I'll be better when you get home." "I'm sorry." Essie ignored the apology. She didn't need it. "How did you sleep?" "I probably shouldn't brag to the woman who spent the night with a newborn baby, but I slept really well. Better than I have in a very long time." "Good. Now take care of yourself so you can come home. You owe me a dance. We have so much to celebrate."